Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, respected academicians, policymakers, and dear participants. It is an honor to welcome to you to Ecofluence 3.0, jointly organized by Indus Business Academy in association with the Indian Economic Association and the Association of Indian Management Schools with the support from AMDISA, centered on the theme Evolution of Economic Thought from Foundations to Futures. This conference brings together over 60 distinguished leaders from civil servants, policy advisors, to economists and academic scholars to examine the idea shaping contemporary economies. Across the next 2 days, we will engage in keynote addresses, panel discussions, and technical sessions that explore public finance, digital transformation, sustainability, governance, and India's global economic role. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome you all. Let us begin this intellectual journey together. Founded in 2001, IBA was established as a center of excellence in management education, research, and thought leadership. Let's focus on quality and values. It quickly emerged as a standout institution among thousands in India. IBA is amongst the youngest B schools to receive international accreditation from IACBE USA, making it one of the first 20 B schools out of 5,000 plus in India to achieve this feat. This accreditation was granted in 2013 and subsequently re-accredited in 2020. In 2024, the PGDM program offered at IBA was also re-accredited by National Board of Accreditation and received the AIU equivalence letter, which makes PGDM equivalent to MBA. We are elated to share that that in December 2024, IBA received the international accreditation from SAQS. For 5 years, the distinction beyond the standard 3 years accreditation, solidifying its position among an elite business school committed to academic excellence, innovation, and industry-relevant equations. This achievement has further elevated IBA as a triple-crowned B school holding the prestigious accreditations from NBA, IACBE, and SAQS. All these accreditations set the flagship PGDM offered at IBA acceptable at a global level for employment in the public as well as in the private sector, and this holds good for further education. We are happy to share that IBA was chosen as one of the best growing brands 2019 at the Next Brands Vision Summit 2018, and also for the best education brands by Economic Times starting in 2017 right up to 2024. And we are very proud to say that IBA has been felicitated during the 8th edition of the best brands by the Economic Times again in March 2025. IBA Bangalore has also been recognized and mentioned as a special institution in the category Excellence and Innovation in Management by Business World Top Education Brands 2020. The jury members, including the eminent personalities like Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman AICTE, Dr. Sri Ramanan, Additional Secretary, Niti Aayog, Government of India, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities, and Dr. Manish Kumar, MD and CEO, National Skill Development Corporation, and many more. IBA Bangalore has been awarded for consecutively 11 years as the top institute excellence, and the most recent was in April 2025 by CSR. Indus Business Academy Bangalore was chosen as the pioneer leader in higher education for Globe Platinum Award, Asia Pacific, and our founder chairman, Dr. Manish Jain, as leader for Global Leadership for Business Excellence 2016 Award. The Globe Platinum Award was conferred at the World Business Conclave 2016 held in Hong Kong. PricewaterhouseCoopers was the process reviewer along with the Associated Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India and the Indian Chamber of Hong Kong. From academic rigor to industry exposure, from placements to global linkages, IBA checks all the boxes. We are proud that IBA has officially accepted as the signatory member of the United Nations Supported Principles of Responsibility Management Education Initiative. This recognition follows the presentation of a research paper by Dr. Manish Jain Sir on IBA's efforts towards sustainability at the PRME Global Conference in Berlin and reflects our commitment to aligning education, research, and campus practices with the Sustainable Development Goals and the UN Global Compact as one of the few Indian institutes to join this prestigious platform. IBA now is part of a network of over 800 business schools worldwide committed to fostering responsible leadership and sustainable business practices. At IBA, we are proud to combine academic rigor with a deep sense of purpose, preparing future leaders to drive change in an interconnected, complex world. IBA is more than a place. It is a mindset. It is a movement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I now present the distinguished personalities who would grace the inaugural ceremony. Chief Patron, Dr. Manish Jain, Founder and Chairman, Indus Business Academy. Conference Chair, Dr. Subhash Sharma, Chief Mentor and Chairman, Governing Council, IBA. Chief Guest, Professor Dr. S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. Guest of Honor, Dr. Charan Singh, Founder and CEO, eGrow Foundation. Chair Advisory Committee, Dr. R.S. Deshpande, former Director, Institute for Social and Economic Change. IEA Patron, Dr. Rabindra Brahme, General Secretary, Indian Economic Association. I now call upon the dignitaries for lighting of the lamp. We also have the Saraswati Vandana, seeking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the embodiment of learning, intellect, and creative wisdom as we begin this intellectual journey. To symbolize the dispelling of ignorance and the triumph of insight, we proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Audience are requested not to clap after the Saraswati Vandana.
Padmasana Ya Brahmachyuta Shankara Prabhritibhi Devai Sada Vandita Sama Patu Saraswati Bhagavati Vishesha Jadyapaha Shuklam Brahma Vichara Sara Parama Adya Jagat Vyapinim Vina Pustakadharinim Adhayanam Jadyandhakara Paham Haste Spartikamalikaam Vidadatim Padmasane Samstitam Vande Tam Parameshwarim Bhagavatim Buddhi Pradam Sharadam.
Thank you, everyone. May I now request the dignitaries to take their seats on the dais. I now request Dr. Manish Jain, sir, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. S. Mahendra Dey. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Subhash Sharma, sir, to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Charan Singh. May I now request Professor Dr. J.B. Shetty, sir, to welcome Dr. R.S. Deshpande. Thank you, Professor. May I now request Professor Dr. Vijay Krishna Bhattacharya, sir, to welcome Dr. Ravindra Brahme. Thank you, Professor. It gives me great pleasure to invite our director, Dr. Ishwar Krishna Iyer, to deliver the welcome address and set the tone for Ecofluence 3.0. Dr. Iyer is a triple postgraduate, IIT Kharagpur, Great Lakes, and University of Houston, Texas. His PhD is in Technology Adoption Modeling from Centurion University of Technology and Management. His previous experiences include a 14-year stint with Great Lakes Institute of Management and a 4-year association with Amrita School of Business. He's a subject matter expert and a consultant to TCS. He's an avid traveler, and his subject areas are marketing and strategy.
Thank you, Dr. Gayatri. My conference chairman, Professor Kulkarni, has told me, sir, 5 minutes is zyada nahi. So let me quickly take off on my introductions. Dr. S. Mahendra Dey, Chairman, Economic Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister of India. So you would have noticed that when I took your photograph, I gently held your hand. So I held a hand that has held the hand of Prime Minister Modi. Mujhe bhi thoda acha lag raha hai. Former Director and Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Institute of Development and Research, Chairman, Commission for Agricultural Cost and Prices, recipient of the Malcolm Adiseshoy Award, PhD, Delhi School of Economics, they all come from there only. Postdoctoral from Yale University, has written a book, Inclusive Growth of India, published by Oxford, 150 plus publications, feeling delighted, humbled and elated to have you in this August gathering, sir. Dr. Charan Singh, CEO and founder director of eGrow Foundation, former non-executive chairman of Punjab and Sindh Bank for 2 back-to-back terms, senior economist with IMF from 2009 to 12, 2 decades of service to RBI in policy and debt management, RBI chair professor at IIM Bangalore, visiting faculty at IIM Visakhapatnam, IIM Rohtak, expert in macroeconomics, monetary policy, banking and international finance, MPhil from the next possible place in New Delhi where economists come, JNU, PhD from University of New South Wales, and postdoctoral from Harvard and Stanford. Harvard and Stanford. Welcome you, sir. Closer home, our own man, Dr. Ram Sri Krishna Deshpande. I got his full name today. Distinguished economist specialized in macroeconomics and rural development, former director of ISEC, key contributor to Karnataka's agricultural policy, author of several books and 100+ research papers, consultant to World Bank and Asian Development Bank, visiting professor in new schools in Canada, France, and Sweden, recipient of this very school's Distinguished Service and Excellence Teaching and Research Award in 2024, and mentor to many of us, Dr. Deshpande. This is home for you. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ravindra K. Brahme, Professor and Director, Center for Indian Knowledge Systems, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, General Secretary of Indian Economic Association, contributed to major research projects, expert academic administrator and international conference participant across several countries in Europe and Asia. Welcome you, sir. Welcome to all my young participants from outside IBA who have come to present papers. We'll be eagerly waiting to listen to you in the next 2 days. I should conclude by offering a huge thanks to the 2 people who organized this conference. I can see one of them, I'm hunting for the other. Where is Professor Kulkarni? Professor Kulkarni is that type. You would never find him, but then the man behind the show and Dr. Mansi Bansal. I want my kids to give a standing ovation to the 2 people. Without Professor Kulkarni and Mansi Bansal, this conference would not have happened at all. Thank you so much. Welcome, delegates.
Thank you, Dr. Iyer, for the very impressive welcome address. It is my profound honor to introduce a distinguished management thinker, scholar, and guiding force behind our institution, Dr. Subhash Sharma, an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and a PhD from the University of Southern California. Dr. Sharma is widely regarded as one of the pioneering voices in contemporary management thought. His work uniquely integrates strategic insight with philosophical depth, bringing together Western analytical frameworks and Eastern wisdom traditions. A recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Association of Indian Management Scholars and also honored by the Strategic Management Forum at IIM Mumbai, Dr. Sharma's contribution to management education have been both foundational and transformative. As a prolific author, his seminal works, including New Ideas in Strategic Thinking and Management in the New Age, have influenced scholars, practitioners, and policymakers alike. His research had been cited extensively, including a judgment of the Supreme Court of India, reflecting its intellectual depth and societal relevance. For us at Indus Business Academy, Dr. Sharma is more than an eminent scholar. He's our chief mentor and chairman of the Governing Council. As a founding member of IBA, his vision has shaped its philosophy, inspired its leadership, and continues to guide its journey. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep respect and admiration that we invite Dr. Subhash Sharma sir to address the gathering.
Dr. Manish Jain, Chairman of IBA, Dr. Mahendra Dev, the Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. Deshpande, other dignitaries, and sitting on the dais and off the dais, and dear faculty and staff and dear students. The idea of economics has evolved further since the time of Adam Smith. Today we have 4 types of economics. One is what we call the rightist economics. Second is the leftist economics. Third is the people's economics. And the fourth one is the sustainability economics. Now the rightist economics is founded on the thoughts of Adam Smith. Leftist economics is based on the thoughts of Karl Marx, and people's economics is based on the thoughts of Mahatma Gandhi, and the sustainability economics is based on the idea of concern for ecology. Now, these ideas are can be further elaborated in terms of what we call 4 E's framework. E is for efficiency, second E is for equity, the social equity, third E is for ethics, and the fourth E is for ecology. So the efficiency paradigm comes from Adam Smith, equity paradigm comes from thoughts of Karl Marx, and ethics paradigm comes from Mahatma Gandhi, and the ecology paradigm comes from the concern for the environment. Now these ideas are further reflected into what we call the idea of economic chapati making. So our students all know this idea, but for the others I will elaborate on it. So when you make chapati, you move upward and sideways, then you give a good shape of chapati. So chapati has 4 dimensions, on x-axis and y-axis. On x-axis, you have the force of market representing the growth idea. On left side of the x-axis is the idea of the social equity or social equality. And bottom of the chapati is the idea of ethics, and on the top is the idea of sustainability. So the rightist economics and the leftist economics and the people's economics and the sustainability economics are all represented by this idea of what we call economic chapati making. So if India has to make good chapatis, which India is known for, it's the traditional chapatis, but the economic chapati making, then the policy should be guided by all these 4 ideas. All these ideas are rooted into what we call the 4 forces model of the society. What are the 4 forces? Force of market, force of the state or the government, force of the people, and force of self. So if you go to in Bangalore in MG Road, so which force you experience? You experience the force of market. Then you go towards the Vidhan Sabha, so force of state or the force of government you experience. Then there is a place close to Vidhan Sabha, not very far up, known as Freedom Park. So that is the place which is used for concern, the dharnas of the people and demonstrations, and you may see some shouting, some slogans out there. So that is the force of people. And then if you go to art of living, okay, which is close to IBA, then you see the force of spirituality or force of self. And all these 4 forces find a combining effect at the IBA. Now these forces and these ideas are also reflected in terms of what we call the new corporate model. So what is that new corporate model? So this new corporate model incorporates not only the profit, but also the corporate social responsibility, CSR, and the good governance and concern for ecology, which is rooted in the 3P model or triple bottom line model of profit, people, and planet. Now it is very interesting that all these ideas for the new corporate model is represented by IBA flag, and today you have seen the flag everywhere in the IBA campus, so it's very easy to remember it. It has three colors, the green and the red and the saffron. Green represents the prosperity, red represents the responsibility, so the CSR in corporate context, and the saffron represents the ethics. So in corporate context, it means the good governance. So this flag is a symbol of the new corporate model. So thank you very much. I conclude, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you, sir. While all of us are aware of the dosanomics of Raghuram Rajan, the dynamics of Indian chapati making is our model from Subhash sir. From Adam Smith to Karl Marx, economics to triple bottom line, you have enlightened us very easily on this topic. Thank you very much, sir. I now invite the tech team to play the videos on IBA and Ecofluence 3.0.
I thought that I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Your words cut deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to breathe me back to life. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches.
BW Education Top Education brand, in its third edition, aims to recognize and acknowledge the exemplary achievements and the professional contribution of the education sector. With 140 nominations received and over 60 presented to the jury, we will celebrate the final winners today. I would like to thank our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, excellence and innovation in management, this category also has a jury special mention award. We'd like to showcase the winner of special mention award. And special mention award goes to England Business Academy, Bangalore. We have with us Dr. Manish Jain.
We are very thankful to the jury members and business world for accepting our nomination in the first place. It's very important that, nomination is accepted. That itself means that, we are doing some credible work, which is, being appreciated by, the fraternity. This is our 21st year of operation, and we are, still trying hard to every year do something new and instill, the work skills in our students so that they become employable. And I'm very happy to share that we are able to place almost all our students. And despite of the pandemic, we are, witnessing very good placement season. This is also testimonial that corporate and industry is believing in us and are picking students as usual during the pandemic. Finally, on behalf of Academic Advisory Board, Dean Dr. Subhash Sharma, Program Director Dr. Subhendu Dey, faculty, staff colleagues, alumni, and current students, I would like to accept the award, and very thankful to the jury and business world for recognizing our work and contribution.
So congratulations, Manish ji. The special mention award means that you are special. And with this 100% placement in the pandemic year, it really makes you special. Much appreciated. Many congratulations.
Congratulations, Dr. Jain, and for the kind of work that you've been doing. And it's always necessary to, especially in the business sector of education, and
Yes,
you can always keep targets which you have to excel all the time and keep revising those targets. So
thank you, sir.
congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Tech Team, for the videos. I now call upon Professor Prashant Kulkarni, the mastermind and driving force behind this grand event, to introduce the agenda of Ecofluence 3.0 to the guests and the participant. The forum is yours, Professor.
The dignitaries on the dais, members of the academic fraternity, guests, media people, students. Yes, it's a pleasure that we are here celebrating the third edition of Ecofluence. The word, a portmanteau coined by one of my former colleagues, Dr. Janita Saji. What began as a small research championship, as an experiment. When you're talking about a conference, a B school, a dedicated B school doing a conference on economics or management, economics and public policy, a market where we neither could compete on Bertrand, nor on Cournot, nor on Stackelberg or anybody else. It was sort of a challenge, and we, perhaps into the third year, we have traversed a certain journey, which we're happy about, but also a significant challenge that lies ahead in sustaining that momentum. The current conference, the theme, Economics and Public Policy for the Digital Century, in a context like India. We have developed multiple sessions, invited multiple speakers. Almost 50 speakers are there over the next couple of days, will be addressing us on different facets of this. From developmental economics to sustainable development goals, to public finance and its effectiveness, to the Viksit Bharat and the international trade, to sustainability, heritage and education, NEP, and notwithstanding locating Karnataka in the broader context and Karnataka as standalone, and then seeking to converge. I promise that agenda is quite rich and would be fulfilling. In addition, we have around 52 papers that are getting presented in the technical sessions, and for students we have 20 papers which are being presented in a form of a competition where they have been given a public policy measure, either the central level, state level, or provincial, or local, whatever you call it, which they have to analyze through the prism of economics. And then, of course, there's also a debate competition for students where we have 12 teams. As we go along here, as we move into the next stage, I must acknowledge here the intellectual foundation of this event, Dr. R.S. Deshpande, sir, chairing the advisory committee for the second time. Minus of him, it would have been a Herculean task, and he made it look so easy for us. In fact, we just went around. He kept on basically suggesting us, okay, you do this, you do that, and we just got carried along. My colleague, Dr. Mansi Bansal, who functioned kind of an understudy to him there, I think she would have an experience that she would cherish for a lifetime in curating this event. Perhaps Deshpande sir was like the brain behind it, and she was the executor in terms of curating that. I hope all of you will have a great time, and we hope that we'll learn from each other. This conference is not something merely about a discourse that comes from the top, but then as our chief mentor keeps talking about, Dr. Subhash Sharma keeps talking about, it's about discussion, dialogue, discourse. Discourse is one part, but I hope we'll also have a lot of platform for discussion and dialogue, so this is basically learning from each other. Thanks a lot. Have a wonderful conference around here. Look forward to hosting each one of you here.
Thank you, Professor Kulkarni, for your extensive information on the agenda of Ecofluence 3.0. It is now my privilege to introduce to you one of India's most influential voices in economic policy and development studies, Professor S. Mahendra Dev, the chief guest of this conference. Professor Dev currently serves as the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, where he plays a pivotal role in shaping evidence-based policy advice at the highest level of national governance. He has previously served as the director and the vice chancellor of the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai, for over a decade, guiding one of India's premier economic research institutions through a period of significant academic expansion. Prior to this, he was chairman of the Commissioner of Agricultural Costs and Prices in the Ministry of Agriculture, contributing directly to the agricultural pricing policy and farmer welfare. Professor Dev's international engagement includes his tenure as the Vice Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the International Food Policy Research Institute, as a long-standing member of its board, reflecting global recognition of his expertise in food systems development economics. He has also served as a member of acting chairman He has also served as a member of acting chairman of the National Statistical Commissioner of India. As accomplished academic, Professor Dev earned his PhD from the Delhi School of Economics, completed his postdoctoral research at Yale University. His career bridges rigorous scholarships and public policy, a rare combination that defies his professional legacy. He has led several of India's foremost economic associations, including serving as the president of Indian Economic Association, conference president of a major national body such as the Indian Econometric Society and the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics. He currently chairs the Institute for Development Studies in Andhra Pradesh and is a distinguished professor at ICFI Faculty of Social Sciences, Hyderabad. Professor Dev has authored and edited 23 books and published over 150 research papers in leading national and international journals. His widely cited work, including Growth in India, Agriculture, Poverty, Human Development, published by Oxford University Press, remains a foundational text on development and inequality. His scholarship spans agriculture economics, macroeconomics, poverty, food security, nutrition, employment policy, and social protection. Beyond academia, he has advised global institutions like the World Bank, UNDP, ILO, FAO, UNESCO, UNICEF, OECD, and the International Food Policy Research Institute. He has also served on numerous national committees, including expert groups like poverty, financial inclusion, employment, and long-term planning, and continues to contribute to policy formulation through Committee of Niti Aayog. His contribution has recognized with the prestigious Malcolm Adisesaya Award, multiple honors for public services and teaching excellence, an honorary doctorate from Acharya Nagarjuna University. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor S. Mahendra Dev exemplifies the idea union of scholarship and service, an economist whose work has consistently advanced inclusive growth and informed national development strategies. Please join me in extending a respectful and warm welcome to Professor S. Mahendra Dev. Sir.
All the dignitaries here in the conference, and all the students and faculty, staff, and all other participants. Good morning. At the outset, let me first thank the Indus Business Academy, IBA, and all the organizers for inviting me to deliver this lecture. And the also give inaugural address at Ecofluence 3.0. I've heard so much about the IBA, and they've done a lot of there are a lot of achievements in the last 25 years, and I wish them all the best for the next 25 and beyond. Let me also congratulate the organizers for this important conference, the Ecofluence, because in the government also we do this influence of this policy for the outcomes. So a lot of changes are happening at global and country level. I've seen the program. Dr. Kulkarni has mentioned the topics. It covers wide range of topics in the conference. So you are covering several topics here. So on this occasion, I thought of giving an overview of Indian economy and the challenges and opportunities. And students are here, so they're also even business students. They should understand the Indian economy, what's happening, because that influences the business also. So I prepared a PowerPoint presentation so that time for the time management. So the next half an hour I'll go through the PowerPoint presentation. So outline of the lecture is that Indian economy, past, present, and future growth. What are the global uncertainties, challenges, and opportunities, and also domestic opportunities, policies. We'll also focus on manufacturing sector because it's an important part of the structural transformation, and also for the business academy it will be useful what's happening And also I want to give as part of the government's approach in this turmoil, global turmoil, so that we'll have some view. What is the government doing in this period? And also briefly on inclusion and sustainability. So if you go to the past several years, India's share in 1700, India's share in world GDP was 24.5, and China it is 22.3, and Japan, Germany, US are very less than 5%. And then it drastically declined, our share in world GDP, with the Industrial Revolution, British rule, and also during the independence time. So decline is, during 1750 to 1850, Industrial Revolution, and of course then we had British rule. And at the time of independence, everybody was socialist ideas. Mahalanobis model, heavy industry bias. In fact, there was a model from Bombay, C.N. Vakil and Brahmananda, to focus on more agriculture-led model. So we missed labor-intensive manufacturing in the last several years, and also quality of basic education and health, because the government did not focus on the education and health since independence. So we had 3.5% growth in the first 3 decades, 1950s to 70s. So by the end of 70s, many countries in East and Southeast Asia introduced economic reforms, but India introduced only in 1991. So in the last 3 decades of post-reform India, the average growth is 6 to 6.5%. The growth rate differs, of course, from decade to decade. So we had several shocks, East Asian crisis, financial crisis, and then NBFC crisis. Of course, recent one is COVID. So because the growth rate depends on the crisis. In fact, 2013, India was under fragile 5 countries, along with this Brazil, Indonesia, South Africa, and Turkey. So we have come out of the shocks, and Indian economy is resilient and fastest growing economy in the world. So India missed 2 chances in its independence. One is policies in the first 3 decades, no focus on labor-intensive manufacturing, and less importance to human development. Second is India is late by 15 years in liberalizing economy compared to other Asian countries. So why I'm telling these things? Because some people ask me, sir, you are saying India is becoming the 4th largest or 3rd largest economy, but your per capita income is still less. So my answer is that first 4 decades, we have only 1% of per capita income growth. Because of the policies, 3.5% growth, so per capita income is maybe 1% or less. So even if you want us to grow, faster, you can't grow 20% to catch up for the last. So we have to move faster, but we have to compete. We can't compete with countries like China and all, in the next few years. But over time, we can compete. Turning to the future, we all know India aspires to become the developed nation by 2047 at the 100th. So what are the challenges for this Viksit Bharat or 2047 goals? One is the global. These are all well known. You hear in the newspapers and all. The twin shocks, geopolitical and tariff shocks. And the Washington consensus for the last 3 decades, now we have deglobalization and protection. You all know also no respect for institutions like WTO. In fact, Economic Survey calls it economic statecraft in place of economic policy. So that means, geopolitical competition. It's become more political. Concerns over technological dominance, AI and all, and vulnerability in supply chains. So it has become a statecraft rather than the economic policy. But India is playing an important role in global leadership by participating in several and also leading role in South-South cooperation. Yeah, somebody can help me. So what are the domestic opportunities and challenges? There are some estimates of projection. You need nominal growth of 11 to 12% and real growth of 7 to 8% to achieve the 2047 goal. In fact, Dr. Rangarajan says 7.5% is enough. Economic Survey says 8%. In fact, several chief ministers have already announced targets for GSDP. CM of UP, Telangana said 3 trillion, and Karnataka also is saying some Viksit Karnataka, and several other states also announced the targets. What are the drivers of growth? There are two drivers of growth, investment and exports. Investment rate presently is about 31 to 32%. So you need to increase investment rate to 34 to 35%. And also efficiency in ICOR. ICOR is incremental capital output ratio to get 7 to 8% growth. So the government is improving the capital investment, but private sector is the crucial one. So there is no problem now with the twin balance sheet problem for private sector. Corporate sector and banks are doing well. Their profits are growing. So there is no problem of capital availability. So the investment rate, if you see, it is about around 30%, 33 in 2014-15, and 23-24 it is 31%. Even gross fixed capital formation is also around between 30 and 27. So private investment, you know that we need to have demand. Many firms turn debt free, and India has to make new investments. Some of the private sector people come to me, industrialists, and I ask them why you are not investing. So they are saying, sir, uncertainty, demand is not there. But I tell them, in the last 10 years, you have been saying uncertainty. In the future also, there will be uncertainty. So you have to make a choice. Now, this is the right time to invest as private investment. And states also have to make more efforts to invite FDI and domestic private investment. But how do we finance investment? There are two sources. One is savings, domestic savings, and foreign investment. Foreign investment, there are problems now because FDI and others. So we have to increase the domestic savings rate, which is now about 30 to 31%, particularly household savings, to increase the private sector investment. And financial sector reforms can make some investment. The drivers of growth, exports. It is well known that export is one of the main engines of growth and employment creation. Some countries in East and Southeast Asia benefited during the peak of globalization, but now we have protection policies. So what is the India's response? Helping the tariff-affected sectors and also diversifying to exports to other countries and speed up the FTAs, which we are doing now. Some people use exchange rate also. China used exchange rate to accelerate exports and imports. In fact, no emerging market of India's size has grown at 7 to 8% without strong export growth. But however, the exports are going up? Okay. Yeah, so since 2021, India has entered into several FTAs, we all know. And also India-US bilateral trade agreement, latest one. A lot of discussion on this, pros and cons of this. Lower reciprocal tariff than competitor nations will benefit India's exports. This is very important because people don't understand the perception among the private sector and others. This India-US deal, they are saying a lot of uncertainty earlier. So now that has, has gone. So we can expect more FDI and others in the next few years. So India's strategy focuses on diversification, enhancing capabilities and competitiveness. So number of trade agreements, we have preferential trade agreements, 17 and covering 38 countries. And also for MSME also it opens up space. However, India's exports constitute only 20% of GDP, 80% of the Indian economy domestic demand. So it is therefore primarily driven by domestic consumption, investment, and less by exports. So as compared to global headwinds, there are many domestic tailwinds, such as low inflation, all the reforms undertaken will have stimulus, and it can raise both investment, consumption, and some push to exports. So despite global uncertainties, India has emerged as a global bright spot. And government has also undertaken several reforms. One is, of course, the GST income tax. The recent income tax abolished more than 280 sections, notification of labor codes, FDI insurance, 100% FDI, private sector in nuclear power, removal of QCOs. So several reforms. In fact, finance minister said in the last 1 year, we had 350 reforms. Asset monetization is also monetary and financial. In fact, apart from government, the RBI also taken several reforms and banking sector, because credit to GDP ratio is only 50%, while in other countries it's more than that. So recently, RBI has announced 22 measures to strengthen the resilience and competitiveness on the banking sector. So improving the flow of credit, promoting ease of doing business, and also the internationalization of Indian rupee. Apart from investment and exports, what are the other sources of growth to achieve 2047 goals? Some other sources of growth are, rise in human capital and skills. The government is working on these sources also. The young population with a median age of 28 years compared to 50 in Japan, 40 in US, and 38 years in China. And increasing urbanization is another one, because urban may account 70% of GDP by even this year itself. And rising women's labor force participation rates, because they are currently around 35 to 40. World average is 50%, all women's participation rates. So we have to achieve that thing. And fast-growing digital technology and AI. So digital technology, we all know this, Jandan, Aadhaar, Mobile, JAM, Trinity created, and UPI is a public infrastructure, digital public infrastructure is a success. One of the focus of this conference also, the digital. AI, you have overdose in the last 3-4 days. Everywhere AI, they're talking about the impact of AI summit. But AI is today largely controlled by few countries like China and US. So India AI Summit is wanted to bring the perspectives of Global South and ensure that AI is for all, more inclusive and democratized, need of course regulation also. And also they are public goods, they are not private. So helping productivity and improve education and health. Apart from technology, and another important source of GDP growth is structural transformation from agriculture to manufacturing and services. So I'll spend about 5-10 minutes on manufacturing sector. So in order to achieve developed status by 2047, creating quality employment, manufacturing sector led growth is crucial. So there also, what are the global developments and challenges? The East Asian economies, South Korea and China, and Germany, Japan, US, benefited from the manufacturing, and it led to rapid industrial development and global competitiveness. But the external context is now manufacturing has changed dramatically because protection now compared to globalization earlier, because China developed, benefited from globalization. So, and manufacturing is also becoming capital intensive and skill intensive. The global supply chains are being restructured, often being reshored. And now industrial policy has re-emerged as a central tool. Because earlier there is a free market kind of, like somebody said, Adam Smith kind of thing, but now everybody wants to produce in their own country. So that is the change. So what is India doing in this atmosphere? So I'll explain. So a research paper by Danny Roderick and others coming to India's manufacturing sector, there are several developments from a historical perspective. We are having the first decade, I said, the heavy industry focus, less than labor intensive. 1991 reforms also, some improvements, but still labor intensive is processes less. So in the last decade, industrial policy has taken a more targeted and strategic character. Like you heard the Make in India, PLI, and share of manufacturing, GDP and employment, around 17% GDP, 7.4% employment. But some people say that it's stagnant. It is not stagnant. The share is remained stagnant. So in absolute terms, there is an increase in the, why it is stagnant? Because services are growing faster than the manufacturing. That. So some people say, oh, manufacturing is same, last 10 years or something. It's not same. The share is maybe same. In fact, manufacturing employment is also 72%. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. The share of manufacturing is around 17% and 11.4%. And in absolute terms, it is increasing. But there is a debate whether you need manufacturing and services. Like my friend Raghuram Rajan says, services are more important. But I feel that both are complementary. I mean, this debate on manufacturing and services, you don't need that kind of debate, because if you see any manufacturing thing, there is some service component. And similarly, service component also manufacturing. So both are complementary. In fact, some of the growth in service sector is also due to expanding manufacturing. So thus one should not conclude about the contribution of manufacturing by just looking at the state of manufacturing. One problem in Indian manufacturing is the missing middle. Because small size of firms, we have one hand, 1 to 10 workers, and also some 10 to 50 workers. But in China and all, we have a size of 200 to 500 workers. So in India, the missing middle is an issue for manufacturing. So we must have more middle level manufacturing. And labor codes, of course, some of them may help expansion of size of manufacturing. And MSMEs is an important one, you all know. Recognize the critical role of MSMEs in raising economic growth, employment generation and exports. And government has taken several initiatives, but there are still a lot of things needed to improve the MSMEs. Credit, technology, markets, and also there are, because the government has committees on deregulation will look at issues of MSMEs. Due to global uncertainty, India is focusing more on domestic growth, undertake reforms. So what is the response of Indian government to the global turmoil? In one word, this is the Atmanirbhar Bharat. That means, we need to have our own strategies to have competitiveness. So the Prime Minister mentioned at the Red Fort, will fasten the domestic reforms on fast track and also announce the Swadeshi kind of thing. So the government, it's a continuous process, ease of doing business and abolished several 40,000 unnecessary compliances. Already appointed 2 committees on deregulation chaired by Cabinet Secretary and the previous Cabinet Secretary. What about PLI scheme? PLI worked particularly for mobiles. India was one of the biggest assembler. Mobile phone imports accounted for 78% of the market in value terms, whereas in FY23 it dropped to just 4%. So the electronics and renewable have benefited from this. So strategic policies and manufacturing, as I mentioned, India's response to global challenge, Atmanirbhar Bharat, focus on critical sectors like semiconductors, chips, critical minerals, because we can't depend on many other countries for manufacturing for some of the important things. Some people say Swadeshi means we are going back to pre-1991. No, this is Swadeshi means that it should be competitiveness, increase in the, we should export to the world. So focus on strategic and improve competitiveness. Why we want to have this? Because if you see rare earth production in 2024, China has 270,000 tons, whereas India has 2,900. So we can't depend on China or other countries for the important things, rare earth production and all. So we need to be self-sufficient or Atmanirbhar Bharat. So manufacturing, there are several opportunities. R&D is less in India compared to many other countries, you all know, the public and private. So multiple stimulus measures can give investment. FTAs also will open up. And also, of course, we have to green industries also are needed. But in a large country, structural transformation from agriculture to manufacturing differs from state to state. Because India, with 1.4 billion and several 29 states also, we need to different. Suppose, for example, manufacturing employment, if you see, Gujarat, it is 22% manufacturing employment share of thing, whereas in Bihar, it's 5%. So there are significant regional disparities in manufacturing share in, and similarly services employment, Kerala it is 48% employment, it's not GDP. So whereas Haryana and other, but in Chhattisgarh, MP and all, it is only 20%. So one has to see at the regional level, district level, it's not just all India level. So after discussing the structural transformation to manufacturing and services, I'll take 5 more minutes or so. To manufacturing, we come back to India's share in world GDP by 2047. So as mentioned earlier, the share of India in world GDP was 24.5. Some estimates by D.K. Srivastava and all, they have written a book. It shows that in world GDP, we will reach the 1700 share by 25%, 25% in PPP terms. So the share of China will be 18% and US 11.2%. So this is their estimates. So you can see 2043, 44 will reach the share which we had in 1700. And then China, Japan, US will be around 11% and all. But mind you, this is in PPP terms, not the nominal exchange rate. Yeah, sorry. Oh, these are the shares. This is the manufacturing share. Rajasthan, Bihar, and all. Bihar 5%, and then Gujarat 22%, and then Kerala 49%, and then Chhattisgarh about 19%. So after discussing this, I said, as mentioned earlier, the share of India in 1700 was 24.5. There is a book by Srivastava et al. Shows that we'll reach 25% in PPP terms. China will be 18%. Like this, it's shown that we have about 25% by 2043-44, and in PPP terms. So there is also middle income trap. For example, recent World Development Report says 101 middle income economies in 1960, only 23 had attained high income status. So if India wants to be developed status, it has to avoid this middle income trap. So hopefully we will avoid this middle income trap. Viksit Bharat doesn't mean just achieving growth. It also includes inclusive growth and sustainability. Inclusive growth, of course, include all women, farmers, youth, disadvantaged groups and regions. And poverty, there is a decline. What is inclusive growth? According to me, quality of employment is the inclusive growth. Providing quality of employment. Taxes and other things on rich and all, that is also maybe there. But I think quality of employment, if you can give, that is the inclusive growth. On employment, there are several issues. Employability problems, gig workers, women's participation rates, employment of youth, and technology. A lot of debate on technology and employment. I don't have time to discuss that. Improving also education, health, nutrition. On regional inequalities, in per capita income it is increasing, but in decline in human development. For example, Kerala, life expectancy is 73 to 75, it increased. In Bihar also, it increased almost 10 years. So they are also catching up with the advanced states. So that's why human development, there is a decline in inequalities. And similarly, infant mortality. Kerala 12 to 6, but Bihar, look at Bihar, 71 to 29. Significant decline in infant mortality here. So they are catching up. Now coming to agriculture, agriculture is development, is part of inclusive growth. There is agriculture transformation from food deficit country in the 1960s to diversification, high growth rates in high value crops, green revolution approach, need to shift from rice, wheat to millets. But if I looked at the CSCP data, for example, for rice, gross returns over A2 cost from farm labor, it's about 30,000 per hectare. Jowar only 9,000. Oh, sorry. Agriculture, this is the development is part of inclusive growth with 17% in GDP and 46%. India's agri transformation, high growth rates in high value crops, green revolution approach has led to waterlogging, However, the rate of return, if you see, I think below is given. So the gross return over A2 is 30,200, whereas Jowar is 9,000. Ragi, it's negative. I mean, A2 plus farm labor, the gross return over that. And maize, 30,000. So maize is competing with rice here. So we have to shift the focus from production approach. Among other factors, 3 are important: post-harvest and marketing. We have to go beyond farming and develop value chains. Second, food and agro-processing is important for higher incomes and employment. Third is small farmers. We need more FPO and cooperatives. Amul milk, of course, we all know. But increasing role of women in agriculture is also important, because they're also participating in processing and other things. Coming to last one, sustainability and climate change. You can't ignore this. In fact, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan appealed to the farmers as early as 1968 not to harm the long-term production potential for short-term gain. The climate change is real and growing threat, and farmers are being nudged to grow more climate-resilient crops. India, announced the country will attain net zero by 2070, but we already achieved the renewable sector 4 years ahead of the target. Need for preparation at state and district level, because we need to have balance between growth and low carbon emissions. One is the lifestyle environment. For example, not having the plastics, our own places is, we should also contribute. At global level, of course, there are climate finance, technology, carbon tax, some of the issues. Now, last few slides I have. The one is in this achieving high growth, which is inclusive and sustainable, states play an important role. Many studies have shown that improving state capacity and governance is important. Similarly, decentralization of resources to panchayats and municipal councils is also needed. In fact, a study by Karthik Muralidharan shows that spending at the discretion of local governments is 51% in China, some 27% in US and Brazil, but in India only 3%. That is at the discretion of the local government. I mean, Kerala and all may be higher. So we need to have a cooperative federalism. Experience of GST Council is there. For other issues are also finances. Now I come to the concluding observations. There are global and domestic challenges and opportunities for raising higher growth, improve employment, and achieve sustainability. So Indian economy is resilient because of higher growth in domestic economy. But India's journey cannot be driven by GDP alone. It runs through higher investment, stronger states, and faster implementation, investment in R&D, AI-driven economy, and climate resilient and inclusive. Some estimates, as I mentioned, by 2043, share of India will be 25%. There are two problems in Indian economy. One is the long-term structural issues. One is shift to manufacturing. Long-term challenge is agriculture to industry and services. Labor-intensive manufacturing is considered the solution for structural transformation. So what has changed? Industrial policy has taken on a more strategic character. Government is doing domestic reforms and strategic industrial policy. So incentivizing labor-intensive manufacturing than capital-intensive is important. And as I mentioned, that both manufacturing and services are complementary. The second issue is the health, education, and skills. This is another long-term structural problem, because we have, for example, higher education, IITs, IIMs, very high level, and some of these institutions, business schools and all. But at lower level, our learning abilities, public schools and others in village schools are low. So this dichotomy is very important to reduce this dichotomy. And similarly, health, we have super fast hospitals, but in the village level, co-ops and others. So this dichotomy is very, very important. So these two things, labor intensive manufacturing and the dichotomy between health and education. And climate change is the now serious challenge, is another one. GDP growth is important, but inclusive, sustainable, necessary. And as I mentioned, employment creation is the important one for inclusive growth. My last slide. Role of states in this journey is equally crucial if India wants to be a developed country by 2047. Last two slides actually. Each state should have their own agenda targets. So one of the British economists, John Robinson, said that whatever you can rightly say about one part of India, the opposite is also true in another part of India. For example, whatever you say about Kerala, Northeast or East, they are different. And demographic dividend, the less developed states like Bihar, Uttar Pradesh will contribute more in economic and social development later. Because the share of old age population in Bihar is likely to be 11%, while in Kerala it would be 23% by 2036. So Bihar and all will have more advantage demographic dividend. And median age in Bihar is 23, while in Kerala it is 37. The last one, what are the reasons for India's resilience? There are three factors: political stability, macroeconomic stability, and large domestic economy. Why many countries, more than 100 countries want to come to India? Because we are 1.4 billion population, large domestic economy. Only concern is global macroeconomic and geopolitical uncertainty. So what we want to achieve by 2040 is not unique. Many nations have achieved, like Germany, Singapore, South Korea. So to conclude, India has progressed on many fronts, but of course, first 4 decades we missed some of the things. So we have to build on these achievements and towards a society and economy that is not only prosperous, but also inclusive and pro-nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. By your insightful narration of India's journey from the fragile five to emerging as a $1 trillion economy, from vulnerability to resilience, you have very beautifully embodied the theme of Ecofluence 3.02, Foundations to Future. We are also grateful for your inputs on the Indian manufacturing sector, statewide disparities, country-wise comparisons, and also the way forward through PPP, inclusive growth, and sustainability. We now move forward to the next speaker. It is a privilege to introduce a distinguished economist whose career seamlessly bridged policy, academia, and institution building. Dr. Charan Singh, Chief Executive and Founder Director of EGRO Foundation, the guest of honor for today. Dr. Singh has served the nation in some of its most critical financial institutions, including 2 tenures as non-executive chairman of Punjab and Sindh Bank. His professional journey spans over 4 decades, beginning in banking and evolving into leadership roles at the Reserve Bank of India, where he contributed extensively to economic policy, debt management, and financial sector reforms. Internationally, he has represented India as a senior economist at the International Monetary Fund and has held academic appointments at globally respected institutions, including the UCLA Anderson School of Management, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, Harvard University, and Stanford University. He currently teaches macroeconomics, monetary policy, and global finance at Indian Institute of Management, Visakhapatnam, and Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak. Dr. Singh's scholarly work spans fiscal and monetary policy, banking systems, financial markets, and international trade. He has authored influential academic books published by leading global publishers and has contributed extensively to professional journals and national discourse through reputed newspapers and television platforms. With rigorous academic training from Jawaharlal Nehru University and a doctorate from the University of New South Wales followed by postdoctoral research at Harvard and Stanford. Dr. Singh represents a rare blend of analytical depth, institutional experience, and public policy insight. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome to the Ecofluence stage a thinker who has shaped economic understanding both in classrooms and in corridors of policy, Dr. Charan Singh. Sir, the dais is yours.
So first of all, I want to thank Professor Deshpande to invite me. And when you sent your emissary to come and talk to us with that beautiful packet of sweets, at least I could not dare say it's no. I had to be here. And then the hospitality that was extended to us, he came and met us and explained, so I must thank you. And then the hospitality that was extended to us by your Professor Mansi is unbelievable. Such professional support and taking care of the visitors is very impressive. I'm sure, Dr. Jain, your institution, with India becoming Viksit, will also become Viksit. Because you have such mentors and you have such soldiers, you're bound to succeed. Now, my job has been made both easy and difficult because Chairman Dr. Mahendra Dev has presented such an excellent overview of the Indian economy. He brings with him the wealth of his experience. He has been at the helm of affairs at various institutions, from CSCP to IGIDR, and he's headed the best journal that India can boast of, the Economic and Political Weekly, which has sustained very high standards for a very long time. He has mentored it, changed it, contributed significantly in it, and in his talk, you could see the richness of his experience. So, what can I say after his lucid, rigorous presentation? He has made my job easy. As I said, he has made my job difficult and easy. He has made my job easy by now giving me an opportunity to speak as a professor. He is the chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, and he brings with him the richness. But I am a professor and somebody who has had a very different viewpoint from different angles. I had come with a prepared text of my speech to last 30 minutes. He has to leave by 12:30. I want to leave with him. So I'll speak for about 20 minutes. Out of those 20 minutes, I'll spend 10 minutes in an unprepared speech and 10 minutes extracting from my prepared speech. Obviously, my prepared speech will be more responsible. My unprepared speech will be irresponsible. We are, and why I'm, because I see these young students here, they're full of life and energy. I've seen Professor Mansi. I've seen some students who have come and met me at the airport, at the hotel today, yesterday. I want to share with you the dream which can convert into reality if we work hard. We all have a dream. You took admission in this institution, which is ranked amongst the top 20 in business school, because you had a dream. That dream only got converted into reality because you got the admission, You started sitting in the classrooms. You started listening to your professors. Some of you are working hard. Some of you are whiling away time talking, laughing, smiling throughout your campus days. And the ones who will work hard will make it probably to lead the global firms. As you have taken a dream, our Prime Minister has given the economist a dream. He wants us to be Viksit by 2047. 21 years from today, that is all. It takes you 21 years to take birth and start voting. It takes about 25 years to join a commercial bank and become a GM to start taking decisions. It takes about 25 to 30 years for a young IAS officer to join civil services and become a joint secretary where he can take decisions. And we have only 21 years. Each one of us will have to struggle it out. The Prime Minister has given us a target. And it's a good target, and we can do it. Now the question is, what do we mean by Viksit Bharat? This is the first year when the budget for Viksit Bharat has been announced. Please, in your mind, you can picturize a ladder which has 21 steps. That means we'll have 21 budgets to become Viksit Bharat. The first step this time has been taken. If you read the budget carefully, you will see how beautifully it is designed, and literally it is the first step of the 21 steps to become Viksit Bharat. Last year, the Union government in the Union budget, which is an official document of the government, defined what is Viksit Bharat. They said 0% poverty, 100% quality school education, school, college, 100% skilled labor. Professor Mahendra Dev mentioned about the female labor force participation. When 10 years ago, you look at the data, about 18%. Today, as he mentioned, about 28%. We want female labor force participation to be higher. In the neighborhood, it is 80%. Global average, as he mentioned, is about 50%. We have to be there. We can't waste our female labor force. They are well educated. I see a number of female students here. Your faculty, number of female faculty. We can't let it go wasted. And then, excellent health care. And then, granary of the world, the farmers. Covers the complete gamut. And now, the government can do so much and not everything. The onus is on us, we citizens. If the Prime Minister given us a dream, which is a good dream, the onus is on us now to live it and transform it into reality. To show what I mean, I'm going to share 3 stories with you. The first one, you can say, Professor Singh, are you dreaming? Don't you know the global scenario? Don't you understand the geopolitics? Don't you understand what is happening in America, in Europe? And you're still saying that we can do it? By the way, what have we to do? My per capita income is 2,880. America's per capita income is 85,000. One day I had a bad dream. As a professor, normally, or anybody in the country which is well-to-do, normally would have annual income or a monthly income of 3 lakh rupees. That puts you at a higher pedestal. At IIM Bangalore, when I was a professor, my maid used to come on a bike. I asked her once, why do you come on a bike? She said, there are so many opportunities, I don't want to miss any. And then I asked her, how much do you make in a month? She said 30,000. I, as a professor, was making 3 lakhs, 10% of my salary. America's per capita income is 85,000. My per capita income is 2,880. 10% of 85,000 is 850. I am 3% of America's per capita income. To enter the club of Viksit Bharat, today the threshold is 14,000 US dollars. By 2047, it will be 18,000 US dollars. If I have to grow, you have your calculators, from 2,880 to 18,000 US dollars in 21 years, I have to grow double digit. This is what I have to do. And now the question, Professor Singh, can we do it in this global scenario? I want you to look at success stories, and we can do it. We have the young demographic India. I cannot change the demographics. For next 20 years, 1 crore people will enter the workforce. They are already born. They are already born. They will join the workforce. The cohort will keep moving. I need to create jobs for them. If I don't create jobs, there are enough eagles waiting outside the country who will provide them drugs or ammunition to trouble us. I need to engage them productively, and their productivity has to increase. That's why AI plays a very important role in India, partly which Dr. Mahendra Dev mentioned. I have to engage them. To engage them, I have to grow. To grow, is there a positive story? Yes. As far as Korea, great example, from 1962 to 1989 was growing 8% flat. And please remember, young students, 1962 to 1989, the world was not a bed of roses. We had the oil shocks, we had decoupling of the dollar from the gold, and the world was having many wars, including India had many wars. The world was not a bed of roses. But how did they grow? They grew through strategy. Through passion, through mission, exactly what the Prime Minister today stands for. China, and Dr. Mahendra Dev presented a rare chart, his opening chart of where we were, where others were. It's a very, very powerful chart that he presented. China started growing from 78, and he mentioned we are 13 years late, 78 to 91, we started in 91. China grew from 1980, 78 they started the reforms agenda, from 1980 to 2012, 10% flat. Do you think from 1980 to 2012 the world was a bed of roses? Beautifully explained by Dr. Mahendra. That's why I said after his speaking, what to add. People come and ask him, world is full of uncertainty, and he said, when was it not? Do you think the India, when we had our savings rate, investment rate in the range of 35, 36%, there was not uncertainty? There was. So China grew at 10%. If they can grow, how did they grow? Strategy, passion, mission. We can do the same. I want to share two stories which have been in my psyche for many, many years. The first story is when I was doing my postdoctoral studies at the age of 43 at Harvard. Professor Richard Cooper spotted me in the Harvard campus in the Department of Economics in one seminar. I was asking some questions and he said, Charan, are you from the Reserve Bank? I said, yes. Can we have lunch? Richard Cooper was advisor to President Nixon. I was 43. Richard Cooper was around 77, 78. Over lunch in a plush Harvard club, the only question Richard Cooper kept harping on, why do Americans respect Indians? I was surprised. I said, he's senile. It is Indians who respect Americans. And he's saying, why do Americans respect Indians? 1 hour of lunch was over. Time for dessert. I surrendered. I said, Professor Cooper, I have tried to convince you why India is important. But you every time keep saying, no. Can you tell me why Americans respect Indians? And she said, Charan, it is Pokhran. I'm sure you do not know what is Pokhran. Pokhran under Vajpayee and Richard Cooper telling me, we had the CIA spread in your country. We had the satellite sitting on top of you. And you could still do Pokhran. And worst come worst, we did the sanction on you. Vajpayee was at the helm of affairs, Prime Minister. We did sanctions on you, and it seems nothing has changed. India continued the way it was continuing earlier. What are you? That is why we Americans respect it. Strategy, vision, passion, mission. If Korea could do it, China could do it, we could do Pokhran, we can do Viksit. To reap the benefits of Viksit Bharat, you students will benefit the most. I would be probably in my grave, but you are the ones, your passport will carry strength. Now, challenges, and then I'll close with another story. The challenges. If I grow at 10%, which I'm not growing so far, if I grow at 10%, I will add 2,000, my per capita income is 2,880, 10% of that, 288 I'll add to my per capita income every year. If America grows at 1%, which is not growing, it's growing 2 to 3%, but suppose my curse hits America and they grow only at 1%, they will add 1% of 85,000 is 850. They will add in their per capita income every year $850. The gap between them and me will still widen. So, I'm signing an Indo-EU treaty. Per capita average income of EU is $50,000. in their per capita annually, and I will add 288. The gulf will still grow. That is why some of us economists, including the one which Dr. Mahendra Dev mentioned, we captured in purchasing power parity. In purchasing power parity, we will certainly do better. He mentioned 24%. We are at around 9%, 8 to 9% now. We are bound to succeed, but we need to, and America will be number 3. And going by the calculations, neither America is going to sit tight, neither is China going to sit tight and say, please India, walk over. That's not going to happen. They will also be struggling. And you students need to struggle more than them. Then I'll be proud of my talk today. That it inspired you. It inspired you that now you have taken up the challenge. Let me repeat for the 3rd time. As a politician, the Prime Minister, an experienced grassroots worker, risen to the Prime Minister, not born with a silver spoon. He has given the challenge, he has identified the challenge, we have to rise to it. By the way, are we the only country which is thinking with a vision of 100 years? No. The country which is competing very close to us, including the demographic dividend, is Indonesia. Indonesia completes their 100 years in 2045. They have started developed Indonesia, golden Indonesia in 2019. We started in 2025. As we mentioned, we are 13 years later than China. Compared to Indonesia, we are 6 years later. By the way, their per capita income is already higher than us. And they are trying to enter the world of developed country by 2045. So we are not the only one. There is competition even in that vision. And as you students in your classrooms understand, competition is healthy. Competition is not to deter you. Competition is to get the best out of you. Therefore, take up this challenge. Take up this challenge. And keep in mind, if Indonesian youth can do it, if Korean youth can do it, if the Chinese youth can do it, you can do it. That challenge has to be taken by each one of us. You have seen in my talk so far, I have taken up the challenge. Dr. Mahendra Dev's presentation, he has taken up the challenge. We all have to contribute to Viksit Bharat. The last story that I'm sharing, and then I'll come to my prepared text. Professor Deshpande has been here, and once I spoke to him. Our Prime Minister first gave a call for a $5 trillion economy when he became the Prime Minister and was in grip of the economy. There was a Japanese delegation that came to India. CII Delhi called me from Bangalore. There's a Japanese delegation visiting us. Can you join from Bangalore? The Indian side of the delegation. So I said, going from Bangalore to Delhi takes about 6 hours. From campus to airport is 2 hours. Most of the time we used to miss the flight. Then you take the next flight, 3 hours of flight, then all that. So for 15-minute interaction with the Japanese delegation, you want me to spend 15 hours on the way. Long story short, I went. The delegation was a fantastic delegation, about businessmen from Japan, one professor, 85 years. Now I was 43. The Indian delegation, again businessman, and I was one of the members of the Indian delegation sitting at the corner. deliberations took place, fantastic deliberations. Do you know what Japan is? Japan is that country which was threatening the rest of the world in Second World War. To stop Japan, they had to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Only then they could stop Japan. And Japan rose from the ashes. By 1980, it was overtaking America in growth and per capita income. The Americans and the Europeans couldn't believe. They had to somehow stop Japan from overtaking them. So, Louvre Accord and Plaza Accord were signed. You can Google and see the two accords. The two accords meant somehow slow down Japan. And then the lost decade, and the lost decade, and the lost decade of Japan happened. Professor from Japan, about 85 years, is sitting in the delegation on the other side. He has seen the rise of Japan. He has seen the Louvre and Plaza Accord, the stagnancy and the decline of Japan. And now he's come to India as part of the delegation. So he asked me a question, Professor saying, are you ready for a $5 trillion economy? I had gone from a business school, much younger than what I am today. And I sat up in the chair and said, of course! And he looked in my eyes and said, sorry, Professor Singh. Please remember, I have taken 8 hours to go and be a part of that delegation from Bangalore. And by the way, faculty at Bangalore, and your faculty too, is not sitting idle. They don't sleep more than 5 hours. A very, very hectic workload that faculties have. 8 hours of travel. And he stands up and says, sorry, Professor Singh, no, you're not ready. I was taken aback. What? I'm ready. He said no. Long story short, he told me, your body language, the body language of the people in the hotel where I'm staying, body language of the man on the street, body language of the media and the articles that are coming, body language in the media of TV and the discussions would have been very different if you were growing from $1.7 trillion economy to $5 trillion economy in 5 years. You are not growing. By the way, even today, we are not a $5 trillion. And then he explained, the $5 trillion economy will first happen in the mind of the professor. It will translate into the mind of the student, the PhD students, research thesis, media articles, TV debates. Everybody will think of a $5 trillion economy. How to do it, what to do, how to achieve it. It's a challenge. You sit for this exam and clear it. Have you seen the spring in your step? The day the result is declared, I made it. Similarly, if you know somebody who has cleared a banking exam or a civil services exam, you will find not only the candidate is walking with the spring in the feet, even their dog is jumping with spring in its feet. It's an achievement. There's a strategy. You have succeeded. There was a passion, there was a mission, there was a vision that was given and you have delivered. And the professor from Japan explained it will first happen in academic institutions. The Viksit Bharat will first happen in academic institutions. We will think about it. We will write, we will strategize, we will give suggestions. Then the government, after all, they've given us the target, they will rise to the occasion and say, look, here is a good idea coming from this university for Viksit Bharat. Let's do it. Then our own nominees in the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council sitting will take the idea to the Prime Minister and say, look, an academic institution has done solid work. This is the roadmap. Can be implemented. Some of it will be implemented, some will be left for the next Prime Minister. This is how the whole country will converge to the Viksit Bharat idea. So I want to thank Professor Deshpande and the organizers here to have conceived of this idea. I think I'm badly out of time, but I want to spend 5 minutes on my prepared lecture. You can read for sure, right? So the prepared lecture that I had come was on the digital economy and the journey that we need to take together. As Professor Mahendra Dev mentioned, and I'm so impressed by his presentation that I've heard every word so diligently, I'm so impressed by it. He rightly said we are all today full with AI in our mind because of the conference that's taking place in Delhi. Every newspaper, media is talking about it. I look at it as an opportunity to leapfrog. A great opportunity for us. We are not new to the idea. Narayan Murthy from here has contributed significantly, and our 4 major companies in IT have significantly contributed in computer literacy and digital world. And therefore for us to use this and leverage this to leapfrog into the digital world and from the digital world to a Viksit Bharat should not be a problem at all. Now, in this digital world, we have already established the UPI. The UPI is not only unique to India, it has found people who are very comfortable in using UPI in the rest of the world also. For becoming Viksit Bharat, I will need to have a very developed financial sector. The financial sector works on certain principles. One of the principles is I have to know my customer. And that customer, by the very fact of digital world, I can verify the identity, I can document, prepare documents, I can enforce because you have seen what is happening in DBT. I know exactly where to send the money, how much to send the money. I can enforce contracts far more easily. The second thing is I have to reduce the cost of transaction. The Jan Dhan Yojana and the JAM Trinity has helped me exactly in reducing the cost of transactions. I'll share one anecdote with you. The year was 2006. Dr. Y.V. Reddy was the governor of the Reserve Bank of India. I was heading the research on banking in the Reserve Bank of India. And Dr. Y.V. Reddy, who had coined the term financial inclusion, wanted me to add a chapter in the statutory report on trend and progress of banking in India on financial inclusion. I did surveys on the streets of Bombay, met the Bombay Dabbawalas, met the cobblers, and one unique thing happened. Right outside State Bank of India, there was a cobbler sitting there in Kafkari, straight out of State Bank of India. I went to the cobbler and I had gone in a loose t-shirt and a torn pajama so that he can talk to me like a friend, much younger at that time. I told him, spoke to him about financial inclusion. He had no idea of what happens inside the bank. He told me that the gunman standing there is there to shoot me if I enter the bank. I told him, what do you do? Who's your major client? You are sitting outside here. He said, many people in the slum, in Kafred area, there is a fisherman slum there. And he said, even the branch employees come. They come in the morning, leave their dirty, broken shoes for me to repair, and in the evening they take it back. I asked him, why don't he tell them that he wants to open an account there? He said, sir, they'll kill me. I said, no, they'll not. You just tell them tomorrow. I'll come and see you next Sunday, next Saturday. So I went next Saturday and I met him. He said he mentioned to some people in the branch, but they said, what will you come and do? This is meant for people who have money. Okay. I had interviewed the Kelawala, the one who puts bananas on his head and gives to passers-by. And I asked him, if you are standing here outside the branch, can you open an account here? Next week I went and he gave me the same answer. Then I met a headload worker in Crawford Market, same answer. 2006. Today, the Jan Dhan Yojana, the Jam Trinity, all those people have a bank account. This credit goes to the financial inclusion on a mission mode which was started. Who recommended on the mission mode? Dr. C. Rangarajan. He did a study on financial inclusion and in 2008, and therein he wrote, you have to take financial inclusion on a mission mode, you will convert it. Who undertook that study to implement it? The current Prime Minister. And today, Jan Dhan is a household name. We have reduced the cost of transaction, and by virtue of that, we have added so many more people in the formal world. There are little resources. If you invite me again, I'll give you 45-minute summary of that survey I did. I'll leave you with one question. The banana seller on the street, the headload worker who comes from remote village in Maharashtra, where does he keep the money overnight? Where does he keep the money overnight? Have you ever thought about it? He's selling bananas throughout the day. He goes home only on Sunday. For 6 days, where does he preserve his money so that it's not stolen? I'll give you more stories if you invite me. But right now, I want to close now. So I have reduced the transaction cost. I have added millions and crores of rupees which were lying here scattered into the banking system, where I can decide where to deploy it productively so the economy expands. Digital transformation in the country through the UPI, through the Jam Trinity, can help us leverage in a big way. Like everything, be it just a knife in the hands of a scoundrel or in the hands of a surgeon, makes a difference. AI is exactly like that. The tools, the cybersecurity, the frauds, the tool is AI and digital, but it has the negative side of it, and we have to guard against it. I have explained to you the positive side. We need to strengthen it. We have to be very watchful and balanced in our approach. Last thing I want to mention, and I'm so happy that Dr. Mahendra Dev is sitting here listening. In a young demographic country, as happens with the drip technology, be it for the plants, or be it a drip to a patient which is given, a speed is decided to ensure the best productivity or the fastest recovery. You don't pour a bottle of liquid in an individual just inside. You control the speed. In drip irrigation, you do the same. Flood never helps the plant, but limited, timely water provides health to the plant to give fruits. In a young demographic India, AI can displace jobs. And therefore, like the drip irrigation, we will have to be watchful how much to allow, how much to ensure, so that the jobs are not displaced while we leverage the technology to achieve Viksit Bharat. That is where the expertise is required. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your invaluable words, sir. Your anecdotes on dreams coupled with strategies, mission, passion, challenges will surely render astute insights on understanding the essence of Vikasit Bharat. Thank you, sir. We now move to a special moment in this inaugural ceremony, the release of the book titled Micromotives and Macro Behaviors of Modinomics, authored by Professor Prashant Kulkarni and Dr. Mansi Bansal. I now call on the authors and the dignitaries to grace the dais.
It's been a great pleasure out today to host as part of inauguration two of the key people who have played a very critical part in shaping up the India's economy over the years. Dr. S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman, Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, and Dr. Charan Singh, Founder and Chairman, eGrow Foundation. We have a tradition here of honoring the guests who mark this occasion. It's a momentous occasion for us. We are fortunate that we are going to hear you. I request our Chairman, Dr. Manish Jain, our Chief Mentor, Dr. Subhash Sharma, and our Director, Dr. Ishwar Krishna Iyer, to join us in felicitating our Chief Guest, Dr. S. Mahendra Dev. Thank you, sir. I now request our Chairman, Dr. Manish Jain, our Chief Mentor, Dr. Subhash Sharma, our Director, Dr. Ishwar Krishna Iyer, to felicitate Dr. Charan Singh. Sir. Yes, we would love to have both of them with us for the 2 days, throughout the 2 days, but then both of them have other pressing engagements, so they have to leave back to Delhi later in the day. We thank them once again for being part of this occasion. They have agreed to come around there. In fact, when I first met Dr. Mahendra Dev, I thought I was basically taking a lot of time for his. So we were conversing on almost all the economics topics that we could think of. And it's the same with Dr. Charan Singh. In fact, when the first time I met him, it's almost like the way he spoke, we were veteran, we were talking around for many years kind of a thing, rather than it was the first time. We thank a lot, sir. We hope to have you again with us going forward around. Okay, so thank you. No, it's please be seated on. Please be seated on. Please kindly be seated on. We will basically now proceed with the next part of the inauguration.
Request audience to be seated. Going ahead with the proceedings again, I, on behalf of the IBA fraternity, render a very warm congratulations to Professor Bansal and Professor Kulkarni. Thank you so much. It now gives me immense pleasure to welcome back a scholar who's not only a distinguished economist but also a valued well-wisher of Ecofluence, Dr. R.S. Deshpande. Dr. Deshpande is one of India's most respected voices in agricultural economics and rural policy, a former director of the Institute of Social and Economic Change and Rajiv Gandhi National Fellow of the Indian Council of Social Science Research. His work has significantly shaped debates on agrarian transformation, poverty, watershed development, and rural livelihoods. As the architect of Karnataka's Agricultural Policy 2006, he played a pivotal role in strengthening the state's agricultural framework, directly, sir, humbly requesting us to go stop the, things in praise of it. Yeah. So,
I think I know myself better than anybody else knows.
Definitely, sir.
Friends, it's a great pleasure to listen to two stalwarts and participate in this. Meet my closest friend, Subhash Sharma, and this is an institute where I really feel very young. Therefore, without stick, I can walk up to here. I have many of my friends who have come all the way, and I must thank them on my own behalf because they value my friendship, including Mahendra. He very jocularly said that I am his mentor, and nothing like that. I was a bit senior to him, that's all. Friends, to introduce myself, I am a very indisciplined fellow because the director had asked me, what did you do? ISR asked me. Then I said, I started with physics honors, entered into army, came back because of certain reasons, and the reasons were that I had two police cases. One was burning of a bus as an activist, and the second one was beating a police constable and a conductor. Both cases were very strong, and in IMA, everyone is IIM here, so I got into IIM. In Indian Military Academy, Dehradun, I was getting sleepless nights because my family, you just imagine that you go home or your family is called and said that your boy is here, he is arrested and he has to be bailed out. We will keep him in custody till the bail comes from the court. And okay, you get the bail, family people come, you get the bail and you go home. Will you be welcome? So nice, my child, you did this. Everyone started cursing me, and I thought that if I am in IMA, the case will not get solved and I will be arrested in IMA, which will be really bad. I applied for discharge with false certification, false affidavit, and came back. Did MA Economics, where I learnt only econometrics and statistics, which I taught initially, and then I entered into agriculture economics because of my thesis. I stayed in agriculture economics, a subject which I never studied in my life. And I taught agriculture economics. Also, they introduced me as an agriculture economist. I promised him that I will not finish before he comes. He had gone to washroom. So friends, I came to Bangalore after my PhD, and this is connecting exactly the topic, that is economic policy building and digital, in today's digital context. I came to Bangalore, I did not know, I was from a Mofussil area. I started spelling computer from K, K-O-M. And then something was put on my head that I was research assistant, that you have to go to Indian Institute of Science and process this data. Indian Institute of Science had a biggest computer in, more or less, in the country, one of the biggest. It had a memory of 360 MB, MB, no GB, no TB. 360 MB, and the computer was located in a room which was as big as this, 2 rooms, one half, another half, and nobody was allowed to enter in. You had to punch cards. So you have to learn from the beginning. The moment you get onto your stomach that you have to earn, you have to work, then 5 trillion economy is nothing. If you have to do it, you can do it. So began working there, and within about a year and a half I started teaching. First, because of my physics background, I started teaching computer programming and writing programs. Even today, what I did there in a small 4th generation computer called Galaxy and Spectrum 7. The Spectrum 7 was 13-digit display, and that much is memory. Apart from that, it was 57K, 57 KB. That it's the smallest memory. Within that you have to do it. So how do you do it? You calculate first the mean, keep it in the memory, one memory. You calculate the standard deviation, keep it in another memory. You calculate the product, you keep it in third memory, and then retrieve it and calculate it. This is something, the program has to be written that way. This is something that if you have resources, you need to know what resources you have and how do you use it. And that's exactly economics. That given the resources and given the ends, we need to use the resources in the best efficient manner in order to reach our destination. And that's exactly the thing, that you have a kind of resources today, the kind of software, the kind of hardware, the kind of artificial. There is nothing artificial in artificial intelligence. It's a misnomer. It has to be done by a person. No artificial. It doesn't come from there. It is to be made by a person. And he puts the intelligence in it, and therefore it's called artificially, therefore it's called artificial intelligence. So in order to make the policy decisions, it is essential because in policy we have to use the big data analysis. Big data analysis is something which is very closer to AI. And in the big data analysis, we have to process the data, which is huge. And India has one problem. And it's also advantage. It is a problem, it's advantage. For many years, we posed it as a problem. Our population is a problem. Our population is a problem. But population is an advantage because we have more number of workers than anybody else has. But then, workers need to be given work. So where do we fail? We fail in giving the work rather than saying that it is a burden on us. And suddenly they discovered the demographic dividend. Everything, all arguments changed. Now population is not a burden. Now it is to use the population for the best results. Now how do we use it? We use it with the help of technology. And that's where economic development gets into technology. We teach production function, and you all business students, business management students, you must have seen production function. It's a graph. It's a graph. And the technology shifts the production function. It doesn't go across the production function. It shifts the production function. You get onto a different level. And therefore, technology, whether it is digital, AI or any, it's a shifting of the production function, not going along the production function. That is one thing which will help the aggregate production function of India. The inputs are, usually we take inputs as capital, we take input as labor, we take input as the natural resources. These are the inputs. But then now, there is, and all that we sometimes, that doesn't explain, we put everything into a box or a trash box, we call it as an error because we have missed many. And there exactly we have to work. The entire econometrics is dependent on error. And this is, many people do not understand. They think error is, hey, that's error term. They don't bother about it. So when you ask them, you have the error sum of squares for the equation, standard error of the equation, and you have standard error of the coefficient. What is the difference? They do not know. They have learned econometrics, given the results and all that. This error is the one which needs to be understood. And it's not error. They are leftover variables which make the difference. And among these leftover variables, or among these variables, are very significant ones. Number one, the intelligence and the capability of our workers. That's one. The second is the zeal to achieve. I told you that I got into this, but since from the transition from a strong activist who was on the streets and who had to struggle to get those cases withdrawn, I came to academics and became a nice person. And once I got onto the stomach, I wanted to earn, I learned it. And that is why one has to have that zeal to put the step ahead. India has that. That's what Charan Singh said. And that is something which we need to do it. Something which involves risk, which has in front of them the uncertainties. And the topic of my research during my PhD was uncertainty. And the model built was on uncertainty and risk. And therefore, these are the two components which we have to deal. We have to estimate the risk, incorporate it in the cost, make an insurance premium there. We have to estimate or understand the uncertainty, prepare the strategy in order to deal uncertainty in case we face it. I work on disaster management also. And also the digital economy. Some time back somebody asked me, my professor asked me that he is writing a book, Namaskara. Deepika, one of my brilliant students sitting in front of me. So, my professor asked me that, see, the digital economy is confined only to a class of people. True. How much is it spread? Now, digital economy, the moment we say digital economy, first of all, we define it, what we use. It's not that. Even the mobile is a digital technique. The fellows who never went to school started giving SMS. Nanu barta idini. Kelsa aite. They did not want to learn the alphabets. But the moment mobile came in their hand, they started giving SMS or WhatsApp. Alle nange WhatsApp bantaite. This is exactly the digital technology does, that it pulls you in. I myself, sometimes my mobile doesn't work, I have to go to my daughter or some youngster, hey, no, please look into this, and they repair it well. 15, 16 years fellows are well versed with computers, data. This is something which will take us ahead in order to. And when I say we define economic development, efficient use of resources and efficient to increase the productivity. Efficiency means time productivity. Producing mics within a given time or within a given time. The smaller the time, the productivity is higher. So time productivity increment is something which is the crux of economic development. And time productivity improvement comes only through the mechanical or digital. We assign the works. And that's how the productivity increases. Friends, I think I should not speak more than this. Thank you very much for patiently listening. And I'm sure that you all, the youngsters there, will make it sure that they make use of digital technology in order to increase the time productivity and not wasting the time on the digital technology. Seeing this movie, that movie, you know what happened? What happened in Russia, this, that, or making the AI pictures of someone whom we are interested in, or making the reels, these are not productive professions. You need to get into productive, which will add an increment to the knowledge, or increment to the economy. Anytime you sit, you work on the increment to your knowledge or increment to the total production. With these words, I thank you because we have taken more time, and I think another speaker has to speak, so better I end up here. Thank you.
Thank you for the very insightful address on risk estimation and also bringing out the story and the challenges faced by research assistants. Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce Professor Ravindra K. Brahma, a distinguished academic leader and an eminent voice in economic scholarship. Professor Brahma currently serves as professor and head of the School of Studies in Economics at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, where he also leads the School of Studies in History and directs the Center for Indian Knowledge System. With over 3 decades of teaching experience at the postgraduate level, he has shaped generations of economists through rigorous scholarship and mentorship. A life member and General Secretary of the Indian Economic Association and President of the Chhattisgarh Economic Association, Professor Brahma has contributed significantly to strengthening professional academic networks across the country. His research, published in reputed Scopus and UGC CARE Index journals, reflects a sustained engagement with contemporary economic issues. More than 30 doctoral scholars have completed their PhD under his guidance, a testament to his commitment to academic excellence. Beyond teaching and research, he has undertaken projects for institutions such as the ICSSR and has contributed to policy processes including the State Finance Commission and the Finance Commission of India. His administrative leadership as Dean, Finance Controller, and member of key academic and planning committees demonstrate his wide-ranging institutional impact. An academic who seamlessly blends scholarship, mentorship, and governance. Professor Brahma's presence adds depth and perspective to our deliberations today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Ravindra K. Brahma for addressing the gathering.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gayatri, Madam. And I know that I am the sixth speaker of this inaugural session, and the last one. So, because a student of economics, I know that we know the theory of diminishing marginal utility. So. No, but I am just asking a student, is it so? So, okay, sir, okay. So, I inspired by a speech of Professor Mahendra Dev and Professor Charanjit Singh ji. And Charanjit Singh is saying that he has a written speech and also a unwritten also, and he told some 3 stories also here. So I think I will follow the same, his line. And first I will speak the unwritten one, and I too have 3 stories for you, particularly for the students who are sitting here. So because the Ecofluence 0.30 which we have today, and the objective of this international conference is more or less achieving a Viksit Bharat goal, and on which all the speakers have delivered their lecture here, focusing on Viksit Bharat. So my first story is related to the students, and that is that when the 100th year of independence we will celebrate in 2047, probably we the senior people are not there, and you will see the celebration of 100th year, and definitely we'll achieve the target of the Viksit Bharat also. So that is you who will make this country a developed nation. Why I am saying? Because you know, those who are sitting, the young students and scholars who are sitting in this hall, they are comprise only 30% of this country. Means, I mean to say, that the gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India is approximately 30%. Means, if you look back, those students who are sitting here, if you look back when you are studying in class 1, if suppose 100 students are with you in class 1, then 70 students out of 100, 70 students have no any opportunity to enter in graduation, first year graduation. So because you are 30% cream of this nation, so there is a lot of responsibility on your shoulder also, and that's why everybody is emphasizing on and emphasizing that the demographic dividend and the educated youth which we have in our country, and which we have target to achieve 50% by 2035 gross enrollment ratio in higher education. So there is a lot of responsibility on your shoulder. So that you must have to understand, because you show the path for those 70% who have no opportunity and not entered in your 30% club. So this is one thing which I want to share with you. Another thing, second story which I want to share you, why we will become a developed nation. Because in the same city, Bangalore, when Thomas Friedman came and he visited Infosys, and after meeting then CEO Nandan Nilekani, when he was sleeping in his hotel in the night, so an idea came in his mind for writing a book, which is, the name of the book is World is Flat. In that book, Thomas Friedman writes, just I'm quoting him, that we are today living in a very different world, because our ancestors doesn't have that opportunity which we have today. And what he explicitly writes in his book is that in present world, each one of us having capabilities to fight with, to compete, not to fight, to compete with the rest of the world. And every single person having capabilities to fight with rest of the world. This is what he means by his book, World is Flat. It means if you are alone standing in one side and other side 800 crores people are standing, so you can compete with them. This power, the information technology gives you this power, which is not before available. which is very rightly quoted by Deshpande. So, we have very equal level field. The person who is sitting in USA or in London or in Europe, having the same opportunity, same capacity, like the each person is single person sitting here. So this now, old days are gone, and now the playing field is equal, it is flat. It was not like Columbus said, the world is दुनिया गोल है, but Thomas Friedman said कि अब दुनिया गोल नहीं है, now world is flat, so there is an equal opportunity for you, like the person sitting in the USA or everywhere else. So this is the second thing which I want to convey you, so that you can feel in what kind of scenario, what kind of world we are living today. So my third story, then I will come to my written speech. So third story is, something from that sadhu had sent. So that sadhu said that I don't have anything to give you, but how long you are sitting here and begging? So he said, sir, my father was also sit here, my forefather was also sit here, and this place is exclusively reserved for us. So after hearing this, that sadhu says, have you ever see on which box you are sitting? Have you don't think that you have to open that box and see what's there in box? So, and after saying this, that sadhu is went away. Then after 2-3 days, that beggar, the words of the sadhu clicks in his mind, and that beggar opened that box. So that box is full of jewels, full of gold. So we are sitting on that box actually, and that box have different compartment. One compartment we have opened in 1991 when we introduced this liberal policy, and after that we are continuous opening different segment of that box, and every time we are finding something new in that box, and that box is not full of wealth, not full of gold, not full of jewels. It is full of very enriched ideas also. So that is my third story. So I urge all of you, so open your box on which you are sitting. So please open your box Okay? So now, because I'm standing here on behalf of Indian Economics Association and I'm a General Secretary of Indian Economics Association, so this is my duty and also responsibility to make you aware, what our association is doing. So, our association is something 108 years old. It's formed in 1917 by C.J. Hamilton, and from there after, from 1917, 108 years before, regularly we organize annual conferences in different places of India. And association is proud of having its president. So many renowned persons lead this institution to this height, like Professor Amartya Sen was our president. And you can name any great scholar of who is Indian economist. He is associated with Indian Economics Association, and at present we have more than 15,000 life members of our association. So I would like to name few of our presidents, like Professor C.N. Vakil, D.R. Gadgil, J.P. Niyogi, Professor V.K.R.V. Rao, V.R. Shenoy, A.K. Das Gupta, S.K. Basu, D.K. Laklawala, I.G. Patel, S.N. Sen, M.N. Dantewala, K.N. Raj, V.M. Dandekar, and P.R. Brahmananda, and Sukhma Chakravarti, Alak Ghosh, C. Rangarajan, A.M. Khusro, V.M. Panchmukhi, Raja Chalaya, G.S. Bhalla, C.T. Kurian, T.S. Pakola, B.B. Bhattacharya, Professor C.H. Hanmanta Rao, and including today's chief guest, Professor Dr. S. Mahendra Dev. He was also our president. So we have a very long, glorious tradition. Apart from this, association published its journal, Indian Economic Journal, which is indexed in Scopus also. And from 2023, we are publishing some regularly. We are 4 volumes we are publishing every year. So, in conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to all those who have worked tirelessly to make this event, this conference, success. And I want to thank all the organizing committee members, our speakers, participants, and of course the students. So together let us shape an economic future that is resilient, inclusive, sustainable. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You proved the marginal utility theory wrong. We thoroughly enjoyed your stories, anecdotes, especially the one on the inspiration behind the book, The World is Flat, by the American political commentator Thomas Friedman. Thank you very much. And I hope all the participants would open their own treasure boxes. Thank you for the ideas, sir. I now take the opportunity to welcome a very distinguished academic leader and respected voice in higher education. Dr. B.P. Veerabhadrappa is a dedicated and accomplished professional with a strong academic foundation and extensive experience in his field. Over the years, he has made significant contributions to teaching, research, and academic administration, playing a key role in institutional development and capacity building. It is my privilege to invite Dr. B.P. Veerabhadrappa, former Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University, to deliver his special message. Obviously a short one, considering the paucity of time. Sorry about it, sir.
No, we would have loved to have you for a long message.
Respected Professor R.S. Deshpande, my mentor, all academic friends, Professor Brahme, all our senior friends, I deem it as a great pleasure to address all of you as the former Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University and basically from economics background, as a life member of the Indian Economic Association. Dr. Narayanan is also very much here. I shall be very brief as to how to address the problems of Indian economy. I profusely express my sincere gratitude for having chosen a topic, public sector, financial sector, and social sector, as to how do we be able to look to the happiness of the greatest number in a democratic country like ours. Our Honorable Prime Minister has always been talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Recently in the Parliament, our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was talking about 4 issues as to how do we be able to reach to the poor people and how do we be able to provide employment opportunities to the younger generation, and how do we be able to create social equity, and how do we be able to bring social harmony. As to what are the issues that you really find in the public sector decisions, as to how do you be able to transfer the resources to the public at large. Yesterday, Supreme Court has clearly declared that freebies should be banned. I think that is one important aspect. All the state governments are going for freebies. As to how do you be able to look to the general well-being of the people, as what Pareto really talks about, in the social welfare of the community, the greatest happiness of the greatest number, as what Alfred Marshall talks about, the range of inquiry becomes restricted to that part of social welfare, which may be transferred to the people who really need it, directly or indirectly into relationship with the measuring rod of money. What is it that you really talk about graph? The proof of pudding is indeed in the eating. The welfare cake, on the other hand, it becomes so hard to taste that you must sample its ingredients before baking. Now, what are the aspects that you really find in the classical economists and the neoclassical economists and the welfare economists? How do we be able to convince the present governments, either at the state level or at the central level, to see that this transformation of money from the rich to the poor people has to be possible? There should be happiness, or the smile should be there on the poor people also. Once we are not able to look to these aspects, there is no necessity of any government. Why do you need a government? We need a government for our welfare. If you find that our governments are not able to provide welfare to us, we say that we are denying our commitment to the governments. Our Honorable Prime Minister is talking about artificial intelligence. blockchain, all younger generations, you all know as to how do we really talk about those issues that are very much there, truly from the point of development of every individual in this economy. What is the role of digital economy? What is the role of digital technology? And how do we be able to understand that all these are being transferred to the people at large? What Mahatma Gandhi really believed in, Antyodaya. It should be the happiness of the last person who is poverty stricken, who is not able to find that there are two basic bare meals a day. Do we want to build a country where people are suffering from poverty? Do we want a government to see that poverty is there, people are dying out of hunger? You don't see that people should die out of hunger. What is it that you really understand, that you might have born in poverty, but you should not die in poverty? Why poverty is persisting, particularly in Asian economies? Why not in European economies? Because people are hardworking. If people are not hardworking, if you find that you depend on the government, Make in India, Ayushman Bharat, Vikasit Bharat, all of us these are all our programs. Once we embrace these programs, once we expect that the government should do this, should do that, government may not be helpless. Government will be helpless. It may not be able to help anybody. With such a large 140 crore people, is it possible for any government? You should become the government. You should become an employer. Instead of asking employment, you should become an employer. That is what is very much needed in the Indian economy. That is what is very much needed in the digital century. That's what we really understand. Probably this is one message that I want to give from this Indus Business Academy. I'm very happy that Indus Business Academy is doing a very great responsibility at the global level. All goes to Dr. Deshpande, Dr. Subhash Sharma, Dr. Manish Jain, Dr. Prashant Kulkarni, Dr. Mansi, all of you are doing wonderful work. You take this younger generation to the greater heights. Mera Bharat Mahan hai. What is the country that you really find? It is not just a slogan. If you want it is just to be a slogan, it will remain a slogan only. How you can become Mahan? How you can make India great? It's all in our hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that very energetic and power-packed reflections. I now invite Professor Krishna Kumari Madam to honor our chief guest with a memento.
Yes, as we come to the conclusion of this event, we'll be breaking for lunch now, and we'll be meeting at 2:15 for a lecture on the digital and regenerative by Professor Shishir Kumar Jha, IIT Bombay. As we break for this, we'll rise up for the national anthem. Please all stand up. As we disperse for lunch, the lunch is arranged in Santrapti. Our volunteers will guide you towards Santrapti around. So
Special talk that aligns closely with the evolving discourse of our conference. Dr. Shishir K. Jha is a professor and core faculty member at the Ashank Desai Center for Policy Studies, IIT Bombay, with nearly 29 years of distinguished teaching experience. He has previously taught at the premier institutes like IIM Bangalore, IIM Kozhikode, and Ithaca College. His academic work focuses on evolving data economy, particularly the structural impact of digitization on information flows. His research interests include political economy of data storage, data monetization, digital market competitiveness, venture capitalism, digital identity, and governance. Dr. Jha also played a pioneering role as a national lead in launching Creative Commons India chapter in 2007, contributing significantly to open knowledge and digital policy discourse in India. It is my pleasure now to invite I request Professor Kulkarni to please honor Dr. Shishir Jha.
of course, welcome to the panel discussion, the digital and the regenerative. Now, of course, as a formal introduction was given about Dr. Jha. What I will take for a couple of minutes or maybe a little more Dr. Shishir Jha was, of course, my teacher out. Going back about 25 years ago. I was doing my MBA in those days, and then the ups and downs in my academics may not have been the great day in academics in those days. But then I had to prove myself that I am good in academics. I'm not bad. I had to prove myself. And I encountered sir in the second trimester, I think Indian Society, if I remember right. There were 7 or 8 subjects in the trimester. The first trimester, of course, was good. It had gone quite well. Those days, we had to have absolute valuation systems, getting 75 or something to get an A plus, 70 to get an A, so on and so forth. I got an A plus in almost all the subjects except 2. One was macroeconomics, a subject which I have thought around. Just wait. One was, of course, macroeconomics. I got an A there, not an A plus, a subject which I keep teaching out. The second was, of course, first paper, Indian Society. But when I look back 25 years, these are only 2 subjects I remember. The reason was, and everybody started looking me, what you are there, right? That is where that rigor which sir would bring to the class. So when I introduce him, I think rather than the formal thing, what goes around, it's about the impact he creates. He has created across many of his students, whether it's postgraduate students or doctoral students, etc. Many of them who still fondly recollect him. So it's an opportunity for me to introduce out to him. Whether it is in the area of digital economy, I think I can only think about him. Sustainable development, I can think about him. He was almost teaching sustainable development courses from 30 years ago when nobody was thinking about it. Intellectual property rights, again, my mind goes to him. He's the one who rekindled it. International business, whatever I teach today, the formal training if I've had is by attending his classes. The digital economy course, the MKE course, which I've just begun around, again is modeled on Sir's paper around, which he developed some 20 years ago at IIT Bombay. So multifaceted personality, so it's a great honor that we have him. We have almost about 17, 18 years, I think, since we last visited in IBA. So sir, I think the floor is yours. The topic seems a little complex, but I think I do justice to that. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Prashant. Like many students, they exaggerate the influence of their teachers. But I do remember Prashant would be very vigorous, and I hope he's doing that in class here, that he's very vigorous in terms of questioning the faculty. So I hope you're questioning him very vigorously too. Right. I'd like to thank the Indus Academy for this invitation. I'd like to thank again Prashant for reaching out. As he said, last time I came was several years back. So this is a topic that I have been working with more recently, and I'm going to share some of my thoughts on this, and I hope we'll have some time for some discussion. Right? Okay. So I'm a faculty, as was mentioned, I'm a faculty at the Ashang Desai Center for Policy Studies, which recently started, well, about 2017. We have a master's and a PhD program. And if you are at all keen in public policy, I'd like to invite you to consider, at least maybe for a PhD, at ADCPS IIT Bombay. We have a lot of, I was telling some other people, we have several women candidates who are now part of our PhD program. Right. Okay. So let me begin this. And I just want to, put some sort of definitions across. Obviously, this is not an exhaustive way to talk about this, but what is the digital economy? You could define it in different ways, right? Yes. So basically, let me go one step. So in one way, it's the effective acquisition, dissemination, use, and mobilization of data to create economic value. Right, a simple definition. And when I say regenerative digital systems, what do I mean? Particularly in the sense of it's designed to continuously produce and replenish digital public goods. I'll tell what DPG is about. By improving social welfare, institutional capacity, and environmental sustainability, and data is important, while preserving privacy, democratic governance, and long-term systemic health. So there are a lot of words in that, right? And as I said, this is something that I'm exploring. And last and not the least is a public good, right? An audience like this doesn't need to know what a public good is. But basically, a public good is a commodity or service that is provided without profit to all members of society to enhance social welfare, either by the government or by private entities or social organizations, right? So this is the question I'm going to try and address. So the question that I have for you is, given that very significant public resources are used and collected in creating private digital products, right? Entertainment is a private digital product. Advertisement is a private digital product, right? So given that very significant resources are used in collecting and creating these products, can policy, this is the burden of my talk, can policy interventions yield public value from such an implicable growth of such private digital products, right? So there are two things. digital products all over the place we have, can we create some public value from that, right? This is what I'm going to try and put forward before you. The underlying assumption here is clearly that private digital products can perhaps yield useful public value, right? And this is where I would like you to maybe discuss, contest, argue that it can or it cannot, right? Okay. So, we've talked about data, right? And data has been often been compared to oil, right? What do you see here? Right? You see, right, oil coming out, right? And you have a lot of data from another pipe, right? Which commodity is more lucrative and why? Right? As a student of digital economy, the transition that has happened from early 2000 to the next decade, a dramatic, unprecedented change in the way the economy has been thought about, right? And that's why the digital economy and AI, etc., is that, we are talking about it in everyday terms. So, just one example, ExxonMobil, right? It was the #1 ranked in the New York Stock Exchange in 2000, right? And for the longest time before that. Its ships can carry 2 million barrels of oil with daily revenues of about $850 million US, right? No peanuts, right? Considerable amount. And it was earlier alluded to already, the amount of data collected daily is in now, right, not MB or not GB, but in terabytes or zettabytes. So, just one quick slide to give you a sense of the unprecedented change that has happened the last, 15 years. So if you look at the market cap, in 2005, I'm looking at US in particular, ExxonMobil and General Electric were the highest ranked companies, right? In 2005, 2010, there is a shift. You see these new big tech companies coming in. And, the writing on the wall is clearly, subsequently is much more clear after that. All these companies, Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, ExxonMobil, right? If you go from 2005, 2010, 2015, 2025. Which companies wiped out? Right. ExxonMobil, yes, but also many of the manufacturing companies like General Electric, etc. So this is just one indicator. It's not the indicator. Just to give you a sense of the sweeping change that we have encountered in the last 20 years. Right? I don't want to dwell on this too much, but what I'm saying is there is an unprecedented shift in the nature of the economy. Okay. So, coming back to this question, how do we get, value out of either oil or data? And with Venezuela in the international arena, right, we are still talking about how to get some value out of Venezuelan oil, which is of a different quality than Russian oil. But here is the shift in the way that we have refined these two commodities, right? If you look at all of these companies, right, many of these are household names now, well, in fintech and health tech included, right? The amount of data that is being collected, which I gave you an earlier indication of, right? This is an everyday, 24/7, 365 days in a year, this is happening, right? And this is now common sense. We participate in it every single day. The raw material supplies, this is the free data that all of these platforms are eagerly engaging with. This must be procured at an ever-expanding scale. Ever expanding and an ever intense scale. Okay. So, what we see all around, just a structural transformation of the global digital economy. Global internet users have increased by the billions. Annual data creation is increasing. Global e-commerce sales. So there is no parameter that is going the other way around. Okay. The consequences, some implications of this is that the digital infrastructure is now one of the foundational elements for the economies and for public service. Data is becoming increasingly a strategic economic asset class, and platforms, are the key drivers of this change. Okay. So we have, if you just think of the data extraction process, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to get to my point very soon. Basically, the point about the public value nature. So what you have, and this is also spelled out in your DPDP bill and other parts of the world, you have data principles, which are most of us, individuals, right? We give our data away, right? And we give it almost, often to data fiduciaries, who are the platforms. India does not have as much of a market of data brokers, but Europe and US has, but these data brokers are basically buyers and sellers of this data. And what important thing is data processors, right? These are the hyperscale or, many of them have, for instance, AWS has its own data center, but it also processes data, right? So this is how data extraction is happening, right? So I'm just thinking one way of perhaps, reimagining what is happening with our data is that it's almost like, this analogy may or may not work with you, but it's almost like bytes of data that are endlessly being extracted from each one of us on a daily basis, right? Petabytes of socially, culturally loaded info being collected, right? So these are not innocent data bytes, right? It is loaded, it has profiles, right? I just thought I'll put this imagination before you. Okay. So how do we use private aggregated digital data to create public goods? By private aggregated digital data, what I mean is basically, I'll give you an example, right? All our cities are facing enormous congestion, right? Everybody feels really quite worried because you have to come from Bangalore airport to, downtown Bangalore. And it's a 2-hour drive. If you're lucky, yesterday we were lucky, we did not encounter too much congestion. Or even my, IIT Bombay is about 8-9 kilometers from T2 airport in Mumbai, right? But even at 11:30 p.m., there are days where it takes, for that 9 kilometers, it takes, more than an hour. So congestion is increasingly a fact of life for most of our cities. You name a city and there's congestion. Right. The question before us is how can digital data perhaps address, not completely remove this, but perhaps address some of this question about congestion, which is removing congestion, I would argue, is a good a digital public good, right? Improving traffic, improving the flow of traffic. So for instance, you have your, this is something that is being done in other countries. India has not yet really taken strong steps towards it. I'll give you some examples, however. But just a quick example, if Ola, Uber, Google, etc. were to combine the insights about flow of traffic, it's possible for the city of Mumbai or the city of Bangalore or Delhi or whatever it is to be able to understand which direction is there greater flow of traffic and be able to maneuver traffic in other directions. So they are trying this, for instance, in our neighboring countries in Southeast Asia. Right? Grab is a taxi well known, for instance, in Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, they're already trying this. Right? Here is an example of Global Forest Watch. This is an initiative by Norway. Right? What Norway does is that it, I just mentioned to you, deforestation is a major driver of climate change, right? So what Norway is doing is that basically it is providing, free imagery of forests all over the world. Now, what will that do? Right? If you can capture the imagery of forests all over the world, does it help in creating a public good? Right? Perhaps it does, right? So it wanted to reduce tropical deforestation, provides free high-resolution satellite imagery of all tropical forests. 97 countries and 37,000 individual global users in 158 countries. It funds and provides global tropics with satellite imagery, Data is processed and distributed via open platforms used by governments, etc. Right? Remote forests become visible. Countries pay for verified results. Thousands of users innovate. Corporations are monitored. Indigenous land is monitored. Right? So this is a simple example of just the fact that Norway thought that we can create, with our satellite imagery, a protection of forests all over the world. Right? Arguably, for me, this is a public good that is being created, right? And through the help of digital technology. Let's look at some other examples. I mentioned Grab. Right? So Grab transforms road trips into aggregated mobility indicators. So this is aggregated. You must understand, if you are examining or comparing aggregated versus individual. So there are no concerns about privacy loss here. Right? This is not about individuals moving, say, from Powai to Mulund or Powai or wherever is your neighborhood, close over neighborhood in Bangalore. Right? So at the aggregated level, how many people are moving from location A to B, B to C, C to D? Right? So what this platform is doing through the help of Grab is pick up and drop off. These are all very low-hanging fruits, right? It seems surprising that we have these solutions, but we are not really using them as much as we could, perhaps, in India. So, trip duration and reliability, road speeds, congestion profiles, all of this is the trajectory data is collected via driver's Grab app, reported at intervals of 30 seconds, including latitude and longitude, instantaneous speed, etc. Right? And Singapore is the one which is using this very often. I mentioned Thailand, I mentioned other countries, Indonesia, etc. Right? So one can learn signals cycle patterns by combining historical patterns and real-time traffic inputs. Right? And this has not solved their entire problem, but if you have been to Thailand, there's a different way that traffic flows. Right? I think perhaps sometimes we have to learn from our neighbors how to engage and negotiate traffic. But again, a low-hanging fruit, the collaboration of many platforms together with the intervention of the government as creating a public policy framework. If you can collaborate and aggregate this data, you can create a public good. Right. Okay. So this is more of that. Basically, routes were determined using a crowdsourced request plus anonymized public transport data. And this has proved to be very useful to these countries. The last example, and I'll move on. This is closer home. And something that has emerged called Bharat Connect. I'm not sure if you know about this. Conceptualized by the Reserve Bank of India and operated by NPCI. And it says very clearly, privacy preserving aggregate platform data. Right? Again, the emphasis is not on the violation of individual data, but privacy preserving. So it functions as a digital public goods side data infrastructure, collects transactional metadata without exposing individual identities when anonymized. Right? It centralizes bill payments into a unified platform, improving transparency and oversight. And it's an integrated nationwide bill payment platform. Allows for interoperable bill payments, generates large structured anonymizable data, and RBI is able to study many of these behaviors. Right? So again, not rocket science, but most of the times in public policy, we learn it's the coordination cost, which at the end of the day is what prevents many organizations from coming together. Right? And if these organizations are not coming together, we have, sometimes in social science, we use a term called anti-commons. Right? A commons is not being created because individual entities do not want to come together to create that solution. Okay. So if this was possible, and it is already the case with Bharat Connect, with our neighbors in Southeast Asia, with Norway, right? What is perhaps some impediment in this, right? And I'll share some slides and then we'll close. So our platforms, for instance, what is happening with our platform? Just a few slides. So data and information has increasingly become central to government's capital, labor, and customers, right? There's a long decline in manufacturing profitability. Capitalism turned to data as one way to maintain economic growth. So after the 2007-8 financial crisis, you could see more and more shift towards data. So platforms are basically multi-sided digital platforms, right? Digital infrastructure that position themselves as intermediaries. And they seamlessly, most brilliantly put together this artifact, if you will, which allows for people to interact with each other, right? The platform owner, the service provider, the customer, right? If you will, insurance providers, all of them. And it's so convenient, so we are all attracted. Right? So digital platforms have seamlessly combined many functionalities, raw materials, our everyday behavior, venture capital support, right? They can go decades perhaps with losses. There are these multi-sided, as I said, seamless platforms. And increasingly, we have more and more of these services which are being provided to us as consumers. Okay. So technology is really quickly closing the gap between decisions made by consumers and the satisfaction of those choices. Okay. Machines are better at immediacy than people are, not to mention more productive for both routine and abstract tasks. That's why digital world has really taken over. Big tech companies particularly is where we need, this is my argument, this is what I said in the very beginning, right? If you need to create these public valued goods, big tech companies need to have some intervention. Now we are not talking something very unprecedented again as a solution, right? In your previous era, right, if you go before the digital world, right, you had so many situations in which government intervened to create the commons. So government intervened to create public domain. Right? One example, for instance, which is again not practiced as much, but compulsory licensing. If the price of a drug becomes very exceptionally high, the WTO and IPR TRIPS rules allows, to the extent possible, that you intervene as a government and make sure that the drug is available. Right? So this is government intervening to create a welfare product. The welfare product is a drug. Right? Cancer drugs are like, each drug is perhaps 1 lakh or more per sort of injection, etc. Prohibitive. So there is a history where the government needs to or feels like intervening at serious occasions to create these welfare goods. So what I'm trying to say is that with the enormous amount of data available in these platforms, is it possible to be able to use that data to create better public goods, right? It seems at one level a no-brainer of sorts. But this emergence of big tech is either scaling into a monopoly position and the intense rent extraction escaping market pressures and feeble policy regulation. Right? In the US, the policy regulation is mild. Europe has more of it, GDPR. But in most places, the policy is at least 10 years behind the technology. By the time you catch up, it's already well entrenched. Right? And many of these big tech is not really about ownership, it's about control. Right? Ola and Uber do not have any assets. Right? Uber, when it got actually launched, it had the highest sort of valuation as a startup, about $89 billion. Right? So a company without any asset, compare that with a General Electric, compare that with an ExxonMobil, and you wipe them off the economy entirely without any asset, right? How has that really been accomplished? So it's more about control than ownership. It's more about capturing data from all sources and the data accumulation. And we know global data centers are springing up all over the place. So what do we do with the data that is being accumulated? Each one of our apps, if you open up, will have at least 100 apps to begin with, right? Not less than that. I probably counted, I had 150 apps. And each of those apps, if you're not meticulous enough or careful enough, is leaking some information. And these apps are redundant in the same thing. Shishir Kumar Jha's profile need not be captured by 100 apps and be stored in a data center. It doesn't make sense, right? Just one or two slides and I'll end here. So brick and mortar world is littered with examples of private entities creating public goods. However, we've barely scratched the surface with the digital firms creating these digital public goods. We need to examine risks of relying on a private platform for critical digital infrastructure. And the same thing goes with AI. Right? The dependence on enormous power being vested in private hands. I'm not saying they will not do a good job, but the point is, at the end of the day, a welfare question. Public policy around is a welfare question. Right? So there are risks involved, platform lock-ins, business model misalignments. These are details that one can perhaps discuss separately, right? But so my point is basically, as I said, is how can we rethink the use of considerable amount of data being collected, right? Blindly, mindlessly, can it be repurposed to something else? Thank you so much. True.
Metro, there is no common. Automobile industry is the biggest lobby. Similarly, do you think India would also be having lobbies which are preventing the mass creation and utilization of
Absolutely. There's no ambiguity about what you're saying. Right. But we have, we have moved around that sort of impediment earlier, right? The 1970, 71, I guess, the Process Patent Act, right? When we were importing more medicines than, Pakistan or other neighboring countries, right? And our import prices of medical drugs is very high. So for 25 years, when we had Process Patent Act, until WTO intervened, and then it aligned ourselves with the global agenda, right, TRIPS, etc. But we created, and we've still, are the beneficiaries, each one of us in this room, are the beneficiaries of relatively inexpensive, right, drug prices. But that came about only through a government intervention of process patent. And process patent was not India's gift to the world, right? The Western world has used process patents when it found it legitimate to use it. So I agree, yes, but public policy is always filled with those, difficult choices to make. But my point also repeatedly is that there's enormous, resource. It's not that private companies are going to hand over this data, right? That's why it's non-rivalrous, right? We have an advantage. It's not like your necklace is going to be handed over to somebody else and I'm left without the necklace or whatever. It's a non-rivalrous good. You can have it, but at the aggregate level, you can share it, right? And you can actually make an argument as a private big tech saying that my data is actually helping solve your, everyday governance problems. Actually, it will help you improve your image in the eyes of the ordinary person. Yeah. Yes.
Your attention towards the principle of exclusion and free rider. Let me draw your attention towards the principle of exclusion in public goods and the problem of free riders. I don't know how these digital tools handle these problems when there is digital divide in our country.
So I didn't get the relation between free rider and
How it tackles?
No, I'm just asking you, what is the relation between free
No,
rider
no, no. This platform is okay. It is making revolution in the Indian economy. There is no doubt in it. But how this platform is handling the problem of exclusion in providing public goods and tackling the problem of free riders in public goods.
One is the possibility of free riding and how do you alleviate free riding.
That's right.
Second is, yes, there could be a possibility of people getting excluded from it.
Because there is digital divide in the system. Most of the rural people are not get acquainted with.
I think we are not disagreeing really, because my point at the end of the day is that the platforms should be part of the solution rather than the part of the problem in a way, right? Part of the solution is that, well, if the data that they're aggregating all the time, if that data can be utilized, and we can talk about different ways, it could be fintech, health tech, it could be, several areas. So at the aggregate level, if that data is used with proper safeguards, with the government coming in, the private players can actually reap some, windfall or dividend, right? Which actually decrease inclusion, increase inclusion. So actually my argument is in support of the fact that the private players should have some intervention against them. That's my point. So I, in a way, agree with you. Yes.
How can the degree of risk can reduce?
Risk for whom? Yeah, so quick response to that. The question was, how do you perhaps decrease the risks involved, right? So risks involved, one is, for instance, that at least right now where my thinking is that the data should not be given to one single government entity, because that raises all kinds of other questions, right? Can it be, so two things, can it be, for instance, retained in, what should one say, it doesn't have to be controlled at one center, it's decentralized. So you can create a system with decentralized data sets, right? So you're taking care of the problem of the fact that no one entity has control over that. And you can access data from these different centers, right? If you can do that. So first problem is that you overcome the centralization problem. Second problem is basically, either one of these or all of these, that how do you create a culture of organizations which can, for instance, look into some of this data, aggregated data, and provide solutions. So you could have startups looking at this data and providing governance solutions. So that is how, but you need to have important safeguards in place, that this data is not misused, right? For instance, if it is known that Powai has, this is where IIT Bombay is, so I'm coming back to Powai. Powai has better nutrition than the neighborhood, right? There should not be some use of this data against another neighborhood, etc., right? So there are concerns about that, but at very basic level, one can argue that this will provide some input to the, BMC or whoever is the municipal commission, etc., to be able to provide those solutions. Toilets, waste management, all of these can be addressed, I think, at some basic level. But we can have a more, longer discussion on this. Sorry, yes.
Sir, this is Dr. Sivasubramanian from Kusajayanti University. I would like to know, in terms of creating this digital public goods, how it could be applicable for certain cases in terms of pure public goods. If the government wants to provide pure public goods.
Can you give me an example what you have in mind?
Pure public good in terms of providing free rice. It's a pure public good. Providing street light, providing roads, streets. How we can provide with the help of either private entity or along with the private and public or PPPs. how it will be implementable? Is it possible to implement with the entity of the private sector to provide the pure public goods?
See, the internal functioning of how it's provided is a matter of the nature of the good that you're providing. Right? So one cannot spell out very clearly which of the players will be left out or be brought in. Right? So just some loud thinking here, for instance, right? There is an increasing concern in India about the diet of young people, right? Or, for the sake of matter, young or old, right? Now, our platforms, Swiggy, Zomato, etc., which has a greater amount of delivery from younger people. But principally, it's possible to say that one can, across the city, across certain neighborhoods, figure out that, well, what kind of food, etc., is really on the top, right? And accordingly, as I said, one has to be careful that it's not used against that neighborhood, but accordingly, one can at least have a sense over a year time, or 2 years, or 3-year horizon, that government knows that this is actual data on the ground that they're getting. Because we do not have any other source of this data, whether it's traffic, whether it's your nutritional data, whether it's health tech, This data, I think, is the source for a lot of experimentation. And RBI also showed you an example of what they can do with all of this interoperable nature of that data, right? The insights that one can get, right? So I come from a political science background, so I don't have that a very effective technological answer to what will be required, algorithms and software, etc. That is an important part. But what I can say is that this resource is very rich, and it's something that the government is allowing it to slip by. Yeah.
That is what the main argument is. It is again benefiting the somewhat who is in the higher segment of the society, but not addressing exactly the poorer sections.
Not entirely. I mean, I gave you food, maybe one example, you're right, but traffic is not, traffic would affect everybody else.
Yeah, those who are going for cycle or two-wheeler may not affect much, but those who are going for four-wheeler may affect. That's what my differentiation is. It is helping the higher segment of the people, not in the lowest.
Yeah. So I think you're right to point out that there are limitations of this, but what I'm saying is the journey should start for us to even make the difference in that direction. Yes?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you so much. I want to know why we are not having a plethora of digital data platforms in India. Digital data platforms in India. If you compare with other countries, you find there are many. One thing, their depth is so much. They are very extensive. You write a paper, you get a sample of 1 lakh. Of different countries in different groups, all kind of things. Here you have the famine. One. Number two, and that is very important, with the public or private, they maneuver the data. Digital data from 1 year to another year, from one day to another day. It's not correction, I think, but there are cases when there is a purpose, I think, purposefully it has been done. How to check that?
Yes, I agree. The digital world is full of, many more challenges than your brick and mortar world. How trustful is the data? How accurate is that data? These are things that require a much more careful. But see, if you compare ourselves with GDPR, right, in some ways, not in every way, but GDPR, at least in the European context, is thinking very carefully about the value of the data. Right? And somehow we feel at this point my only humble thing is that can we start even in this journey, right? Because we have not even begun to think that this is even possible. So that's why we're more humble sort of presentation for today.
So my question, I think, is it that it's not, rate of the ROI is very less? What are
ROI for whom?
ROI for the data platforms. Why are they not coming? What is the reason?
So they will not come forward by themselves. No manufacturing, no drug manufacturing company would have come by itself to say that we are okay for compulsory licensing. So there were interventions by the government to say that the welfare good has to be produced.
That's a public thing
yes.
from the supply side.
Yes.
What is being done so that we can ask them, because that's all.
It could be CSR. Who knows?
CSR is too small.
You're right. We could think of incentives from the private sector.
CSR. Okay. I think it's a very interesting.
I think it's a very interesting discussion now, but then I think we're also running out of time. We also work with the current constraints now. So if you can take this discussion forward out, maybe we can have a lot of discussion out maybe later in the day or through the forum. Thanks, Arun sir, for the very wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for also giving a very interactive session. I now request Kulkarni sir to felicitate our guest and his teacher. Sir, I'll ask the volunteers to begin. Your mobile? This is also yours, sir. Please make the arrangements. So the next session is a panel discussion on development economics, experiences and emerging trends. I now present the members of the panel discussion. Dr. M.H. Suryanarayana, member, Committee on Regional Inequalities in Karnataka, Government of Karnataka. Mr. Ashok Dalwai, IAS, Chairman of Agricultural Commission, Karnataka. Dr. Lalan Prasad, Retired Dean, Department of Economics, Delhi, who is joining us online. Dr. Baswa Prabhu Jirali, CMDR, Dharwad. Dr. Suresh Agarwal, Visiting Professor, Institute for Human Development, New Delhi. Dr. Deepika MG, Professor from Alliance University. And the session chair for this panel discussion would be Dr. S. Narayana, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, D.G. Vaishnav College, Chennai. I now request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Members for the panel discussion. Professor M.H. Suryanarayana, a distinguished development economist with an outstanding academic and policy career. He holds an MA in economics from the University of Kerala with first rank, an MPhil from the Center for Development Studies, and a PhD from the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He served as a full-time professor at the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai from 1999 to 2021. Professor Suryanarayana has held prestigious international positions, including visiting fellow at Yale University, senior economic advisor at UNDP in Brasilia, fellow at the University of Pavia, Italy, and the Indian chair professor at King's College, London. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. M.H. Suryanarayana, sir. Ashok Dalwai sir is on the way, and I take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Lalan Prasad, who is joining us online. He is an eminent academician whose career reflects intellectual distinction and institution building at the highest level. Born in Varanasi, sir is joining us online. He has joined us. Born in Varanasi and educated in Banaras and Chandigarh, Professor Prasad was awarded the gold medal from Banaras Hindu University for academic excellence. He earned his PhD from Punjab University, where his work was adjudged to be of outstanding merit. Internationally, he served as professor at Moscow State University, further expanding his global academic engagement. He has also held leadership roles as director of APJ Institute of Technology and Management and as vice chancellor of Jaipur University. Currently, he serves as chairman of the Kautilya Foundation and contributes to several governing councils, continuing his commitment to scholarship and public thought. An accomplished Hindi poet and writer, he is also the recipient of numerous literary and academic honors. Professor Lalan Prasad's journey exemplifies scholarship, leadership, and enduring contribution to higher education. So we welcome you to the panel discussion, sir. We have online Dr. Vinayak Sridhar Deshpande, who is a distinguished academician and higher education leader with over 4 decades of experience in teaching, research, and university administration. He currently... He's not here. No. He's online. Only Lalan Prasad sir is online. He currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of G.H. Raisoni University, Amravati. With 30 years of teaching and experience, he has mentored 33 doctoral scholars and contributed extensively to academic excellence. His work includes over 100 research publications and books in economics and management. He has also participated in national policy consultations, including those for the 15th Finance Commission of India. A recipient of the Dr. R.P. Parnekar Economics Award, he continues to contribute meaningfully to academy and public policy. I now request Kulkarni sir to felicitate Dr. Vinayak Deshpande. Dr. Basavaprabhu Jilli, who is a distinguished academic and researcher, currently serving as professor and director at the Center for Multidisciplinary Development Research and ICSSR Research Institute in Dharwad. He completed his graduation and postgraduate from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and earned his PhD from the National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal. With over 24 years of experience in teaching and research, he has held significant academic positions, including professor and head of the Department of Extension Education at Banaras Hindu University. A recipient of the Best Teacher Award, Dr. Jilli continues to contribute meaningfully to research, academic leadership, and knowledge dissemination. I now request Professor Mansi to present the sapling. I now take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Suresh Chand Agarwal, retired as Professor and Head of the Department of Finance and Business Economics at the University of Delhi. He is currently serving as a visiting professor at the Institute for Human Development. He was awarded the ICSSR Senior Fellowship 2018-19 and served as the Principal Investigator for E-Content Development of Postgraduate Courses under UGC's EPG Pathashala Initiative. Professor Agarwal has worked with the International Labour Organization and has been an external consultant to the RBI and Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. It is a privilege and honor to have you here, sir. We now present the sapling to sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I take the opportunity to introduce Dr. Deepika NG, a distinguished economist currently serving as professor in the School of Economics at Alliance University, Bangalore, who is also a student who was the brilliant student of Deshpande sir. She holds a PhD in economics from the Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore, and brings nearly 2 decades of teaching experience across MBA and PhD program. Her academic expertise spans micro and macroeconomics, research methodology, international trade and WTO, platform economics, and behavioral research. Her research interests focus on development economics, sharing and gig economies, labor law, poverty, and microfinance. She was also a visiting fellow at the University of Groningen under the Erasmus Mundus program. Recently, she completed a major ICSSR-funded research project on sharing economies, contributing significantly to contemporary economic policy discourse. Pleasure is ours, ma'am, to have you here. I now request Monsi, ma'am, to present the sapling. And the session chair is Dr. S. Narayanan, an accomplished academician currently serving as assistant professor in the postgraduate and research department of economics at Dwaraka Das Govardhan Das Vaishnav College, Chennai. He completed his PhD from the University of Madras with a highly commended thesis on the evaluation of higher education loans from public sector banks. He currently serves as associate editor of The New Economist and has contributed to conference publications of the Indian Economic Association. An active academic leader, he has organized more than 25 national and international conferences and workshops. He is a recipient of the prestigious Kautilya Award from the Indian Economic Association for his contributions to economic sciences. Privileged to have you here, sir. I now call upon Mansi Madam to present the sapling. I now request Dr. Mansi Benzol to set the tone for the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all. I welcome you all to this session on development economics, experience and trends. In the digital era, development is no longer measured only by growth figures. It is shaped by how technology public policy and social realities interact to influence livelihoods, equity, and opportunity. Development has fascinated economists from Lewis to Amartya Sen to Rodin and recently to Piketty with his canvas on rising inequalities. Numerous perspectives emerge, all with one goal: how to ensure welfare maximization of the society. To add, Shamika Ravi's recent paper shows simple but profound insights on the changing rural consumption. Today's discussion will explore how development economics is evolving in response to rapid technological change and shifting labor markets. It will reflect on the changing dynamics of labor and the regulatory and welfare challenges they pose. The panel will also engage with gender and welfare economics with a special focus on women in the informal sector and the ways digital transitions can both empower and exclude. Equally important is the lens of rural economics, where digital access, financial inclusion, and public policy interventions are redefining development pathways. In addition, there are fundamental questions that can be raised on how poverty is measured. In the absence of consensus or imperfections in measurement of poverty, for instance, there would be obviously question marks on the efficacy of the policy. This panel brings together distinguished speakers whose experience and insights will help us understand emerging trends, policy responses, and future directions in development economics. We look forward to a rich and thought-provoking discussion on how economic theory and public policy can work together to create more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development outcomes in the digital age. Now, I would like to call upon the session chair of the panel, Dr. Narayanan, to facilitate the session. Thank you.
We have to go there. A very good afternoon, distinguished panelists, respected colleagues, and dear participants, my dear students. A very good evening. Good evening. First of all, a thanks to the Indus Business School for this giving academy, for giving this wonderful opportunity to be with us here. A special thanks to the Indian Economic Association for collaborating on this very, very important conference. Special thanks to Professor Kulkarni sir, as well as Mansi ma'am, and a bunch of students who are giving their life towards this conference. A good round of applause for all the students, committee members, for making this a very grand success. This entire 2 days program, I feel that, this session is going to navigate these very, very important areas. The public policy mainly focuses only on development issues, and we are going to touch about all these issues. As already Mansi has set the tone, just few remarks. From there, we will just move on. As we all say, whenever we talk about India, we will say that India is one of the fastest growing economy. We are the 4th largest growing economy. Over a period of time, we have 500 million people out of this poverty, certified by the United Nations, dimensional programs and other things. And when we talk about all this, which certainly sounds something great, but alternatively, when you look into this deeper dive towards all this developmental economics, that teaches us more about look beyond all these aggregates. Go a step ahead and look into all these aggregates. When you take this UNDP's Human Development Index, India ranks around 130 out of 193, which majorly focuses on sectors like health, education, and global development. When we talk about this global hunger index, where we stand in terms of ranking 111 out of 125, when we touch about this World Happiness Index, in terms of World Happiness Index, what is the ranking in India? We have been one side, we have been very good in terms of GDP, in terms of economic growth, sounds really good, no doubt at all. But at the same time, there are few areas where we need to critically look into it. Positive side, there are many to share. Like say, for example, when you talk about this Global Innovation Index, India sounds really good. India is in the top 40. When you talk about this climate change performance, India is really good. India is topping the chart somewhere around 23rd. So when we look into this, both the side, it really matters. And very, very importantly, when we touch about this agriculture sector, nearly 45% of the workforce, 45% of the workforce contributes nearly 15 to 16% of the GDP. The structural imbalance from the productivity enhancement needs to look into it. Very but where we stand in terms of nutritional condition. So there are few areas where we need to deep dive over all that. Public expenditure in terms of health, where we are. In terms of GDP, we are contributing somewhere around 2 to 3% in terms of health sector alone. And today we know where the world is moving towards it. And very, very importantly, when we talk about this demographic dividend, and today by 2050, nearly 1/5 of the population will be in the age group of elderly category. So how we are going to resolve all these issues? And very, very importantly, two important indicators. One is about this corruption index. We are in terms of 93 out of 180 countries. Transparency index, we are 79 out of 142 index. So this index reminds us that institutional quality remains central to sustaining development gains. So this discussion, we are going to have a deep debates on developmental economics like growth versus distribution, innovation versus inclusion, demographic dividend versus demographic risk, sustainable versus vulnerability, economic scale versus human capability. Developmental economics is no longer merely only about this talking about income level alone. It is about expressing our freedom, strengthening our institution, and building resilience. There is no doubt we have a wonderful panels with us, and we are very fortunate to have our extraordinary panel member, Dr. M.H. Suryanarayanan sir, widely known for his various research in public finance, and currently the member of the Committee on Regional Inequalities, Dr. Ashok Dalwal sir, currently the chairman of the Agriculture Commission, and also very, very importantly, nationally recognized for the lending the landmark initiative of doubling the farmers' income. Dr. Lalan Prasad sir, very good evening to you, who have been connected with us on the online mode. Dr. Vinayak Deshpande sir, Vice Chancellor of GHR University, is actively engaged in discussions on NEP and Vikshit Bharat 2047. Dr. Basaprabhu Jiralji, we welcome you sir, from the Center for Multidisciplinary Development Research, Dr. Suresh Agarwal sir from the Institute of Human Development, and Dr. Deepika ma'am from the professor at Alliance University. Our panel today represents the three critical pillars of development: policy, theory, and implementations. So today's discussion is not about what was happened. Today's discussion is more about what must happen next. With this, I now welcome Dr. Vinayak Deshpande sir, the Vice Chancellor, to share his views on national education policy. Before this, a small request to all the members. Sir, we will schedule like this. We will have a 10 to 12 minutes of schedule, first round of schedule. And there are two presentations. The presentation we will keep at the end of the program. Is it okay? It sounds okay? So we'll have an extempore presentation followed by the PPP presentation. Yeah. Okay. I can understand, sir. Sir is also requested that he wants to take a flight. That's why. First we will then. Dr. Lalan Prasad, sir, is it audible?
Okay.
Thanks very much, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sir, please, over to you.
Thank you so much, and extremely sorry that though I feel like staying, I have to leave by 4 o'clock. Dr. S. Narayan, chairman of this panel discussion. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I am really thankful to the organizing committee of Ecofluence 3.0, especially Dr. R.S. Deshpande, who is mentor of probably everyone sitting here. Friends, I am really thankful for inviting me to become the part of this conversation on such a vital topic, and I am thrilled to be here and hope to learn. Honored to have been invited. The topic which is assigned to me is relating to economics of education in Indian universities under NEP 2020. Friends, I'll just put some bullet points in order to save the time, and then if there are any questions, then we can have discussion relating to that. We all are aware about the fact that over the years, with all our difficulties, we have done some remarkable things, and in the morning session, we came to know that how India has achieved progress in a specific period of time. So we retained the freedom of our country. We preserved the unity of India. India remained united for more than 75 years. We preserved our diversity, strong federalism, and we achieved modest economic progress. However, everyone who is in the field of academics talks about desperate crisis in higher education especially. So whatever the greatness we find relating to the education sector, it is all determined by average and it is not by the best. So we find that there is islands of excellence floating on the sea of mediocrity, and therefore in general we are aware about the fact that our society values education. It has respected learning, it has respected scholarship. Parents, they sacrifice enormously for giving education to their children. And Indian families, we take education very personally. So at any cost of time, country cannot sacrifice quality and quantity of education. So we are a country where people value education and especially higher education. So expanding the capacity to accommodate demand for higher education is the biggest challenge which every one of us is facing. And National Education Policy 2020 is born out of that kind of dissatisfaction with the present and is governed by an urge to improve this education system further. So an innovation addresses an existing practices with intent to improve its functioning. And there are, I would say, different ways of looking at the existing practices. So education, we all try to point out that it increases human capital in the labor force, and ultimately that helps to raise the wages. Workers who can read and write very well are more productive than workers who cannot, and therefore substantial private returns for people who undergo the education. Social return from education, as Michael Kramer's O-ring model gives us an idea that how education can derive the benefit, not purely in terms of economic, but in terms of social also. So education we consider as an investment in human capital, and what are some of the ways that all of the discipline can work together to defend and fight for the importance of knowledge, research and critical understanding, which is one of the important dimensions of this national education policy, where we are expecting that now these disciplines will not operate in silos, but they will come together and there will be interdisciplinary kind of activities. And of course, in this process, university, it has a responsibility to understand that community is not the part of alone as a university and education sector, but there is a direct connectivity with the community, and therefore universities, they have to consider that they are the part of the community and the community is also part of the institution. So that human connection is going to be more important, and as we have seen in the morning, and then Dr. R.S. Deshpande also pointed out that how artificial intelligence is going to play an important role. So in the phase of artificial intelligence becomes important those things that are mostly human, and therefore I feel that social sciences, arts, humanities should be the main actors in this process of revolution which we are talking about. And university has to demonstrate that it is indispensable, and that is the role which we have to play. So whatever the work we do, that needs to be visible, and we all understand the value of work, but the work needs to be visible, and it is not sufficient just to do the work. And that is how we can project that how university system is important. And of course, academic freedom is necessary. That is necessary to have the critical thinking and to have creation of new knowledge, imagination, to think beyond the constraints that are imposed upon us. So we all have to think collaboratively, and that is the purpose of organizing probably this kind of discussion. And therefore, what I feel that traditional education system, which was based on transferring information from teachers to students, that is now has changed, and university has to become the producer of information. And for creating information, that is a need for working hand in hand with industries. As far as economics of education is concerned, I should give you one or two important guiding points. One is for research, 0.05% of GDP, that is the amount we are spending, that is public funded. World average is about 0.4%, and therefore we need to scale here research percentage by factor of 8. And I think that is the most minimum necessity in order to have the strong education sector. So spread of education, foundation for countries' access without quality is almost no access. And if we see, I'll just make two important points and then I will stop for the discussion. We have the number of students from India going abroad, that is increasing rapidly. Let me tell you, roughly, there were 50,000 in the year 2000. Now in 2023, that number has increased to almost 9 lakhs. So 50,000 to 9 lakhs, that is how students are moving out of the country. And it is estimated that in 2023, 30% go to US, 25% go to Canada, 20% to UK, and 10% they are going to Australia, New Zealand, and these countries. So average expenditure, if we consider, that is in terms of fees, $30,000 per annum. And therefore, Professor Deepak Nair, he pointed out that Indian students overseas, they spent about 27 billion US, which is almost same as India's foreign exchange earnings from tourism, which we got in 2023. And therefore, this kind of migration also needs to be considered when we talk about the policy framing as far as the education sector is concerned. So out of 1.5 million students in US, more than 1/4 are from India. And we have to remember one thing, that they no longer return to India after completing their education. And therefore, when we talk about the national education policy, we consider that how skill development is necessary, how working together is necessary, how we can face the challenges of artificial intelligence. And therefore, I feel that social sciences, humanities, they must play an important role, because the problem is we feel proud that human intelligence, the way machines are behaving, computers are behaving, they are behaving like human individuals. But friends, I feel that humans, they should not behave like computers. And if that happens, then probably there will be chaos in the society. And therefore, many a times we talk about artificial intelligence, and probably we are not aware about what is natural intelligence. And whatever the foolishness we find, is it natural intelligence? And when we talk about artificial intelligence, is it something different? And therefore, we have to find out that how we can train our students, how we can train their minds, how compassion is important, how one must understand the agonies of the other. I think these are the issues which are more important. Technology and all the science and technology department, they will take care of artificial intelligence. But probably we have to find out how we can give importance to the literature, to the humanities, to the social sciences. I feel that matters, and that is more important. And therefore, in this education system, we'll have to develop that kind of consciousness when we make use of technology. R.S. Deshpande sir pointed out about the use of mobile. But I think while using mobile also, youngsters, they should have that kind of consciousness. And I remember beautifully Gulzar Saab narrated that how the changes are taking place in our new modern society, where students are making use of mobile extensively. उदास फिरता है मोहल्ले में बारिश का पानी, उदास फिरता है मोहल्ले में बारिश का पानी, कश्ती बनाने वाले बच्चे मोबाइल से इश्क कर बैठे. And that is how you find that because of this kind of modernization, we are not giving importance to our technological development. So friends, the last point which I would like to make, that why is it with a country of 140 crores that we should have a nationwide shortage of masons, plumbers, a certified electrician, and therefore education in our country needs to be considered as a means of advancement, and let us not reduce it to something where it will be available to the people already advanced. And therefore we talk about inclusive kind of education, with the help of which we are trying to improve our gross enrollment ratio in higher education up to 50%, which is now around 30%. And therefore, to have the higher GER, what kind of infrastructure facilities we have to provide, that also needs to be studied in detail. And as far as the 2047 is concerned, and as pointed out earlier, it starts from the academic institutes, and therefore our academic institutes, we have to prepare them in order to face that kind of challenges, in order to have the rate of growth, which we are expecting that every year economy should grow by 8%, and that is possible with the help of the academic institutes, researches which will be conducted in the various fields. I think I should stop here, but if there are any questions relating to that, I'll be happy to answer. Once again, I am thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Mr. Ashok Dalwai sir has joined us now. It is my privilege to give a short introduction to him. Mr. Ashok Dalwai is a senior Indian civil servant and a leading expert in agricultural policy and rural development. A member of the Indian Administrative Service, Karnataka cadre, he has held several key administrative and policy positions at both state and national levels. He served as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Rainfed Area Authority and later as Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farms Welfare, Government of India. Notably, he chaired the Committee on Doubling Farmers' Income, where he led the formulation of a comprehensive strategy to enhance agricultural productivity and farmers' earnings. Mr. Dalwai has played a pivotal role in shaping reforms related to agricultural marketing, irrigation, value chains, and agri-exports. His work emphasized income-centric policy, design, sustainability, and structural transformation of Indian agriculture. Recognized for his visionary leadership, he continues to contribute We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, the Vice Chancellor, GHR University, for delivering a wonderful lecture on economics of education, where he covered about this contribution of GDP in terms of research, in terms of students' percentage over a period of time towards international global institutions. He started up talking about skill development, absolutely, I can understand that, this is one of the pertaining topic. Many of the youth here is having a lot of question about this. This is something a hot topic where everyone wants a clarity in the next few years. Sir, out of curiosity, on behalf of them, I'm just coming with one simple, sir. Kindly, you need to give a clarification so that everyone will be very happy to know about this. When we talk about this NEP, we talk about lot about NEP, and often there are few states they are not following it. And one side, we are ensuring that this NEP will ensure more about quantifying that skill enhancement. And other side, when we look into this in broad of examination point of view, or in percentage of any qualifying examination, say for example, a NEET or whatever we saw, most of the institutions, now the trend for example, I'm just touching about this NEET as an example. There was a concept where children needs to go to the school subject needs to be covered. End of the day, they need to have an examination. By qualifying the exam, they will go for a higher studies. Now the trend has been changed. There are n number of private institutions in India having a full-time coaching center where they are directly giving that what exactly needs to learn. End of the day, how much needs to be scored. So now our question is, we are talking about skill empowerment, skill enhancement in this NEP. Other side, the entrance examination where students needs to mug up and go for the examination. What is your call, sir, and what is your guidance on this, sir?
Hello. Thank you so much, Chairman sir, for your question. There are two aspects of that particular question. One is relating to, in general, what we have been observing, that when we talk about NEET and other kinds of examination, you will find that earlier there used to be the decentralization process, and education comes under concurrent list, and therefore states, they used to play an important role. But now with changing circumstances, what we have been observing, that slowly this education sector is also getting centralized, and therefore you have the national education policy, and states, they have of course freedom to implement, and therefore some states you find that they are implementing, and some states are reluctant to implement national education policy because they feel that there are certain problems relating to it. Of course, I would have discussed it in detail, but because of paucity of time, I may not be able to cover it. But as far as the skill part is concerned, there the credits which are given, it is now going to be 60-40. So in order to have the more and more skill development, you find that it has become the part of your regular mainstream credit giving process. And the objective is to improve these skills. But when we talk about skill development, we have to find out that basic objective is that industries which are recruiting our students, they should not again bear the cost of training those students, and therefore that needs to be mapped in a careful manner, that what kind of skills we can provide to our students of management, to our students of economics. In the same manner, when we talk about IKS or Indian knowledge system, we have to think that what kind of Indian knowledge system we can provide to the different kinds of students. It cannot be the blanket kind of curriculum which can be framed. So if you have economics, then relating to the traditional ancient knowledge of Chanakya Niti or other kinds of things that need to be provided for the specific subject. And therefore, when we talk about skill development, our experience is traditionally you find that skills got developed in country like India. And now if you want to develop it, for that proper mapping is required, and states will have to play a major role as far as the implementation of national education policy is concerned. The last point which I would like to make, universities which are established at different places, the objective is that students should be able to find out that what are the local problems and what local solutions can be provided with the help of the research activities that can be conducted in those universities. Now, because of standardization of the system, many a times we find that universities are located in that area, but problems relating to that area are not solved our universities are not capable to handle those problems. So I always feel that if there is a university in Gadchiroli, then problems relating to the travel areas, they should be able to handle, provide solution with the help of the university researchers. That should be the part, local problems, how it can be handled. But unfortunately, that is not happening, and we have the standardized pattern of education, and therefore, sir, I feel, to answer your question, that states, they are having this particular trouble. Because every region, it has its own difficulties, it has its own problem, and they always look for the solution to the academic institutions. And I think that part needs to be considered when we talk about the implementation of national education policy. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause to Vinayak, sir. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have, yeah. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Lallan Prasad, sir, Dean, Retired Department of Economics, Delhi, to please deliver your lecture, sir. Yeah, sir, please.
Yeah, Chairman, Session Coordinator, Dr. Bansal, panelists, the theme of my talk will be Indian economic transformation from the subsistence to a fast-growing one. Well, the journey of Indian economy from borrowed to indigenous policies, we will be dealing mainly with that. The economy grows when policy measures are effective, rooted in the soil of the country, oriented to the welfare of the people at large by developing all sectors of economy, agriculture, manufacturing, and services. For years after independence, Indian economy was managed by policies borrowed. I would like to emphasize it. Policies borrowed. Monolovich model based upon Soviet planning system and major role for public sector. Socialistic pattern of society, import substitution, and closed door for the foreign capital and technology. And imposed policies later in 1990s when India was almost bankrupt and India had to go to IMF and take heavy loan. So then we were to follow the dictates of the IMF. I'm not saying that all these policy measures were harmful. What I would like to emphasize is that some of the things which should have been changed after having the fruits, we continued for a very long time. For instance, we followed Marlowe's model. Yes, it was good in the beginning, but then we closed the door for the foreign capital and foreign technology. That was very harmful. Similarly, our attempt to forget Gandhi and base ourselves mostly on Marx and Lenin, it did pay some dividend in the initial years, but later too much of interference by the government resulted into the license laws, and we know that the results were not as expected. The results have been far from satisfactory. It took more than 60 years to reach 10th position in the world economy and remain a low-income poor country and negligible share in the international trade and commerce. And I remember in late 60s and 70s, there was a remark by the economist that while East Asian countries were tiger, loan from the International Monetary Fund. The growth rate accelerated, which was earlier hardly 3 to 4% in most of the years. It went on 6 to 7%, in some years even 8 to 9% and so on. But there have been a lot of problems, and we know why the UPA government ultimately was toppled. There was too much of corruption, 2G, 3G, 4G, and so on, and so many. The economy, the economic wealth being drained out by the people at the top. Now, we had no other alternative but to evolve our own policy. And the best way was to learn from what our ancestors, what our policymakers in past, in ancient period have taught us, particularly the great economist, political economist and strategist Kautilya. And Kautilya's economic philosophy, though not openly said that we are following it, but in fact, we started following most of the things which Kautilya said. And the economic policy broadly changed from what it was there for the last 60 years or so to a new path. Now, ancient Indian economic wisdom and Kautilya Arthashastra. Let me start with the famous sloka of the Kautilya. Sukhasya moolam dharma, dharmasya moolam artha, arthasya moolam rajya, rajyasya moolam indriya jaya. The happiness stems from dharma. And dharma is not in that narrow sense of religion. It is doing one's duty honestly and effectively. Then dharmasya moolam artha. Dharma stems from the earth. That is what is normally what is said in the language, bhuke bhajan no hoi gopala. When unless you have capital, unless you have wealth, it is the wealth which multiplies and creates wealth. So capital, the puji, is a must for development of economy. Then arthasya moolam rajya. It is the responsibility of the state to create wealth to begin with. And how the state creates that wealth, it is only through proper utilization of the resources of the country and following a policy which accelerates the growth process of industry, agriculture, services, and welfare of the people at large. There are many aspects on which Kautilya has dealt with. It's not possible in such a small time But some of the things I would like to mention, Praja Sukhe Sukham Ragya. The happiness of the king lies in the happiness of the people, the happiness of rulers. The course or the treasury is the main source of your creation of wealth. So how you are going to strengthen your treasury? How are you going to have more capital to be invested into the economy? Something by saying in Hindi, I think you would not like mind. अर्थव्यवस्था के विकास के लिए पूंजी आवश्यक है. सरकारी खजाने में उत्तरोत्तर वृद्धि, कर प्रणाली ऐसी हो जैसे फूलों को कस दिए बिना भौरा शहद निकालता है. मंत्रियों प्रशासनिक अधिकारियों का आत्मनियंत्रण, प्रजा के हित में राजा का हित, स्वच्छ और पारदर्शी प्रशासन, भ्रष्टाचार, राजकोष के अव्यय और गबन के लिए दंड व्यवस्था, प्रशासनिक पदों पर नियुक्ति का आधार योग्यता, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार संधियों में राष्ट्र का हित सबसे पहले, राष्ट्र के नियंत्रण में उद्योगों का संचालन और प्रबंधन, उन्नत कृषि के लिए सिंचाई के साधन, अच्छे बीज की उपलब्धता, किसानों, मजदूरों, वृद्ध नागरिकों, महिलाओं और बच्चों के भरण पोषण, स्वास्थ्य और सुरक्षा राष्ट्र की जिम्मेदारी, समर्थ शासन द्वारा राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि उसकी सीमाओं का विस्तार और समृद्धि के प्रयास. ये this what Kautilya said, and this has been the basic Indian economic philosophy, and you know it was this philosophy which has put India on the top of the world at one time when it was called Sone ki Chidiya and so on. Now the new policy resulted into the structural and economic reforms in the last decade, which have been important, due to which we are now in a position to reach fourth position in the world economy, and we are heading towards third very soon. Financial and banking sector reforms took place. The insolvency and banking code were created. Then fintech revolution came into India, and financial services have been a lot of financial services now banks are giving. In terms of demonetization, government took this step to flush out the black money from the economy. The taxation reforms included the simplification of the income tax rules, and also reduction into the slabs and the taxes, direct taxes. And the biggest tax reform was the GST, which brought all different taxes being charged in states and central into one net of GST, the indirect taxes. And as we can see that the realization for indirect taxes have increased many times more than what it was earlier. Then JM Trinity, that is what we call the Jan Dhan account, which government allowed with zero balance for the poor people. Then Aadhaar was introduced for identification of the citizens as such, and for KYC and other things. And then mobile connectivity, which facilitated direct payment to the beneficiary, which earlier was going through middlemen who used to take a lot of money from that. And we all know what the Prime Minister at one time, Dr. Rajiv Gandhi, said, that out of 1 rupee, only 15 paisa is going to the public. So that phenomena has been sealed now, and there is a direct payment to the people. Then ease of doing business, government has abolish almost the license Raj, and then one window policy for foreign investors. And India is now at the 64th position, which it was about more than 100 positions earlier. Then manufacturing and infrastructure, there has been a
respected Professor, sorry for interrupting.
Step taken with
Respected Professor, I'm really sorry for interrupting, sir. An humble request, sir. Can you just take 2 minutes to conclude? It's not good to say, but pardon me. Can you just 2 minutes to just summarize and give your concluding remarks about this Indian economy transition, sir?
Well, I would like that. India is now leading in the world, and UPI payment system is one of the biggest payment mechanism in the world now. Investment, in terms of investment, domestic investment has gone much further, much ahead, and as we know that our stock exchange, the shareholding in stocks in the shares by common people have increased tremendously during this period. And as far foreign investment is concerned, it has more than doubled in the last 10 years. Then resource allocation, as you might have seen in this current budget, capex have been given priority on capital investment for infrastructure, and this is going for the last few years. And the result is that infrastructure development has taken place very fast. Then fiscal control and consolidation. We have been able to control the budgetary deficit. This year it is now expected only to 4.3%, and earlier this was much higher. And then another achievement has been inflation has been broadly controlled. Then a decade of fast economic growth, I will just put the points very hurriedly. GDP from 2.2 to $4.2 trillion. India's ranking in world economy from 10 to 4th. Forex reserve from $300 to $700 billion. Poverty eradication, 171 million people lifted from extreme poverty. Export from 470 to $825 billion. Food production from 257 to 357 million tons. Ease of doing business ranked 142 to 63. National highways built from 91,000 kilometers to 1,46,000 kilometers. Railways, 31,000 kilometers of new tracks laid. 40 kilometers of routes electrified. Indigenous Vande Bharat fast trains introduced, and the world's highest arc bridge at River Chenab built during this period. Air transport, 88 new airports, heliports and water drones built, significantly enhancing regional connectivity. And air travel has been made, have been facilitated for also those who put on chappals, as we said. That is, common man has now been, is now able to travel by air. Seaports, 166 projects modernized under the Sagarmala scheme, adding 230 million tons per annum capacity to bolster maritime trade. And mobile manufacturing, a revolution. India transitioned from import dependency to become the world's second largest manufacturer, with production value surging from rupees 19,000 crores to over rupees 4 lakh crores. Energy production capacity expanded from 249 gigawatt to 476 gigawatt, heavily driven by substantial growth in renewable energy sources. And the last point I would like to give, that still the economy has to go a long way. Regional disparities exist. There are some states which are very highly developed and there are others very lagging behind, they are backward. Income inequality is glaring. And as it is said that a very small percentage of people hold major portion of the India's wealth. And that is how some people also call that we are heading towards a billionaire economy where millions are still poor. Structural disparities exist between agriculture and industry and services in the sense that agriculture has not been given that much of attention.
Professor?
The poverty still is rampant in rural areas and so on. Then limited access to quality education and health services, about which some of my previous speakers in the session have spoken. There is a gender gap. Women are paid less for the same job than the men, and the women's participation in economic activity is still much lower than in most of the advanced countries. Millions still undernourished and below poverty line. And then environment pollution and degradation is a major threat to the economy, and it has increased the cost of medical services for common man. We have seen what happened in Delhi recently. Air quality index has gone beyond 500.
Respected Professor.
50 in Western advanced countries. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
I've taken more time than you. Sorry for it.
Sir, thank you very much, sir.
To answer any questions which you might be raising.
Yeah. Sir, as we are running out of time, still 5 more speakers are there. If time permits, at the end of the program, we can have the question and answer, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Lalan Prasad, sir, for delivering a wonderful, insightful lecture on Indian economy, transformation from a subsistence to the growing era. So thank you, sir. Now I'm moving upon, I now request Dr. Ashok Dalwa. Dr. Ashok Dalwahi, former IAS officer, IPS officer, currently the chairman of the Agriculture Commission Karnataka, and is nationally recognized for leading the landmark initiative on doubling the farmers' income under the government of India. His expertise lies in agriculture policy, rural transformation, value chains, and farmers' welfare reforms. Dr. Dalwahi has played a pivotal role in shaping India's agriculture roadmap towards sustainability and income enhancement. I now request you, sir, please.
Just remind me a little bit. Yeah, I think they're already very tired and they're about bored. Would you like to listen or you would like to walk out? Yeah, then please sit down then. I will try and make it interesting. Please sit down. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so this whole theme is about development, economics, experience and trends. And when you talk about such a vast canvas, it becomes very difficult for any speaker to be very precise and confined to the time limit given. If you're asked to speak on one particular component, maybe that's easier, but even that's very vast. Let me try and paint a contour of the experience and trends of economy with respect to India. Let's go back to 1947. We had just emerged as a baby nation. We had the baggage of vivisection of the country, where millions of people had migrated from in 2 ways. So there was a big relief, rehabilitation and resettlement baggage that India was carrying. The poverty was stark. We had just come out of the famine of 1944, where once again millions of people had lost their lives. The first economic survey, in a way, was by the grand old man of India, Dadabhai Nauroji, in 1868. Dadabhai Nauroji was not a trained economist, but he did make an effort to indicate how the British rule had been draining our country of its wealth. You would be surprised to know that the per capita income of the undivided India. Are you boys interested? Would you like to listen here or you want to go out? If you want to listen, don't talk. If you don't want to listen, you are free to go out also. Okay? Yeah. Let's not disturb anybody. Okay. So the per capita income in 1868 was rupees 20 per annum. And the next economic survey towards estimating the per capita income of the country was by none other than the founder of our institute. Our senior Dr. Deshpande also is here. Institute for Social and Economic Change, Dr. V.K.R.V. Rao. He is called as the father of national accounting income statistics. In 1931, in his essays on the income, he said, or he estimated, that the per capita income of the country was rupees 64. This was in 1931. In 1947, when we started getting down to preparing our first budget, the GDP of our nation was rupees 28,769 crores. That means around 29,000 crores. With 36 crore population, with a wealth size of 29,000 crore, just imagine where India was. The second one, which you must all remember, the young students, that India was now setting an example to all the colonized countries of the world, not just for India. There were two choices before the founding fathers of our nation. Either we opt for democracy or we opt for totally controlled country. The entire Western society, including the British, felt it is preposterous for a diverse country like India with such poverty, illiteracy, to opt for democracy. Yet, the founding fathers, influenced by Mahatma Gandhi and others, they opted for democracy. The British said that within no time, Winston Churchill particularly said, it won't be more than 5 years when we see a divided India, and that's what they wanted. So in a way, India was a precocious child that opted for democracy. Whereas countries like China, USSR, and many other newly emerging countries all opted for command and control style of society. Now, under democracy, we wanted economic growth. If we wanted a rapid economic growth, then the choice should have been non-democracy. But here, given the diversity of religions, diversity of cultures, diversity of languages, and vast nation that had come into nationhood for the first time in a way, we may have been civilizationally one, we have been culturally one, but the modern concept of nation, what is called a Hobbesian nation, you know that Hobbesian political scientist who said a modern nation has got one uniform government. It has got uniform law. It has got governance structure. And that kind of a nation was for the first time being into existence. Now that particular society, opting for a rapid economic growth under democracy was extremely challenging. but that India opted for that. Now, those nations which did not opt for this, there has not been one single nation which has remained safe, except for China, in a way. Russia, USSR has broken down, Sudan got divided, many African nations divided, many nations have gone into military dictatorship. Our neighbors, Pakistan and Bangladesh, are the best examples. But the experience for all of us of development is to remember that India opted for democracy, India opted for a very nourished economic growth, and we have remained one. And today, India is a robust democratic country, a shining example for the entire world. Winston Churchill has been proved false, and poor Britishers are left languishing, seeing India grow. Now, let's come back to economic growth. What has happened to economic growth? Yes, from 1951, we had the planning era, till 1991 almost you can say. Now, economic growth was slow. But then economic growth was slow because it was participatory in nature. Democracy is a participatory approach. Under democracy, there are too many pulls and pressures. The people are asking more and wanting to give less. People want taxation concessions, but few people want to give taxes. So under this system, there are too many demands, and therefore government, any government for that matter, is expected to provide some kind of a acceptance to the demand. And that slows down the whole economic process. But suppose we had said we don't want this, we want an autocratic system where I don't care which state is asking for more money, which community is asking for more money, which language people are asking for more money, then we may have broken up. So there was a kind of a reconciliation, a harmonization between economy and democracy. Now every nation has its own approach. China, for example, China, 90% one community, Hun community. Homogeneity is there. India is not a homogeneous country. Culturally we are homogeneous. Civilizationally we are homogeneous. But at the ground level, we are not homogeneous. Therefore, there was in a way, according to me, a merit, notwithstanding the slow economic growth, that we preferred to consolidate ourselves as a democracy, consolidate ourselves as a nation, and then we got ready to leave the past and embark upon a rapid economic growth. Now, 1991 is a watershed, yes. But as some people said, it was not that we relied upon IMF. When 20 tons of gold was taken out of our bank's RBI vault and taken to London Bank, it was not to sell it. India has always been a very good nation. We always borrowed, we continue to borrow like any other nation. India is one nation which has never defaulted on payments. In 1991, there was only one crisis. That crisis was we were not in a position to pay our debt. So then Prime Minister said, come what may, India shall not default on its payment. And therefore they said, let's go and keep this 20 tons of gold, 20 million, right? Whatever, I forget the correct figure, 20, right? Yeah, tons of gold there, and get the money, and we shall get back the gold later on, right? And that's what India did. It brought the money, paid the debt, and then it embarked upon reforms. And thanks to Narasimha Rao, a very visionary leadership, I must tell you, and a great political thinker looking back now, with the support of a great economist like Manmohan Singh, they embarked upon a path-breaking economic change. But only thing you must remember, the seeds of liberalization were not sown in 91. The seeds of liberalization were sown in 1980. But the then governments did not have the full courage to totally break away from the socialistic pattern and embark upon a new marketed economy. That may have been a mistake, looking back now, because every decision in hindsight is very easy to talk about. A decision to be taken today is the most difficult decision. But tomorrow you can say, no, I should have done this. So come what may, in 91 we got a jerk, and therefore we embarked upon reforms, and our economic growth shifted from 3.54% curve to the next trajectory of 7%, 8%. The second thing that all of us must really laud our nation is, though there were changes in the governments, ruled by different parties, all parties, they were wedded to the same economic reforms. 91, the new government come in 92, 95 another government, 2001 another government, but all governments, with some changes, have always committed themselves to the growth transition. The first generation of economic reforms happened in the 90s, under Narasimha Rao, followed by a series of governments, of course. And then second generation, very important reforms happened under Vajpayee ji, where the second generation, Ms. Vajpayee, supported by the finance minister, Ms. Sinha, have done a great job. And as far as agriculture is concerned, which has still not gone through the full reforms, even that particular sector had some winds of reforms in the Vajpayee government. Okay? And then, of course, after that, we have got third generation reforms, and it has been growing. Yes, now Indian economy is growing at 7 to 8%. If we want to be a Viksit Bharat, by 2047, when we complete 100 years, we must consistently grow at an annual 8% growth. Unless we grow at 8%, we will not be able to become a middle order country. And hopefully we will do it because we got that foundation strong now with infrastructure. If we want to grow at 8% economic growth, but simultaneously to see that there is a spread, economic growth without egalitarian sharing, distribution is not a good growth. Then we may grow economically, but if you're not distributing the wealth, then there'll be fiscalist tendencies. There'll be ruptures in the society. So we have to ensure that economy and welfare go hand in hand. That's the biggest challenge in any country, particularly in India. The Western economies, for example, are strong there. They're managing because they're a very small population country. They're a homogeneous society, but not India. Therefore, India has got that particular challenge in the future to have economic growth and simultaneously to ensure distribution of wealth. If we need to go at 8% growth every year, then we have to adopt a very new approach. So the new approach has to be that we need to create jobs. Without jobs, there cannot be welfare. In the absence of job-led growth, the welfare of the people will have to always depend upon distribution of the concessions, subsidies, etc. from the government, or what is called a welfare package. But how much can any government afford to keep distributing that? And that's also not in sync with the dignity that human beings want. Therefore, the future economic growth has to be that it has to be based on creating jobs. But there are two challenges. I would now end up my speech by saying the challenges to economic growth where it is led by jobs is that unlike the Western society in the 19th and 20th century, they had access to resources all across the world. They had captive markets, so they could produce and sell. But today in the 21st century, there is competition between and among countries. Every country is growing. So if we want to capture the markets at the global level, if we want to join the supply chains of the global order, then we have to be quality conscious. We have to be competitive in terms of prices. So that is one challenge. And the challenge is being exacerbated by the climate change, where climate change impacts every sector of production, whether it's agriculture, non-agriculture. So climate change is a big challenge to the modern world and India in particular. Secondly, the bigger challenge will come from the labor substituting artificial intelligence. The emerging suite of technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sensors, robotics, all these things are very efficient but extremely labor substituting. Where you required 1,000 people, you'll require one person today. So in a country like India, where 64% of 146 crore population is working population, that means between the age of 15 and 64, demanding for a job, how are we going to create jobs? That is the biggest challenge. If artificial intelligence is going to substitute everything, then how do we provide jobs to the people? So economic growth that's going to happen, yes, we will grow at 8%, but are we capable of creating gainful jobs for our people? That's another challenge that you all have to address. Unless we take care of this job creation, will not be able to distribute the share of wealth. So that is very, very important. Associated with this is that one anomaly of India has been, maybe it happens with all laggard countries, that we sort of jumped the gun. Let's take the telephones for example. We shifted from no telephones, without landlines, to suddenly mobile phones. Most of us have not seen landlines. Today, India has jumped from agriculture economy to service sector without passing to the manufacturing sector. The classical economic model, development model is that you grow from agriculture to manufacturing to services. But in India, since 1951, our manufacturing sector has not been able to catch up. Today, if you look at India's economic structure, 19% GDP from agriculture, 27% from industries, manufacturing, and as high as 57-58% from services. Now, services, jumping the gun is a mature sign, but it is immaturely mature for India. Well, I said we need jobs. Maximum jobs are created in the manufacturing sector, not in service sector. So now how do we ensure that our manufacturing sector becomes robust? Now, manufacturing sector, the production of steel, coal, power is one. But we have now come to the orange economy. That means electronics, digital semiconductors. These are the new things where you need innovation and manufacturing. So the challenge before all of us is, how does our young population remain innovative? Unless you are innovative, you are not going to support manufacturing sector. So there are new challenges, and the experience is so much. The trend, yes, we are doing very well. If you look at our economy today, for example, we are though IMF says that there is a vulnerability of getting to debt trap, but still we're out of it. And in order to see that we're continuously out of debt trap, because we're also borrowing a lot of money, but ensure that economic growth is more than 8%. Unless we maintain that economic growth above 8%, we will not be able to repay our debt. We can again get back to 1991 situation. So please remember that we need, yes, we can borrow the money. Borrowing for what? Is it to distribute freely or to invest for gross capital formation, to create wealth? So we must always remember, either at household level or macro level, at national level, that we borrow money to put in somewhere so that it is able to generate additional money. So these are some of the experiences, some of the current challenges and the trend. Okay? So let's all hope, and we must work towards that. By 2047, we reach $32 trillion. Reaching $32 trillion will demand 8% economic growth. And you have that responsibility and you have the challenge. I'm sure you will do it. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you very much, sir. We often say we are yet to achieve this, so we are poor in this, we are lacking in this. But we often need to understand, when you see the tree, it's not about the tree, it's about the stem, it's about the roots. The roots of the India is so strong. Sir, it's a fascinating lecture, sir. You have covered a beautiful lecture covering from 1860s, and you came back to somewhere around 2047, the dream of the Indian economy, Vikshit Bharat. Thank you very much, sir. I now request Dr. Baswa Prabhu Jirali ji, please.
Thank you, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries off the dais. Before I enter into the topic, just I would like to ask you all, if you are asked to list the 3 major problems the country is facing today, 3 major problems the country that is facing today, our country. Can you list them? Number 1, unemployment. Okay. Number 2, integration of AI is the national level problem. Okay. Poverty. Unemployment, poverty, they are interrelated. Okay. Any other responses? Inflation. Resources is a problem. Okay. Okay. I think now you can make a big list, but we need to consolidate them into 3 points. Let me put it before you. First one, as you already said, we don't have the work to do. Means unemployment, we are not getting job, employment. The second most important problem is, we are not getting people to work. I hope, especially the first line and second line professionals agree with me. We are not getting the people to work. Made by the household maids or made by the people in the office, second one. And the third and the most critical problem of the nation is, whomsoever we have for working with us, he is not a competent professional. He is not competent. He does not know how to work. So these are the 3 main problems that what we are facing. When we analyze these 3, the common factor that emerges is what kind of skill sets that what we are having. The reason behind not getting job is the same. We are not getting people to work because, as you said, maybe I'm a software professional, but I don't know how to integrate the AI platforms and all those things, so then I will not get the job. Like that, it continues. In every sector, this kind of things are there. When we look into these issues, since morning, I have been listening to a good number of economists from different professions and backgrounds, and by education, all of you are economists. By education, I'm a student of agriculture. I don't have much deep knowledge, understanding about the concepts of economics, but I know some economics because we learn economics as agricultural economics. Except Professor Lalan Prasadji, none of the economists refer to any of the Indian economists since ages. We don't know how many years old this science is. None of you refer to those. Yes. So that is the latest development. That is the latest development that I'm talking about. Okay? And to my understanding, I may be wrong, you all can correct me. In the morning, Dr. Mahendra Devji referred to very historical thing. In 1700, sir, India's contribution to the global GDP was 24%, and in the same year, the contribution of US to the global GDP was 0.1%. And during those periods, none of the so-called economists that what we listed here, starting from Adam Smith to whatever the Western economists that what we refer to, were not there. And because of that, Indian economy flourished in those days, and we forgot all those economics, basic economics, and we reached to the current situation, whatever it is. Just to justify this, I am giving one more example, even though I am speaking in English. So this incident happened in my institute, sir. In one of the conference, one professor of JNU was there for delivering a keynote address. During her keynote address, she said that we should be thankful to Britishers who taught us English. Otherwise, we would not have communicated with each other, because I don't know Kannada and you don't know Hindi or any of the regional languages. Then immediately I said, please excuse me, madam, during her keynote speech only. Give me 1 minute, please. She said, okay. In the 4th century, when even English did not take birth, Shankaracharya ji started moving from Kerala to that Badri and Kedar. Which language he spoke? Which language he spoke? And means the entire country was aware of that. And the Lord Pashupatinath in Nepal, the rites of worshipping that Pashupatinath belongs to one small community of Karnataka. We call them as Havyak Brahmins. That near Gokarna. So how they moved since ages, thousands of years before, from Gokarna to Nepal, and started worshipping, and they have all the rights. There are a number of such incidences there. Yes. In 1930, Gandhiji writes, it is documented also, wherein he says that after British invasion to India, by that time it was almost 100 years plus, he says the literacy levels have gone down, and accordingly our economies, that has a reflection on our economics also. Because we are talking about the development economics today, I left my state. I belong to this particular state only, but for education and job purpose, I left this state in 1989 and I returned back in 2023. But in between, I had an opportunity to work as a research associate in one of the project of Karnataka, KAWATS, Karnataka Watershed Development Society. At that time, it was headed by the then Secretary Agriculture, Kaushik Mukherjee. He was the Executive Secretary of KAWATS Society. And I happened to be an employee of Indian Council of Agriculture Research at that point of time in 2000. 20 months I worked with him, and I used to come to this place frequently. That watershed project was being implemented in Bijapur, Bellary and Chitradurga. These were the three districts wherein I used to have intensive traveling. And during that interaction, I came across a paper he presented in a meeting. Still I have that paper, the printout of that. In 2000 what he wrote, Kagaj pura pila pila ho gaya, but still I have maintained that. And I quote this in my class also. He writes, you're all students of economics, I'm a student of agriculture. He writes, I quote Kaushik Mukherjee, pumping money is not the panacea for development. Pumping money is not the panacea for development. Since independence till date, he refers to the year 2000, since independence till date, the amount of money that what we have spent had 25% of that been utilized for the purpose of development, India would have become Switzerland. This is what is the statement of a very senior bureaucrat with his experiences. Today, Dalwai sir shared a lot of his experiences, and he has also shared his experiences in 2000. I still have that document with me. So now we can imagine, so where exactly the obstacle is for the purpose of development. Sir also rightly mentioned, and many speakers also rightly mentioned, that India should grow not less than 10%. The Indian economy should grow not less than 10%. Being a predominantly agrarian country, there are a number of studies published in many journals which say that if Indian economy has to grow 10 or beyond, the agricultural growth rate should be not less than 4%. Agricultural growth rate should not be less than 4%. Currently it is around 3, 2.7, 2.9, 3, 3.5 like that. The reasons for which are obvious. So this is the relationship that what we have, because even today agriculture is supporting more than 50% of the population. More than 50% of the population. Again, I am quoting Shri Dr. S. Mahendra Dev ji, who said that the major challenge is shift from agriculture to manufacturing sector and service sector, obviously, but he also suggested a solution. What that solution says? Labor intensive manufacturing. Labor intensive manufacturing. Obviously agriculture is labor intensive, especially now the doubling farmers income committee, wherein sir you suggested agricultural processing, then shifting from agricultural produce to the horticultural produce, processing and export of that, all those things. So it is definitely labor intensive, but the entire focus should be on that agriculture until unless it grows 4 plus, so we cannot achieve that 10 or so. So again I am relating it to some historical texts. Who should do agriculture? What is the current trend? If I don't get sufficient marks in class 10 or 12, our family members say that, okay, you go and do agriculture. So this is what is the trend. If I complete my maybe BA or whatever it is, or if I am not successful in education, so then it is said that you go and do agriculture. But way back, maybe around 5,000 years back, one Rishi, Parashara Rishi, he has written a classical text known as Krishi Parashara. there is one Sanskrit shlok which says that who should enter into agriculture. So I'm just translating that because I don't have that exact text of that, but it is mentioned in the Krishi Parashar. That shloka says that the most able individual in the family, the most able sibling of the family should enter into agriculture. Now we are doing the just opposite of that and blaming a lot of things. Blaming a lot of things. So this is the relationship. So then I started thinking, why Parashara Muni said like this? What might be the reason behind? What might be the reason behind? Then I started comparing my profession with the profession of a doctor, a medical professional. A medical professional gives you advice by charging whatever the charges are there, the range that you know. But the human philosophy, physiology, anatomy, the nature of problems that what we get are almost same. May it be Kashmir or may it be Kanakapura or may it be Gujarat or may it be Arunachal. The physiology, anatomy and rest of the things are common. But when it comes to agriculture, the crops that what, the kind of rice that what we grow in Dharwad and Kalgatiki region, their package of practice is totally different from that is grown in Raichur, and that is totally different from the rice that what we grow in Mandya. So this is the variation within the state. If I compare it with the UP, the kind of crops that what we grow in Western UP, Central UP, Eastern UP, and when we go to Bihar, in the month of June, there is lush crop of rice in Bihar. So we cannot imagine in the month of June, 40+ degree temperature in entire northern India, but in some parts of the Bihar, yes, the rice crop is there. So these kind of variations are there. We cannot fit one model, and a farmer has to be an entomologist, a farmer has to be a pathologist, a farmer has to be a soil scientist, a farmer has to be an agricultural economist, a farmer has to be an agronomist. You see the range of activities that he has to take on. So because of that, Krishi Parashar said that the most able sibling of the family should enter into agriculture. So then only agriculture will flourish. So this was the thing. So in that context, so what are the things that what we did? So when it comes to the labor intensive manufacturing process, I try to recall the famous book written by J.C. Kumarappa. I hope many of you might have read. In India, so we should focus on decentralized production. Decentralized production. Cottage industry should be given the primary priority. That is what even today the chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council is also telling. It has to be the labor intensive, means maximum people should get decentralized production instead of centralized production. But today, the thing that has happened is just a reverse of that, and we are blaming the various systems. So these are some of the issues just I wanted to share with you. So with this, so now we can think of what kind of changes that we want to have in our own country, especially the young minds. So these are some of the basic issues. One just quotation by Ramakrishna Paramahansa, just I'll quote and I'll complete it. Ramakrishna Paramahansa says, he who can look deepest into the past can look farthest into the future. If I can visualize 100 years of history, in the previous history, I can easily predict what can happen in the coming 100 years. Or if I look back 1000 years of history, past history, I can easily predict what can happen in the coming 1000 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now request Dr. Deepika, professor at Alliance University, to share her lecture. Yeah, ma'am, please.
A very good evening, and thanks IBA for this opportunity. Opportunity not just for speaking in the panel, but I just realized after coming here that it has been an opportunity to meet my professors, my old-time colleagues. Dr. Ishwar is not here, the director. He is my long-time colleague at Amrita. My friend Pravakar. My memories are rushing back to Isaac, from seminar hall to food court to that of the badminton court. Yeah, so that is something really very nice and really thankful for this opportunity. To the MBA students here, I promise two things that I am not going to take a very long time. I know the MBA mind very well. It's almost 2 decades that I'm teaching in the MBA program, and I know the plight. So I'm not going to take very long time. I have come with some PPTs, but seeing the situation here, I thought, I'll just briefly summarize my research work, and if needed, I can take it up for discussion later. Point number 2, I think the topic that I'm covering today on gig work and platform economies, I'm sure the MBAs are going to find something interesting, whether you are with HR specialization, marketing, or with general management. Right? So this is what is the topic that I will be covering, regulatory challenges in the gig economy. So before I start off, let me ask one question to the students. Who do you think are the gig workers? Who are the gig workers? Yeah, sorry, can I hear? Freelancers? Like whom? Blinkit, Uber, Ola, Zomato, Swiggy, Urban Clap. I know I expected that answer. Anyways, so gig has a proper definition. It is much more broader than that. When you say gig workers, yes, immediately that one which comes to the mind is Uber, Ola, Swiggy, Zomato. But gigs are there everywhere. So the standard definition of a gig work is that it is a piece work and the worker is paid only for that particular piece of work, and it is non-permanent. It is not something like an employee, like the way we are employed in the organizations. So what is the concern over here? I mean, the recent economic survey of India that was, out before the budget, it says that the current gig labor force in India stands to somewhere around 2% of the total labor force, and it is likely to grow manifold. And that's also one of the Niti Aayog report, which has published about the gig work recently. So what are the concerns here? We have been hearing about the Swiggy, Zomato people going on strike, the delivery workers, Uber, Ola, drivers going on strike, but next day they are back on the street working. So, if I get into the literature, there are two broad opinions. One is that, before saying that, I should say that the word gig, it comes from the music industry where, the artists, they went and performed here and there and they earned per piece. So they used to say, I've got a gig today, I'm going and performing, and they are paid only for that particular piece. So the concern here is that for the regulators, for the governments to regulate this economy, there are challenges because this particular labor market, the gigs, they have very peculiar characteristic. They are neither full-time employees nor are they independent contractors. They are a mix of both. So defining this employment framework or the worker classification framework is very important because all the labor and employment benefits are given based on in what way the workers are defined. If they are employees, they are protected under the labor laws. They get paid leave, they get maternity leave, they get provident funds, they get insurances. Whereas if they are contractors, then they don't come under all that. So the companies, they see it quite beneficial to employ because they don't have to give all this, and they are available on demand, and they do the job, and it is much cheaper and cost effective for the companies to employ them. Now coming to this conflict, if you look into the frameworks in US and in the European Union and in UK, there are fights going on because the workers are much more protected in these countries, unlike in India. So there are litigations. So when the litigations broke, the judiciary has got its test to see whether a particular worker is an employee or an independent contractor. So there are n number of cases in the US and UK and even in India in the judiciary But then, courts they also don't have a clear framework because it's a new form of market, right? They have been using certain tests like the control test, the integration test, the multi-factor test, and so on and so forth to decide whether a particular worker is an employee or an independent contractor when the case is before the court. So traditionally, yes, there are employees, there are independent contractors, but with the heavy contractualization of labor, the non-standard employment grew everywhere, even in the US, in the UK. But in UK, the laborers are very well protected with the labor laws, right? There is an additional category in between an employee and an independent contractor called a worker category. So the worker has a combination of these two. So when these gigs came up with the cases, so one of the very classic, judgment, Uber versus Aslam in 2021, it decided that all the Uber drivers should be treated as workers and they should be given certain protection, whether it is minimum wages or whether it is, paid leave, maternity benefits if they are females, so on and so forth, but they don't get the benefits of the employees. But what about in India? In India, in addition to the employees who only constitute around 15% of the labor force, I'm speaking of the formal sector, there is a heavy contract labor who are coming under the Contract Labours Act, which is not really very effectively implemented. There is a big chunk of unorganized sector workers who are not really treated in any way decently under the unorganized sector, that particular act which is there. So the gigs, they are treated more like unorganized sector workers because the new labor codes, which are just implemented in India, with 4 new codes, all the old codes are now amalgamated into 4 codes. You have the Industrial Relations Code, you have the Code on Wages, you have the Code on Social Security and Occupational Health and, their security. So gigs are covered only under the Code on Social Security and not in any other. And this is a very big mistake. And certainly the labor laws to gigs are very, stands incomplete because the relations is not defined. They are all treated like unorganized sector workers. Why should they be when they are working for big platforms like, Uber or Ola or Swiggy or Zomato? It is certainly unfair, and that is why you hear about the strikes. And not just that, under the Code on Social Security, where the labor codes, they were trying to universalize the social security, following the ILO norms, the labor organization norms. They said that they will be following a cess model, where a cess is collected as a fee from the platforms, a fund is raised, and all these unorganized sector workers are asked to register in the eShram portal, and the government is going to distribute or they provision them with some kind of social security benefits. It could be, accident insurance or some other kind of insurance, old age pensions and so on. But history tells that, this is a similar model like the Builders Act, the Construction Workers Act. They tried implementing the cess model and they broadly failed. So the workers hardly have anything over there. So in that sense, the labor law reforms for the gig workers stands very, very incomplete, though the codes are now getting implemented and labor being in the concurrent list of the Constitution, the states are now coming up with their own drafts, which is broadly on the outline of the Central Labor Code. But I'm sure there is much more to be done, and I hope that they are going to bring in some amendments and do something for the welfare of the gig workers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Suresh Agarwal, sir, a visiting professor at Institute for Human Development, to share his views. Sir, please.
I don't know. Maybe you can see it from here. Good evening, all of you. Before they load my PPT, let me just say thank you to the organizers and especially to Mansi, who did her PhD with me, and she was very insistent that I must come personally. And the day I decided, I was perfectly okay, but because of my commitment to her, I'm here, though I have a very extremely bad throat. So please excuse me if I make interruptions in between my presentation. And yeah, I think they don't have it? And I was saying that I can understand it's now almost 5 past 5, and all of you must be waiting for the tea break. It has been a long day, so I will not take much time. But I'm going to talk about another kind of workers in India, and it is women workers, and especially in the informal sector. And there has been so much literature on women worker in India. I'm sure most of you would be familiar with the broad arguments and the broad trends which women workers, yeah, there is the indicators. Pointer. Okay, so now there are 2-3 issues that are related to women workers in India. Most of you would be familiar that lately, especially after 2017-18, there has been a significant increase in the women employment workforce in India. And many questions have been raised that why is it happening? Is it out of distress employment in agriculture? Because the employment has taken place mainly in agriculture, and that too in unpaid family labor. I'm not going into the details of all the definitions here, but anyone who is interested can maybe talk to me later on after the presentation. Now, sorry, which one is this? Yeah, so I will be very quick, especially with this first part, which is almost a kind of a background for me, where I'm going to show you that how there has been increase in total employment and also employment in workforce participation rate of women. You can see on the right-hand side that how total employment in India has increased, and it is almost now 61 crore or 61. Just a second, I can't see that number here. Yeah, it's almost 60 million, which is, sorry, 600 million, 608 million. And the recent increase has been almost 150 million. Now, most of it, as I said earlier, has been in the women workforce, and I can show you that in the second diagram. You can see on the right-hand side, especially in the rural areas, the rural female workforce participation rate has increased significantly, not male, and it has increased from almost 14% to 20% in rural urban, but for women, it is from 17.5% to 34.8%, which means almost double. It has doubled almost in these 6 years or 7 years. Now, another interesting point here is that out of 150 million total increase in employment, the 80% has been in agriculture, and you can see that the remaining is distributed over the other sectors, but mainly manufacturing and trade. Manufacturing and trade, if you look at the broad industrial classification. So my point here is that it is the agriculture which has attracted most of the increase in rural female workforce participation rate. Now, there are other important features of the female workforce participation in India. Some of them are very important, maybe of interest to some of you, and I would be happy even if one of you is interested in these numbers, that in 2023-24, 67% of the total females were employed as self-employed. Now, what is the kind of self-employment? In India, it is considered to be the lowest form of employment because your per capita income, or you can say whatever is your income, whether from labor or from other sources, is minimum as compared to contractual labor and also as compared to regular worker. It is also argued that self-employment is a fallback option. If you don't get employment anywhere else, you just take a self-employment, means starting some kind of an enterprise of your own or establishment of your own. That is the basic idea. Now, the number of rural female helpers has increased from 29 million to 65 million. In self-employed, I'm sure many of you perhaps may know that there are 2-3 kinds of employment structures: own account workers, then family workers, and unpaid family help. Unpaid family help means you are working in the family establishment, but you are not being paid for it. Now, why is it like this? And the questions have been, which I will not answer here, but there have been many publications. Some publications I can share later on, is that perhaps the women are disguisedly unemployed. They are wasting their time in agriculture. They are not contributing anything, and it is a I think I would, I forget to say, this presentation is based upon my joint work with my co-author, Professor Goldar, Vishwanath Goldar, and some of them have been published in different places. So we have tried to investigate this, whether it is really disguised unemployment, whether it is, let's say, useless employment by women, and can we just say, oh, women are just wasting their time? And the answer is no, not necessarily. Part of it may be true, but it is not necessarily true, because they also have an opportunity cost. When they go to the field and work with a field, or let's say a shop, or at a trading place, they have an opportunity cost. The opportunity cost is taking care of the children, taking care of the elderly, doing household work, and so on. So that is an alternative to which they are generally assigned. So why is it that leaving all this back home, they are going and contributing to the family labor? And also they have alternatives, like for example, Narega, which is now changed. So they can go and take employment there. Why go to the family farm when they are not contributing anything? If it is disguised employment, I'm sure as students you would know disguised employment means your contribution to output is zero. So if it is zero, why are you there? You are not there for entertainment. That is the point which we are trying to make. And my last point here is 91% of the rural females are employed in the informal sector. So I'm now going to concentrate for a few minutes in the informal sector, which is one of the most important, and ma'am also mentioned in terms of gig workers, that how most of the employment is in the unorganized sector. I think at the aggregate level, it is almost 85 to 90%. And I'm not going to make a distinction here. I'm sure some of you would know, and I can make it clear at an appropriate stage. There is a difference between organized, unorganized sector and organized, unorganized employment. And nowadays we use the term informal employment and informal and formal employment. So there are slight differences in these concepts. So when you are using these concepts, one has to be very careful about this. And this part of my presentation is based upon the last survey of 2023-24 of annual survey for unregistered enterprise survey. And again, there is a difference between enterprise and establishment. But the point of investigation in this entire survey is establishment. Establishment is any unit of employment or any unit where you are working. Enterprises, it could be a collection of different ones. For example, Tata could be an enterprise, but different units of Tata could be establishment. So you can have multiple locations and multiple kind of establishment. Now, what are the features of some of this? What is important in this is, and my focus basically is the status of women workers. Even within the unorganized sector, what is their status? And we have to learn lessons from it and try to see what could be the policy implications based upon the existing facts of the situation. And the situation is that within the unorganized sector, women workers are only 28%. It is dominated by male. And by establishment type of ownership, which is important, and my subsequent presentation is based upon this, is 26% owned by female. In the survey, they try to find out the type of ownership. Is it female-headed? Is it male-headed? Is it in partnership?
or is it some kind of the informal, the other forms of self-help groups and others too. So I have separately taken female-headed, and you will find that a substantial number, though not as high as the male, 26% are headed by females, where I see the light in the end of the day. And also, what is important is, what is the average size of these establishments? And now look at the size, and you will understand how tiny they are. The average size is only 1.6 per employee or workers per establishment. So basically, these are your own enterprises. You have your own card, your own trade tea stall, or own your just one worker. In 90% of the cases, it is just one worker which is working in the unregistered sector. And in female-headed, it is even smaller, 1.2 workers per establishment, which is headed by female. Which means females are heading small establishments as compared to the male establishments. Another point which one can see from this next slide is that if you look at the average number of females per establishment, you will find that in female-headed, there are more female workers as compared to male-headed. What does it mean? It means if you encourage the establishments run by females, there are chances that they will hire more female workers, and your aggregate female workforce participation rate may further go up, because there is I'm sure, a policy demand that it should come at par with the male workers. And if we are able to do it, we can increase GDP by maybe 1%. Just a few minutes more. I'm sure we are taking, I'm taking much. So these are some of the other characteristics. I think I can skip them. And we have questions whether you are using internet, you are using the mobile computer, etc. or not. And one important point is that the women are mainly in manufacturing. Why it is not moving? Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I think, yeah. Yeah. Okay, maybe I just wanted to show the previous. Anyway, so let me come, if you just look at the right-hand corner, you can see that the females are mainly in manufacturing. 56% of the women are in the manufacturing, and less in other sectors. The question is, what determines the employment of women in an establishment? So we have tried to do an econometric exercise based upon unit-level data. These are our results based upon Tobit model. And what we find mainly from these results is, let me come to the results. You can see there are few parameters or few determinants which can influence the employment of women. One is the size of the industry, size of the establishment. Bigger it is, maybe more female will be employed. Crime rate against women. In states where the crime rates are higher, women are employed relatively at a lower level, in less number. And is located in urban areas, you can see the sign is minus, which means in rural areas, they're employed less. Their chances of employment in urban areas are more. And in women-owned establishment, there are chances that they would be employed more. So this is perhaps maybe one can learn some policy lessons that what could be done. Maybe we should reduce crime, etc., and so on, and encourage more women-headed establishments here. Another important point is the productivity of women workers. The question is, they're employed, but are they equally productive? Because I think we had raised this question earlier also, and the answer is no. Answer is no, and here you can see this is GVA per worker, which is labor productivity by type of ownership and industry. And what one can see is that you take any kind of industry, whether it is manufacturing, whether you take manufacturing or you take industry, here, whether you take manufacturing, trade or other services, you find that the productivity in female-headed enterprises is lower. But it is highest in other services and lowest in manufacturing. So when we talk about promoting manufacturing industries, one has to be careful that in manufacturing the productivity is low. It does not necessarily mean your GDP would increase by the same percentage points if you keep on encouraging manufacturing rather than other things. And another important point, which is again a policy lesson, is in terms of education. if you find out productivity by education level among female workers, you find that as the level of education increases, their productivity goes up, which is expected, but the evidence also supports that kind of a expectation. And what we find is that this is true. Now, I think I would avoid some of this because I can see the chairman is perhaps indicating I should try to finish, which I had promised. This is almost the last slide. Here we have tried to find out that what are the factors which determines the labor productivity of female-headed enterprises. And especially our focus has been on ICT and non-ICT because these days we talk about so much of ICT. And what we have been able to show is that not only education has a positive impact and the higher level has higher impact, but the ICT dummies also, and I'm not going into the details of what are the parameters, how did we calculate ICT. Some information is given in the survey itself, and some information has been taken from alternative surveys. And we have also seen how mobile penetration affects productivity. And so one can see that there is a positive impact of ICT, there is a positive impact of mobile penetration, there is a positive impact of education level, there is a positive impact of urbanization, and there is a positive impact of, I would say, some other industry dummies also. So let me just give the conclusion here. And conclusion is same, which I have already said, that perhaps one has to be cautious in terms of policy making, and one can see what could be done. And some policy recommendations could be benefits of social security are to be extended to all. Concrete steps needs to be taken and remove any biases. And I would say here, we have done this literature also, that if you look at the state-wise distribution, you will find that cultural factors and there are patriarchy indices which have been formulated by different economists, and where you find that states which are more patriarchal, there the women participation rate is relatively low. So cultural factors, social factors, all these factors are also important besides economic factors. So it is not that you just push in one direction. Maybe we have to, though I know it is very slow, but you have to work in that direction also. And perhaps education is going to be the best solution in terms of this, and exposure to the latest technology in terms of mobile, ICT, etc. Thank you. I think I will stop here. I hope I've been able to convey what I wish to.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the first speaker as per the program schedule, delay from our side. I now request Dr. M.H. Suryanarayana, sir, a distinguished economist and currently a member of the Committee on the Regional Inequalities in the Karnataka Government of Karnataka. Sir, please.
Very, very liberal. The speakers should have to be highly responsible. They can't go on talking like this. If they don't know how to tailor their presentation, they have no business to come here. I'm telling you very frankly. So that's the reason, as a responsible speaker, what I'm going to do is I will just present a video and tell you what is wrong with the Indian public policy. We keep on talking about poverty, and the serious dimension of poverty in India is public policy. We don't know how to formulate policies. Yes, the video. Look at this video. It summarizes my presentation. Okay, stop it. Essentially, you might have seen in every town or village, street vendors selling specs. Look at the way, like any Indian policy maker, he's measuring His pursuit of imperfection, he's moving up and down, and he's trying to sell his specs. There is a lot of pretensions. Indian policymakers exactly do the same thing. And I have a PPT here with 20, 30 pages. I can till midnight I can talk. I'm not going to do that. I will just summarize with 3 or 4 points. Look at it the way. We have a current Finance Commission chairman. He's written a book on development experience of different states. He computes average growth rate. He doesn't even know how to compute average growth rate. He adds the growth rates and divided by number of observations. Nonsense. He computes semi-log trend function and interprets it. Its interpretation is wrong. There is another Finance Commission member, chairman, he doesn't even know when to compute correlation quotient. What are the requirements of data set? We had another one who he was the deputy chairman of the Planning Commission. He's the person who talked about the trickle-down hypothesis, poverty trickle down, when agriculture growth goes up, poverty comes down, everything. He doesn't even know that NSS data cannot be used to make estimates of poverty. All economists in India who publish regularly in EPW also keep on saying NSS is a representative sample. Agree. But we make estimates of poverty not based on the representative sample. We are making estimates of poverty based on estimates of consumption distribution. Consumption distribution should be representative. They are not representative. People have been merrily making, today also we have been talking about trends in poverty, trends in inequality. Look at the way another great man, Raghuram Rajan, produces a great economic survey, much publicized survey, 2012-13. He gives a definition of Gini ratio, it is wrong. He doesn't even know what is Gini ratio, how to measure it. We have been talking about it like this. This is what is wrong with our policymakers. They don't know it is as good or as bad the state vendor who doesn't know what ophthalmology, he doesn't know who knows neither the theory nor the practice of ophthalmology, anything, but he makes prescriptions. So if you go through the entire development policy literature in India, this is what it is. So once, I will summarize the last sentence. Once there was a discussion in Delhi, Planning Commission, people asked, all of us had to speak, what is the contribution of Indian planning process, Indian planners, etc., to country's development? I said, country has not developed, but I have developed as an econometric teacher because I always teach students don't abuse the way our policymakers are abusing it. Look at our 6th 5-year plans or 5th plan. How many days are in a year? Students, how many days are in a year? 365. But as per our experts in the Planning Commission, there are only 360 days. Then what do you expect of this country? Again, look at this again, today everyone talked about Vikasit Bharat. This is another joke. I was listening to the different, yesterday I was making a presentation at the Jain University on the current Indian budget. There are so many fundamental issues in terms of conceptualization, etc. People are simply, even great experts, Bishop Bhishma Patamaha of Bangalore, I don't want to name him, he was talking, oh, that is 30%, this is 24%. This is not commentary. An economist has to make substantive comments based on theory and analysis. That is precisely what is missing in our country. And at this rate, if so long as we have this kind of policy makers, India will never reach Vikasit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and sorry for the disappointing you. Hopefully, next time I get a chair, again this position, next time opportunity, I will be more straight towards sir. And being all of my professors, and it's very difficult, I can request them. Definitely, sir, I will take it forward, sir. Thank you very much. At the end of this program, I want to just say thanks for all the speakers. From education, starts from higher education, and we went to all this Viksit Bharat, plus, minus, and we had a realistically to get an understanding where India is currently and what are the ways we can go further. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank all the members in this house for this opportunity. Normally we can go for a few questions, but as we are running short of time, and the next two speakers are here, so we don't want to disappoint them too. So with this, I'm just stopping it. I'm handing over the mic to the organizers. So please, sir.
Thank you, dignitaries, for the wonderful panel discussion. We now request Dr. Prashant Kulkarni to felicitate the guests. Yeah. Anybody? Oh God, I don't know. It's okay. Yeah, wait. Please wait.
I would like to request Dr. Hegre to present a memento to Dr. Surya Narayanan.
Request Dr. Ramesh Shetty sir to present the memento to Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir. Hegre sir, one more time, please present the memento to Vinayak Deshpande sir. He's not there. Okay. Right. Okay, Vinayak Deshpande has already left the venue. Request Dr. Hegre sir again to present the memento to Dr. Jirli sir. Yes. Professor Prakash Kulkarni, request you to please present the memento to Dr. Sugesh Agarwal sir. Prashant sir, request you to again present the memento to Dr. Deepika madam. And now again, Prashant Kulkarni sir to Dr. S. Narayan sir. After this wonderful panel discussion, we can now proceed for the much awaited tea break. Request the audience to be back after 10 minutes, please. Spans India, South Asia, Japan, Korea, China, and the United States. A prolific scholar, he has authored 3 books and published around 100 peer-reviewed papers in reputed national and international journals. I request Dr. Sahu to please take the dais.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, and thanks for having me. Let me thank IBA, Professor Kulkarni, his entire team for putting together such a big event. It's unfortunate that I wanted to talk a big subject, but at the flag end of the day, you really don't have the energy and intensity to listen something very serious. And serious economics is the most boring one. So let me do this way. I don't know how much time I have, Deepika. The best part of coming here is, apart from like meeting some of the people, including my teacher, meeting my dear friend Deepika. And it was like such a pleasure. Huh? Oh, 10 minutes for me. So then let me not really go through the PPT. I'll show a couple of PPTs or slides only to give the glimpse what is happening. So anyway, I was asked to speak on decoding public policies. You know, I'm part of the government today. 3 years back, I was part of the academics. When I was there, you know, doing research inside my room, I was always criticizing government. Every now and then, you know, shooting a piece in National Economic Daily, criticizing, why is it not happening? Why does the government do this, do that? But after being part of the government, I realized how difficult it is to make policies. Because when you make policy, there are 51 dimensions, the deliberations, the debates that go through, like, it goes through really layers and layers of thinking. It has short-term implications, there are users, there are abusers, there are what you call interest groups, and then you have to look at kind of, you know, short-term implications as well as long-term implications. It's very, very difficult job. But I'm happy and I'm fortunate to be part of the policy making, and being the head of economics and finance, I'm almost like the chief economist of Niti Aayog. And why I want to speak very little, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, just to give little impression about what is really doing public policy. And I expect a lot of questions. You know, you can ask critical questions, embarrassing questions, anything related to government policies. And when it comes to the macroeconomics and also managing the economy. Okay. So here the first thing, what I wanted to tell is the best thing to talk about today is how do we really navigate the kind of uncertainties we are going through it? Last 10 years, starting from Brexit, it's anti-globalization move, it's US-China tariff war. Nothing is really working. It's a failure of multilateral organizations, including WTO, WHO. Nobody is listening to the United Nations. There is no macroeconomic coordinations among the multilateral institutions. So everybody is on his or her own. That is where actually the world is not moving by the rule-based order. That creates uncertainties. And if we go back to the economics, the basic theories of economics tells that, okay, you behave rationally on the basis of economic theories. But today, everything is broken. There is nothing based on economic rationale. What is happening by what you call the US trade policy? It's not on the basis of economic efficiency of the comparative, it's all these trade theories or nothing. A lot of reshoring, the friend-shoring, investment incentives, a lot of diversifications that are taking place in the shortest time, creating disruption to the supply chain, and 80% of the world trade, they depend on this global value chain, this systematic supply chains. That is where it is creating a lot of uncertainties. So what happens when there are uncertainties? It so happens that it kind of delays the investment decisions. And go back to the trade theories. The exogenous growth theories by Solow, endogenous growth theories by Romer, and the institutional growth theories by the Levine and others. If you put together all the growth theories into the three, you will always find that most of the important engines of the growth is the investment, and investment has been slowing down. And another important thing, apart from the institutions and other things, is the international trade. And first time in the history, the world trade has been kind of slowing or growing at a slower rate than the world growth. And then trade and investment, they go hand in hand, contributing to the, what you call the growth, the economic development, because the developmental implications of the trade and investments are immense. So we are dealing the kind of uncertainties, not now. Of course, it has accelerated in the recent months, particularly last 1 year because of the trade policy by the US, and of course, hyper deglobalization, or what you call the failure of multilateral organization to ensure the rule-based trade, investment, and economic policy making. So in that context, how do we really take policies to ensure that we have stable growth? So let me give the example. This slide, if you carefully look at it, last 1 decade, we have got 6.4% growth rate compared to 3.2% growth rate of the world economy, almost the double. And we have achieved that during the most difficult phase of the world economy ever. You look at all this that happened, including the exogenous shock, which is kind of a double crisis, or twin crisis, livelihood crisis and the health crisis that happened because of the corona. Still, we could manage. In fact, if you just observe, the post-pandemic recovery is the spectacular. It's close to 8% growth rate, which has not happened. But it is this sustaining growth rate of 6.4%, and US dollar terms, it is 6.6%. It has not happened by default. It has happened because of public policies which meant to sustain India's growth story. Maybe we could have got something like 7.5 or 8% on a growth rate, provided the world was normal. And all these disruptions would not have happened. But then it had happened, but still we could hold on to our growth story and make this 6.4% growth rate. And that is where some of the major policies, I can go on talking only one slide like half a day, because my job is like working 11, 12 hours every day looking at the policies. So I'm just giving you some of the major things, actually major structural reforms we have taken. Asset quality review, 2014 implemented in 2015, and as a result, today you have the best banking sector balance sheets. The NPS, which was 8 to 9%, some 10 years back, today it is 2.2. The public sector banks, those who are making losses, today they are having 3 lakhs crore as profit. And for a developing countries where resources are scarce, the public sector bank-dominated financial sector has to have stable and good balance sheet. That is something we have achieved. So if we have got the double-digit credit growth rate today, thanks to the policy that we have taken actually because of asset quality review. Okay. Now, IBC, insolvency and bankruptcy court. It's not only increased what you call the ease of doing business, it gave an options, exit option to every creditor. If you get into the details, it simply tells that, somebody who has given 1 lakh as credit, and you are not able to pay back, he can go to the NCLT. So that is a fear, that is a transparency, that is accountability. That is where actually you see the impact. GST and demonetization. GST, the implications today. Every month we are getting 2 lakh, 2.5 lakh. The resources that are being mobilized and all this redistribution, the work, the focus and the quality of expenditure by spending more and more on the CapEx, which has increased by 2 times. In 2014, it was around 2.5 lakh crore spent on capital expenditure, Today, it is 12 lakh as the latest budget, budget announcement shows. It is 12 lakh 6,000 crores. It has never happened in India. And it's very important, I'll tell you, the CapEx, simple economics, 8th standard economics will tell you the CapEx has a multiplier impact of 3. Revenue expenditure has 1. So, because it relates to what you call coal, steel, the GST has really worked, it's simplified. Now we have got into what you call two slabs. Earlier at 3 slabs, the complicated, but now you have 2 slabs. And a lot of teething problems are taken care of. The tax system, which is very vital for stability, revenue mobilization, it has worked. Demonetization, it has led to the formalization. We are so proud of telling that, look, this digital public transfer, it has happened, 46% of the world digital transactions are happening in India. All that was possible because of 2 reasons. One is the demonetization, which gave a very big kick actually for this, and also the biggest transformative reforms in India's history. As a student of economics, I can only tell, it is the Jan Dhan Yojana, because it catered to the lower households, those who are not part of the formal financial systems. So now Jan Dhan Yojana, and then this digital public infrastructure, and for that government has taken very systematic. I don't know whether I can really tell it openly. All these UPIs, they were paid initially to go for it. So there is a check going from the government to them. So it has happened with a deliberate effort, because that leads to formalization of the economy. And every formalized economy is much more for effective policy implementation. Because if you have a very big informal economy, we have been talking as students, look, this monetary policy transmission is not taking place. But why it is not taking place? It's not taking place because the bigger part of the economy is informal. Now it's getting formal, right? This financial inclusion, this households getting connected to the formal financing institutions. It has huge spillovers. Entrepreneurship, women empowerment, the DBT, which has become very effective, bringing down the leakages. These are all positive outcomes of this formal financial institutional mechanism that has happened. So demonetization is another thing. Atmanirbhar Bharat package. Now what happened? The corona happened. And then government took immediate decisions. See, when you are in government, there are two types of decisions we take. Like, for example, I'm telling you that, okay, we started something called PLI for 14 sectors. Why did you do it? We wanted to augment production, not to really depend on outsiders, have some kind of self-sufficiency in certain categories, because trade has become a weapon to many countries. Particularly countries like China and others, they do use it. You need this commodity, but they will not supply it. So that is where we wanted to have our capabilities, and we have done it. In electronics, just 5 years back, almost 99% of the mobiles we imported. Today, we are exporting mobiles worth of $50 billion. We have done it, right? So that is like a long-term policy. 5 years back we started. Today it has given the results, because a country like a diversified country like India, it's a policy or decisions taken, and the implementation, there is a policy lag, because it's a federal country. They have there are different characters and layers for the effective implementation. But then there are also sometimes, the occasion happens that you need to take short-term policy steps. Like Corona happened, government wanted to give a boost. And that is where 10% of the GDP was given as a stimulus package, Atmanirbhar package. And look at the result. You see, when you talk about the decoding the public policy, it is one of the things that, okay, government took action, 10% of GDP was really injected to the economy, particularly targeting the MSME sector. And look what happened. You see, the 5.8% negative growth rate during the corona, it bounced back with 9.2. And last 4 years on an average, we have got 8% growth rate, which is much, much higher than on any other developing country. People, you see, I was just coming by flight, and one of my co-passengers asked, sir, you are an economist, you tell me why Indian rupee has become like 91 rupees. I told, look, you don't have to be very sentimental and emotional about the rupee. If it has gone down because there are market determinants of the rupee, of course we do control over it by intervening in the foreign exchange market. But if we have lost 10 to 11%, all other developing countries have lost 30%, 35%. In fact, if you don't lose, you lose your exports. Because their exports would be much more cheaper, and you would find it difficult. But fortunately, we are doing much more. In fact, what happened? Last year, this reciprocal tariffs happened, and this 50% tariffs on Indian goods. We are very worried, because there are labor-intensive sectors, whether it's textile, apparel, shrimp. Ma'am, can I speak 5 minutes there? उसके बाद बात करते हैं. Sorry? You see, I'm not looking at the slides only. Don't worry, I'll give you the slides. Okay. No, that's fine. You have a democratic right to talk. Anyway, now that Atmanirbhar package was given to give a boost to the demand to sustain growth during the difficult times with the objectives of the short-term relief, moratorium and all this, and also the long-term revival, and the output is visible for you for last, what you call, post-pandemic period. Then managing price stability. You see, we had what is called inflation targeting of 4% plus and minus 2%. And we have been managing. We had a situation during what you call 2012 to 2014, the average inflation was close to 10%, double digit, and it was affecting. And I'll tell you, for macroeconomic students, it is the most important one. Because suppose there is something wrong in your body, it will get reflected in your temperature. The temperature will go up, go down. Similarly, if there is something wrong in the economy, it would get reflected in the prices. It's a mismatch of demand, supply, there are structural imbalances in the economy, so it would get reflected. And for last 10 years, on an average, we are always 95% times within that band of 2 to 6%. In fact, it was close to 0. Yeah. There were few aberrations, like during pandemic, what happened, lot of liquidity was being injected by developed countries, like US injected $5 trillion. First thing, there was kind of disruption to the supply chains because of the pandemic, the complete lockdowns, localized lockdowns, partial lockdowns, then the supply chain was disrupted. But too much money actually was chasing too few goods. That is where actually it led to what is called, hyperinflation. But then inflation during that time in India, it was 8 to 10%. The thumb rule for a developing country is just 4 to 5%. So we are not much higher. But for a developed countries, it is 1.5 to 2%. And they were having inflation of 8%. 400 times, which has never been the case for a developing countries. So we have managed much more. Now coming back to the why am I showing this? Just to tell that there is a very systematic hard work goes into making public policies to ensure that things are stable. Things are stable on all fronts. Because nowadays, you need to be very, very careful. Nobody is in charge in the world. Nobody is in charge. Nobody listens to anybody. And everybody wants to grow at everybody's or anybody's cost. Can you think about, like we have been growing up, like last 30 years I'm reading economics. The biggest supporters of the globalizations today are they are in the opposite sides, and the biggest opponents. They are killing the institutions they created. See, they are withdrawing from the institutions, the treaties, the international commitments, which they created. They were forcing us. And today there is something else actually they are doing. And I'm of course taking the opposite stand. This proactive climate actions, telling that $100 billion you spend on this. I have my developmental priorities. I need my students actually get better education, health, skilling, transportations. So you have come to this stage by following a carbon-intensive growth pattern, and you have a $50,000 per capita income. I am a $3,000 per capita income. You are telling that you take care of this global public good when you would have done the damage. So you need to pay for it, and they're not ready to pay for it. They committed for $100 billion, they have not paid for that. So you see, it is a very unequal world. Nobody is in charge. There is lack of coordination. India is the only trusted global partner with stability, and it gets reflected with all the economic outcomes. I think we are all lucky that we are facing. Now the question is, these uncertainties are not going to come down or slow down very soon. Yeah, maybe, US, Iran may not fight. Maybe there is a compromise between Russia and Ukraine. Maybe there is actually some kind of settlement between Israel and Palestine. Maybe there is no war between China and Taiwan. It's quite possible. But the way things are moving for quite some time, I also see it that uncertainties are going to remain the features of the world economy. So we need to be really ready. And there are uncertainties of different type. I'll just cover some. I'll take 5 more minutes.
Okay. 3 minutes to 5 minutes. It's already 6:20 now.
Okay.
And I think we should have some time for questions. I'm sure
I would
many of them have some questions.
Okay.
And
So
I
this
think we
is
should
my
keep that.
first slide.
And the Bangalore traffic, like everyone wants to head back.
No. So let me then stop. I think because I have 30 slides, each slides actually can cover a couple of hours. I don't think I have 2 days, so let me.
You can take it off for discussion.
Yeah, no, I'll just, no, let me not go to the slides at all. It's, I won't be able to do justice. Of course, I don't prepare the slides, my team prepares, but the way we prepare actually, it takes time. Now, coming back to the uncertainties today we are facing. The first uncertainty is the global geopolitics, the geopolitical conflicts. It's a huge thing because what has happened is it has led to kind of a very big reshoring and friendshoring. Today, there is no rationale for economic policy making. It is a strategic economic policy making, whether we are getting along together or not getting along together. Now, it is almost like somebody kind of dominating or some players actually detecting terms that this is how you need to do. So we need to be very careful. Now what happened? And now in this context, I'll tell you how Government of India has managed. Because there are so many labor-intensive sectors and almost 50 lakh households in apparel, textiles, gems and jewelry and shrimp, they started slowing down because of 50% tariff imposition on our labor-intensive exports. Of course, all others also, but others could manage, but these labor-intensive sectors, actually, they were dependent on that. So what do? We had to quickly take a policy step that is giving 40,000 crores relief package. Right, that is where we have managed, we encouraged, we gave, kind of facilitated. So all these exporters, they started exploding new markets. They diversified the exports to the Africa, exports to some of the European countries like Netherlands, even including China, it has gone up. And even during the most difficult time, we have got $825 billion of exports. And just think about it. Now, with the 50% tariffs and the US market, we are exporting close to 20% of our exports. And you could observe that. Now, this 50% will come down to 18%. Think about these exporters, those who have got the new markets. Now they will get the US market at kind of 32% less. It's like a double thing. Okay. So now, the second is the trade and investment. As I told you, these are absolutely essentials. In fact, what I feel bad, this is India's time. Next 25 years belongs to India. Given the favorable demographics, the average age is 29. Oh no, it is 39 in case of China. It takes 30 years for a country to actually add 10 years more to your average age. You know, Japan, it's 49, European Union, it is 42, 43, US is 43. So it's India's time. And given the big economy and every economy which has really capitalized on or during the favorable demographics time, they have really come up. If China came up starting from early 80s to 2011, 2012, or of course close to 10% growth rate because they capitalized on their demographics. And this is our time. And during our time, what happens is this kind of uncertainties. The trade which has created lot of opportunities for all these countries. There's not a single big top 10 economies which has come up without trade. In fact, if you ask me, what is the biggest factor that led to convergence across the countries, that is the international trade, because it provided or expanded opportunities to this. But unfortunately, that is not happening, but we are doing very well. Anyway, there are different types of uncertainties. One thing that is we need to be very careful is this frontier technology. This artificial intelligence, cloud computing, the kind of things are happening that we are not able to develop the regulatory systems as fast as the product is coming, because the product cycle or the life cycle of the products are getting smaller and smaller, and the regulation is kind of lagging. So, and now it is part of life almost, all this. So this is something, of course, it creates opportunities as well. Today, we are working on how artificial intelligence can be used for the last mile delivery of health services, education services, scale of efficiency. We are working on it, but then it takes time for a developing countries where 50% of the labor force can't be really skilled when it comes to really this kind of technology. Anyway, there is no point that, I stop here, but please, open up, ask any question you feel like.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Maybe you can come here. maybe you can be seated unless you
Yeah.
want to use your... Thank you very much for decoding the policies and telling about the inside stories of the public policy making. Before I open it for the audience, yeah, so I thought I could start with some questions, or maybe we can take that first and whatever way. So I just have two broad questions to you, because now that you're with Niti Aayog, you know, I have a question on Vikasit Bharat, and I would like to dissect some figures. Correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, our per capita income is somewhere around $3,000, and 2880, yeah, that is, sorry for not being very precise. And to become Vikasit Bharat in 2047, I think Niti Aayog somewhere says we should touch 18,000 US dollars. 20,000 US dollars. China is today somewhere around 13,000 US dollars, right? And if I understand what economists have worked out the maths for this, to reach there, I remember Dr. Charan Singh saying that every year India should grow with 8 or 9 or 10%, 11%. It varies, I mean, based on the estimates, without even missing a year, right? Is this actually doable? Question number one, is it actually doable when there are so many global uncertainties? I know that it is not so easy even for you to answer, but are there any inside strategies, you know, that we have started thinking about it, and you may have something to say on that. I have a second question before I open it. You said, yeah, I think we should ask him to answer. Huh. Right, I think he should be able to answer that. It is a question to someone who is actually, you know, present at the talk. I'm just doing my coordination and chairing that business. So my second question is, we as economists, we have been telling something is not right, policies are not in shape, you know, policy making is not, you know, right, as Dr. Surya was just telling right now. Implementation failures everywhere. I mean, if you compare to the policies in the West, implementations are extremely rigid, be it the labor laws or European GDPR or whatever, implementations are weak. Where lies the solution? Is our job only to tell that something is wrong, and if something has to be set right, where lies the solution? Is there any strategy or anything that we as economists can do for this? These are two broad questions. Now I'll open it to public. I think we can take all the, how do you prefer? We'll take all the questions first, or? We'll take all the questions first. Do you want me to come there? Or maybe there's someone giving the mic. Hello.
Dr. Saoji, I'm Dr. Nandish, Dean here at IBA. My simple question, just taking a thread from the startup ecosystem. You know, Government of India floated a Startup India policy in 2016. Today we are number 3 globally. Now whether that kind of a policy, this became possible because that policy framework from central government, it percolated down to all the states. Today if you look, all the states have got a very robust startup policy. Like that, whether we have the same thing being framework given across to the states. Your thoughts, please. Probably that will help all of us.
Questions from the students? Question from, yes, sir. We'll take that up next. And then...
Sir, macroeconomic imbalance is mainly because of new trade strategies like intra-industry trade, inter-industry trade, and also the problem of maintaining situation under the condition of policy trilemma. That is, you might be, you are aware of the Mundell-Fleming model.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. I've been asked to wind it up in 10 minutes. So if you can put the question straight, I would really appreciate.
How to decode the situation when we are not aware of the behavior of foreign institutions. Could you throw some light on it?
Yeah. Dr. Ishwar sir, yeah. Yeah. So, fine.
Prakar, I have 2-3 specific questions. First, you said about the balance sheet of the public sector banks. To me, it is a window dressing. Why? Because recently, just a day or two back, again there was a news item that many of these public sector banks are selling their non-performing assets to the asset reconstruction companies. And I think earlier also we did it. So what we are doing is we are shifting our losses from one entity to another entity. What is your comment on it? Second, about the black money, the GST and demonetization. We did it and we wanted to reduce black money. Again, there was a news item 2 days back. Our total money supply in the system has increased many-fold, and it is much more than what it was earlier. So is it again leading to black money? And my last question, which is related to informal sector, we want to be Viksit Bharat, but my own research says that we have not been able to reduce informality into the country, and in the informal sector, the productivity is very low. So without addressing the informal sectors and productivity, how are we going to achieve our goal of Viksit Bharat? Maybe with a lot of inequalities, but will it be desirable? I don't know. I would like your comment.
Thank you, thank you, sir. Next question, sir.
No, both Obama and Biden were by and large into the tariff game. But has it suddenly become visible because of the man who is currently running the American empire and because of the shenanigans that it's throwing, has it suddenly become global? Because the tariff game is nothing to do with Trump. It has been there for a fairly long time, is my assumption. What's your take on that?
Thank you, sir. Would like to have some questions from the student. Yeah, sir, here one.
There is a saying, Indians are very good planners, but very poor implementers. We have been experiencing over the last so many years that we have failed in implementation. There is mismanagement. Managerial, we don't have managerial economy. In economizing the managerial things. We have been proved all along. Such being the case, are we giving our students that flowery picture, rosy picture of that, this? Is it, like Madam asked, is it doable and how far it will be doable? Or are we exaggerating the figures or over ambitious? Like that, please. As a policy, in the policy regime.
Yeah, let's have some questions from the students. Sorry.
Sir, I have a clarification. You can take it as a question. Elon Musk recently said, because of AI technology, etc., currency is going to disappear. I mean, your thoughts on that, how it happened? Thank you.
Nice, very interesting. Students, can you?
Good evening, sir. Sir, I am Rohit. So my question is, what was the intention of government of dissolving Planning Commission and starting with Niti Aayog? Because Planning Commission was already a statutory body. So what was the need to start Niti Aayog?
Very interesting. Nice to get that from the students. Anybody else? Yeah, some participants. Can the mic be taken to the back, please?
Sir, you mentioned about the climate investment that India has to do or something like that. So recently Niti Aayog has released that India is investing 22.7 trillion total investment in the green finance. And yearly it needs some 175 to 335 trillion dollars to get invested. So what is your thought for that?
So should we start? Yes, I think Prabhakar, you can.
Thank you so much. Anyway, very interesting questions. But Deepika, don't stop me for 10 minutes. Because very interesting questions, so let me answer one by one. Okay. You know, whenever I visit to my village, there are some old people. give me 10 minutes. Interesting questions, and don't throw me out. I'm from Government of India. Yeah, please. I'm sorry. Yeah. So every time some old retired person would be telling, beta, I used to get 150 rupees, but life was so better. So I calculate, and most of the times I do that. Okay, 150 rupees, how many liters of petrol you could buy? No, given that, this was like 2 rupees, so maybe 300 liters of petrol. And today when I calculate, I can buy 3,000 liters of petrol. Now, whether I'm better off or that old man who is retired is better off, that is something. Why I'm telling is sometimes we simply don't realize the kind of positive change that have happened over even last 25 years. That I can clearly see it. Coming back, you see, it's not about giving a flowery picture. I'll give you the exact number how we are going to get it. Let me also tell that Viksit Bharat numbers, the person who has done it is sitting right in front of you. That is my model. In fact, actually the CEO of Niti Aayog always tells that I don't know hum rahenge or nahi rahenge, but Prabhakar will be known as a 30 trillion man because that is my number. The whole modeling that has been done by a PhD from Isaac, I think we should be proud of that. Anyway, yeah. So now, how do we reach there? Last 10 years, we have grown in dollar terms 6.6% like CAGR in dollar terms. Okay. If you look at the number, today it is 4 trillion. From 4 trillion in next 22 years, you need 9.2% CAGR on an average growth rate for next 22 years to reach. That is in nominal terms. If you take on an average 1.5 to 2% inflation rate in US, then that comes down to 6.2 to 6.5, something around that. Base year is 2023. I wanted to show that actually. Given all this calculation, I'll tell you, 6.4% we have done it in dollar terms, and another 6.5% to 7% maximum. We can do it in the next 23 years. Let me come back to the nominal in rupee terms. If you convert this, what you need 10.5% growth rate in nominal terms in Indian rupees, you need to reach the money actually that is 30 trillion. Take on an average India's inflation 4%. So how much you need to grow? 6.5%. And all this modeling is done without taking into account the multiplier impact, the productivity impact of AI and all these technologies. It might be the case that we get into the 30 trillion much before 2047. Trust me, I'm telling you as an economist. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm giving an example. Don't get impatient. There was an economist, the previous chief economic advisor. He sold out a book, brought out a book, and where he mentioned, Subramanian, he mentioned that India will reach $54 billion by 2047. And among all this, which was accepted Niti Aayog, Viksit Bharat projections, that was mine the most conservative number, because I don't fudge or I don't really play with the numbers. I don't manufacture. What comes rightly, given the population growth rate, given the way we have been kind of growing, and given that base, because today you are a small elephant, so you can grow faster. But when you are a big elephant, you cannot even run faster. That is where the growth will slow down. It is not a linear growth story. So on an average, I'm just telling you for the common understanding. So it's very simple. The most conservative number we have, 30 trillion. That's $18,000. The way the population growth rate is slowing down, you think that, okay, from 3,000 to 18,000, it is kind of, just look at when we got independence and today the per capita income, you think about it, 2,000 times more.
You're saying population growth is slowing down. We still don't have the census figures.
No, that is a different issue, but UNDP has a projection till 2036 and we take it forward the projections till 2047. The population, the population would be 1.66 billion by 2047, and today it is 1.46. The way the population has grown over a period of time, it is not going to be the case. You just look at census to census. Okay, you don't have the latest one, but look at last 4 census, the way it is going down. So that way, you think that, okay, you think that 3,000 to 18,000 looks big, but given all this composition, and how much you need to grow, it's 5.5% per capita income, it's much more easier. And why so? It's not only favorable demographics. I'll tell you, India is the core, what people say that sweetest spot, it is the sweetest spot. But you are talking about the implementation. Oh, we are planning, where are the implementation? Can't you see the change? The implementation always happens. The center does not have geographical entities except the union territories. Every project gets implemented at the state level. There are 5 states those who get 85% of the total investment. Why not other states? It's a federal thing. We have 3 lists. I, being part of the central government, cannot tell state government do X and do Y, but there are states those who are very aggressive in implementing policies, both central government, what the initiatives it takes, and also they do it at the ground level. That is where it makes the difference. Why 5 states are doing, why not others? So implementation is actually at a decentralization level. I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. It's very easy for me to talk to a secretary, even to a minister, but it's very difficult for me to deal with a block development officer, because he will tell that, you know, the revenue inspector is not available, the record holder is not available. I cannot play with them, because what has happened is the bureaucracy or the policymaker at the higher level, at the macro level, they are very proactive. But people on the lower level, actually, that refunds has not really gone into their head. They are not ready to give up the power. I'll give you an example, just to make your understanding much more clear. You see, Honorable Prime Minister made labor inspection scheme. Yeah. Okay, no, I think it's something like misunderstanding. There is no flowery picture anybody is giving. In fact, I only started this talk by telling that 3 years back I was criticizing the government, and today I'm not defending the government. I'm just telling what is right. Let us not create a narrative which doesn't exist. Okay. Now the second point, the implementation part, let me... the Startup India. Look, Startup India. The investment has gone up in the last 10 years, 15 times. The incubators, number of incubators, 9 times. So that is how we are doing things when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to auto innovation systems. We are facilitating, things are taken up at the state level, and that is where actually it scales up. So one has happened, the startup ecosystem has happened, and others are also happening. I think you need to be a little patient. Then the question actually, this intra-industry and look, we are part of the global value chain. As I told, 75 to 80% of the global trade today happens. In fact, in a automobile or a car travels 36 times between US and Canada to come out as the final product. That is the intensity of value additions at different places, at different layers. Right. So I don't know what is exactly the question. You need to be part of the global value chain, and you need to be competitive, and you need to open up. And that is what actually we have been doing over a period of time. And today we are actually kind of doing much better. Now coming to the question, I think banking sector. Okay. Yeah. You see, this monetization of non-performing assets, it is the most smallest part. Let me please go back and look at the numbers. It's a non-existent type of numbers. Look at simple balance sheets that India is like public sector banks particularly, and private sector banks also, how they have been doing it over 10 years, and particularly last few years, it runs into 3 lakhs crores. The NPS actually, it has come down from 8% to 2.2%. That's the real figure. Just go back, revisit. It's not like flowery picture. And the demonetization, I think, look, one of the objectives of the demonetization was to kind of, attack black money, but it's not everything. Fine, money is back. In fact, the money in circulation in India is much lower than some of the developed countries. You go to the US, it is the cash money. It happens, and given the informality of the Indian economy, I don't see anything wrong. But given that, you have GST now, you have UPI now, things are trackable with the technology. That black money, if somebody has it today, I think you need to be very careful. It's not that easy anymore, whether you are a small MSC, like what you call suppliers or manufacturers or anything. It is very easy to track. I think the way things are getting formalized, almost GST network, even a chai wala. Earlier it is just taking money and keeping it in Almira, and today it shows in his bank account that, look, you have sold 1 lakh rupees. In fact, it helps him to go to the bank and tell that, look, I'm doing a transaction of 1 lakh rupees, you give me 20,000 rupees loan, earlier which was not. So things are much more difficult today. See, corruption is everywhere. Black money is everywhere. It's there in the Japan, where I worked 2 years, the most, I think, what you call honest society, but it is there. But it's relatively, it is happening at a lower level, it is happening at a higher level, but gradually things are getting very transparent and accountable. Yeah. Okay. Then informal sector, you are absolutely right. The productivity in informal sector is much lower, in almost 50% lower than the formal. But gradually look at the provident fund, number of people getting into the EPF, the people or the farms really registering. There are positive changes. Okay, things are getting formal. I told you this financial inclusion. It's a Jan Dhan Yojana, and people, government giving incentives for the companies to give what you call the PF registration. These are the ways things are getting formalized. But then maybe I think it is not up to your expectation, but certainly we are moving towards that. This digital public infrastructure, this GST network, they are kind of working. Now, tariff game, and I don't know whether I got that question. It's just. Can you just remind me your question, please? No, I'll tell you. There is a story behind it. There is a story behind it. Look, the country you are talking about, they never have permanent friends. They always have permanent interest. As long as they were enjoying the cheap products, they were giving what? IOU, a certificate by the Fed to these countries. You do the hard work, you send cheap products, let me enjoy because I have the international reserve currency, that's dollar, and I give you a white certificate, you keep it. So I enjoy, I give you this. That was fine. But what happened is, when they started losing competitiveness in manufacturing, and they started losing jobs. If you look at the present president, where did he get the votes? It's the East Coast, the West Coast, the most sophisticated migrants being there, they didn't vote for him. Who voted? So-called Native Americans, the middle part. Yeah, why? Because actually the wage rates got stagnated. The opportunities for these people, so-called Native American, there is no American as such because it's a country of 300 years old. It's not 5,000 years old civilization like us. See, these people, those who stayed long and they don't go for higher studies, they didn't get the jobs. And that was capitalized by telling American great, So the main point is, there's 2 points. One is reviving the American great again, manufacturing and creating jobs for the Americans. The second point is, it is the supremacy over the defense and technology. It's not about fight between the China and US about the trade balance. No. It is because last 10 years, China has overtaken US when it comes to the number of patents applied for and granted. They are marching much faster, so there is a competition. In fact, China in one of the papers in 2004, they have bought American companies actually based in Europe and taken their, I think the cheat has come for me to stop. Yeah. Just the no, I'll take 10 seconds. I don't want to disappoint this Yeah, one student asked to. Yes. Two small questions, sir. Yeah. Yeah. The first question, very quick, sir. I'll just take 10 seconds. Okay. Because it came from the students, I don't know. Why we changed? So look, when it was planning commission had lot of powers. They used to fund 3 types of schemes: state plan schemes, centrally sponsored schemes, and central schemes. So there was a huge amount of discretion at the hand of planning commissions to give or give resources as per their convenience. It was not exactly like finance commission, what do you call, formula based and scientific. So there were a lot of kind of the states those who were part of the central coalition, they used to get things better. The states those who are not part of it, they used to struggle. So that is where that power was taken up. Then it became the premier think tank suggesting all different line ministries how the government of India should make rules for sustainable growth. But the main mandate of Niti Aayog is to work with the state governments. Today, Niti Aayog has planned, it's 17 states, it has completed the state visions for 14 states, another 4 states we are working, because if you want to achieve the national vision of 30 trillion, and India is a union of states, and India can only get to that ambitious targets provided all states have their vision aligned with the national vision. That is what government of Niti Aayog is doing. And Niti Aayog is doing every state, working with every state, whether it's renewable energy, because we are going through very difficult stage, we need to really plan. That export-oriented policies, we are working with the states, and that is part of the Niti Aayog. Now that financial part is gone, rather it is like more of helping, facilitating different ministries of the central government and also the state governments to really fulfill their. Now the second point, and it's a very good point, and I'm so happy here that somebody remembers the numbers. You are absolutely right. We need not 20, it is $22 trillion we need. $22 trillion we need. What is to take care of this climate actions for mitigation as well as for adaptation. And we can actually have 16 trillion. So we would be falling short of 6 trillion. And that is the job we are doing. How do we really get 6 trillion? Do we really have something like dim sum bonds China has done? We have rupee denominated bonds. Because we are growing. We are the trusted partner of the world today. Right, it's the only country which could stand up to, only country which has the principle. It's not going this way, that way. We are not under pressure. And everybody wants us, and we are more reliable. So that way, that's 6 trillion. We are planning what kind of financial instruments can we really tap that, what you call, $1 trillion that Japanese have in Provident Fund, which is available at a 0 rate. Can we really, have sovereign bonds there for climate change, for green bonds, kind of things. So these are the alternatives. That is the job of the premier think tank and Niti Aayog. And anyway, let me tell you, like you, I'm working for the government, so we'll do it. Don't.
Thank you very much for that very, very insightful thought provoker. And that gives a very, very bright picture of the economy and something really a very positive environment for the Indian economy. And I'm sure that when you students get into the job market, probably you don't have to think so much of getting into US or UK that I hope it stops the brain drain, looking into this positive environment. And that is really something very nice. I am asked to close the session. It is almost night and we all have to head back. Keeping in mind the Bangalore traffic, it's going to be a long way for many of us. Thank you very much, and thank you, Pravaka, for that very, very insightful talk. And thank you, IBA, for this opportunity. It's a great pleasure to share the panel with a batchmate, a classmate, with whom I have fought, with whom I have, worked together, and that is something really very nice. Thank you very much.
That was
Anyway-
one.
Anyway, my fight with her was kind of responsible to make me an economist. I credit you for that.
That was one very, very engaging session. Thank you, sir, for your invaluable inputs on re-engineering the Indian economy with structural reforms. I'm sure our students have learned a lot today. I now request Dr. Krishnan Hariharan, sir, to come and felicitate Dr. Sahu. Next on the agenda is a wonderful panel discussion on sustainability, environment and SDGs, an economic perspective. I would request just 2 minutes of your time to set the stage. Dignitaries, Dr. Alumalai Kannan, Professor CRRD JNU, Dr. N. Sivakumar, Dean, Satyasai University Institute for Higher Learning, Dr. Navita Thimaiya, Chairperson, Department of Economics, Mysore University, Mysore, and Dr. Kasturi Bhattacharya, Assistant Professor, Base University. And the session chair, Dr. Mahesha M., Department of Economics, Mysore University. I request the session chair, Dr. Mahesha M., to please begin the session.
Good evening, all. I don't want to take much of time because it's already we have late by 2 hours to commence this. The topic for this panel discussion is sustainability, environment and SDGs an economic perspective. So if I take water, the water three-dimensional perspective. A student of physics can have a look on that. A chemistry student also have the features related to his discipline, life sciences, economics, a sociology student. So similarly or like to that, SDG is a multidimensional one. So in that multi-dimensional perspective of sustainable development goals, the panel members will focus on the economics of SDGs. So with these words, to give one more time for their presentation, I leave this, and first of all, I call Navita Madam to present her views on sustainability, environment and SDGs. Sorry for interruption. And one more instruction is that, based on the instruction given by the committee, so you have to take around only 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
So, I thank the chair for giving me this opportunity and the organizers of Ecofluence for giving me this opportunity to present my views on sustainability. I think all of us already know about Sustainable Development Goals and why we consider these SDGs because of the issue of sustainability. So we need to protect the planet Earth so that future generations can use the resources as effectively as we are using them at the present moment. So that is the reason why we consider these issues of sustainability and sustainable development goals. So I don't want to take much time, because as I have to go back, travel back to Mysuru, and workshop is being organized in our department at University of Mysore. So I thank the chair again. So coming back here, what I want to press is, what is the impact of unsustainable living having on Human Development Index? So what is its impact on human development if we don't consider the sustainability issues? So in human development reports, recently we are seeing something called as Planet Pressure Adjusted Human Development Index. So India, the Human Development Index in 2025, we have the value of HDI for India is 0.685. So Planet Pressure Adjusted Human Development Index is 0.656. That is, we have lost 4.2% of our Human Development Index values because of this planet pressure. So by Planet Pressure Adjusted Human Development Index, we mean, what do we mean? So it is the HDI value adjusted by the level of carbon dioxide emissions and material footprint per capita to account for the excessive human pressure on the planet. It should be seen as incentive for transformation. So the impact of these unsustainable methods, that is how we are looking at it by carbon dioxide emissions and the carbon footprint and also the material footprint. So it is impacting the human development. So it is about human living, how we people are living on this planet Earth. So I just wanted to bring to focus that how we are losing on human development because of this high carbon emissions and material footprint and carbon footprint. And at the global value, we have lost 10.1% reduction in the human index value because of this planetary pressure. So planetary pressure adjusted human development index reduces by 10.1% at global level. For India, it is 4.2%. And in 2025, United Nations Human Development Report, the title is Artificial Intelligence, a Matter of Choice. So they also try to discuss what is the impact of AI on human development. So it is a matter to think over how the sustainability issues and also the most important issue of AI, how it is going to affect the human development or the quality of living on this planet Earth. So I thank you all just for us to ponder over these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. I express my sincere gratitude to the conveners, Professor Kulkarni, Professor Mansi, for extending their kind invitation to be part of this event. I know it's very late, particularly to my student friends. You may recollect what Professor Charan Singh said in the morning, that he traveled 8 hours to speak for 10 minutes. And I waited for 7 plus 3, 10 hours to speak for 10 minutes. It's not a typical classroom to make you very interesting. There are constraints, but I will be very brief. I have a set of slides. I'll just speak 2 points on each slide, not to bore you, just to convey a message. I have titled my presentations are the issues related to food security, environmental concerns in the light of Sustainable Development Goals. Let me start with the 2 Sustainable Development Goals, which are of very relevant for the today's discussions. The SDG 2 deals with ending hunger, achieving food security, improved nutrition, and promote sustainable.
Very sorry for interruption now. Very sorry to interrupt. Dr. Navita is actually leaving around. So we want to have felicitate her for basically coming around here and then delivering out in spite of her busy schedule and in spite of getting very late here. We also apologize because we couldn't keep the timing around. We have basically it's as a mistake for our organizers. We accept that part. So, ma'am, I think we'll come around. We'll felicitate her around.
Can I resume? Okay. Yeah, so anyway, I just started saying that ending hunger is an important goal that, UN has made an important agenda for its, as a part of SDGs. And the second important target or the goal relates to ensuring sustainable consumptions and production patterns. I'm not going to get into the details of it. What I'm going to tell you that countries are not making enough efforts to meet these goals. We are barely left with 4 years to meet these goals. But the countries are not making enough progress to meet these goals. How do I articulate this based on certain statistics? Just look at this graph. It shows trend in global food production and food prices. Food production in the recent times remained flat. It has come down. Whereas the food prices has gone up. Starting with the COVID, and it has set a new normal. It's not going below to the level which was there before COVID-19, right? Which means, as you know, you might have studied basic economics, the demand for food grains is less elastic or inelastic. Whereas the supply remains constant, and as a result, the food prices go up. So simple logic of demand and supply. Of course, there are many factors to explain why the food prices are going up. As the food prices go up, it has implications for the poor, implications for the people in less developed countries, which are dependent on importing food. The value of food import, as you can see the last column, has increased considerably, which means the foreign exchange outflows to meet the domestic food requirements is going up, which is not a good sign. And you'd be surprised, India is categorized or classified as a net food importing country by FAO. and this is part of South Asia, and more worrying part is for the countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And this is reflected in the nutritional outcome measures like hunger. The hunger is measured by using an indicator called prevalence of undernourishment, which FAO tracks since 1970s. And what you see here, about 34% of the population in South Asia and countries in sub-Saharan Africa suffer from hunger, right? Which means we are not doing enough to get the people out of hunger and malnourishment, right? On top of it, what is happening to the productive resources like land and water, and also what's happening to the cereal yield. And look at the top line graph, which indicates a cereal yield. It appears at a first glance, it's showing upward trend. It was about 3 tons per hectare in 1991. In 2022, it's about 4 hectares. Over 3 decades, this for youngsters to understand, over 3 decades, the cereal yield increased just by 1 ton, which means the rate of growth in the yields, cereal yield is going down. It's very slowing down. It's a serious concern for the food security in the long run. Whatever we may talk about, hype about AI, artificial intelligence, or natural intelligence, if you don't have enough food to eat, imagine what will happen to the society. Imagine what will happen to the people, who do not have adequate employment opportunities to earn enough. So that's a serious concern. What's happening to the land, which is an arable land? Arable land means land actually under cultivations. As you can see, it's not very stable. And there are problems with respect to the using of land. In the recent times, the climate change has accelerated using this productive resource more effectively, some of which you will come to see later. As with respect to land, there is a serious problem emerging with respect to the use of renewable resource, which is particularly the water. As you can see, at the global level, the renewable fresh water, internal freshwater resources per capita, per person, has gone down drastically. And same with the case of India and China. This is not a rosy picture. There are studies, again for the students to understand, which have shown that by 2050, the food grains production should increase by 60% over the baseline period of 2007-9. So whatever the amount of food produced in 7, 8, 9 should increase 60% by 2050. Now, if this is to be achieved, imagine what will happen. What's happening to the productive resources which are already under strain. So it's really difficult to meet that target globally, given the fact that malnourishment and other things happening. On top of it, the climate change problems accelerating the issues. Now, what you see here, the greenhouse gas emissions from agri-food system. The food system includes both pre and post food productions. It includes the entire gamut of activities taken place from production to the consumption side. And there are many components of it. Although countries made some progress in reducing the greenhouse gas emission from agri-food system, still the big countries like Americas, USA, Canada, contribute a significant share of the emissions coming from agriculture sector as compared to the developing countries like in Africa and Asia. And this is actually an important, the estimate comes from economic survey in the previous year. I don't know how they got this number, but I was fascinated with this graph. That crop area damage due to weather disasters almost doubled in just 2 years. Can you imagine? Which means this is the extent of damage being caused by climate variability to our productive resources such as land and water. On top of it, the climate change is also inducing inequality within the society. So there's a climate-induced inequality, and the countries are becoming more and more irresponsible, particularly developed countries are becoming more and more irresponsible to meet certain the commitments. For example, USA has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement signed in 2015. And there is an estimate, very interesting estimate, that emissions arising from food consumptions and the private capital ownership among the wealthy populations is much higher than the poor population. What it means, the wealthy people are contributing more and more to the global greenhouse gas emissions compared to the poor people, but the cost imposed on poor is much higher than that of the wealthy populations, which means the estimated income loss among the poor is much higher than the rich. At the same time, the rich has the capacity to invest or finance or to mitigate these effects. Unfortunately, they don't do it. Just to sum up, the food prices are going up while the food supply remains stagnant. Natural resources, particularly land and water, are under strain. There's some improvement in extent of reduction of hunger, but still higher among the countries in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. The climate change induced disasters are to disrupt the food supply, and there is a need to ensure food production and consumption is environmentally sustainable. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insights on sustainability and environment. I now request our director, Dr. Iyer, sir, to felicitate Dr. Elumale Kannan.
Can I start? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Respected Director, Sir, Professor Ishwar Iyer, respected Professor Kulkarni, Dr. Mansi, for the invitation. Thank you for this opportunity. It is good to be the last speaker because, I'm so sorry, second last. So, I mean, I can directly go to the point. Okay, I'm so sorry, sir. So, almost the introduction and the foundation of the topic on environment, sustainability and SDG is communicated by the previous speakers. And Dr. Ashok sir and Dr. Prabhakar Sahu sir has already touched upon a few important points regarding the climate impact. And the investments that we need to do with respect to adaptation and mitigation measures. So the topic that I plan to discuss, I will just summarize the entire research work that I have done, which talks about the debate between adaptation and mitigation, a developing country perspective. So as we already know that the frequency of extreme climate events are on the rise, and this has been observed both by the developed and developing nations of the world, but it has been more adverse in developing nations because of the livelihood disruption that it causes on the climate sensitive agricultural sector. So now the real question is, should the developing nations focus more on adapting to climate change, or should it focus on mitigating emissions? So with that question, we have already touched upon the fact that in case of India, we have been focusing, not only India, but countries like India, where we have a rise in the frequency of extreme events. We have observed that flood, damaging crops, we have heat waves, reducing the labor productivity. We have cyclones, washing off local economies. So with this, climate change is immediately linked to livelihood and poverty. And this is SDG 1, which talks about zero poverty. So how can we, the question is, how can we touch upon SDG 1 and SDG 13, which speaks about climate action? Now India has already been focusing on, after India ratified the Kyoto Protocol in 2002, under that India has been allowed to introduce projects under CDM, Clean Development Mechanism, where we have projects on solar power, wind power. We also have projects related to, biomass energy. And the energy efficiency improvements have been observed in cement industry, steel industry, chemical industries as well. So India has come to be one of the largest CDM project host countries. So which is basically meaning that India has shifted from the disaster relief emphasis to disaster risk reduction measures. So which basically means that we have projects which looks on the developmental priorities, such as we have rural, I will just go to that slide. Here I have just pointed out few things. So we have, as I said, the projects looked into developmental priorities. So we have biomass energy projects which looks into the rural electrification. We have energy projects which talks about clean energy choices by households. We have growing renewable energy sector, which is definitely bringing more employment opportunities in those sectors. So we need to have those mix of strategies which is going to be addressing both SDG 1 and SDG 13. So we need to move forward in order to achieve both these SDGs through climate resilient livelihoods, through localized planning, through low carbon growth and policy integration. So we need so the question is not exactly what we need to work, that is either adaptation or mitigation, but we need to have an optimal combination of both adaptation strategies and mitigation strategies so that we can work towards zero poverty and climate action. And India's experience shows that the future of climate policy is not sacrifice, but smart development. With that, I thank all of you for patiently listening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharjee. I would now request Dr. Narendra Babu to please come and facilitate Dr. Bhattacharjee.
I am addressing at the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning or at the IBA, because the number of students I find are more from Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. Thank you, my dear students. It is my great privilege to talk on a very wonderful project of the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust called as the Sai Mitra project. Some of the speakers earlier told that we have very less time
to achieve the sustainable development goals which are supposed to be achieved by 2030. The question is, what policies are being made are something that can be discussed. But more importantly, and that was highlighted by multiple speakers, what is being done? And I would like to highlight one project which has already been implemented. So this is a case study of something which has happened. And this is a case study of something which is actually providing specific special benefits to the society. It is the Sai Mitra project. As we all know, there are lots of problems related to fossil energy, and solar energy indeed is considered to be a wonderful alternative to this. The government of India promotes solar energy through the Pradhan Mantri Surya Ghar Yojana, which provides incentives for individuals and people to take up solar energy in great ways. There is a tremendous rooftop solar potential in India. As we can see, there is a technical potential, but equally important, there is also a market potential. In India, which is closer to the equator, solar energy indeed is a very wonderful, viable opportunity. In this context, the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust, which is the apex organization of all the activities of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba, it took up a project called as Sai Mitra, which originally started as Sai Arunya in a super specialty hospital at Whitefield, and later it was taken in a much larger way as Sai Mitra. Multiple institutions of the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust, which includes the Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Medical Sciences, the Central Research Instrumentation Facility, etc., all of them provided wonderful opportunities for installing and generating solar power. Just like to take two beautiful instances. This is on the top of the solar super specialty hospital. The bottom picture, I just wanted to highlight to you all. On the right side, we have the Central Research Instrumentation Facility, which did not have an appropriate terrace for installing solar panels. The Sri Satya Sai Sri Satya Sai Central Trust was not deterred. They used a mountain on side of the Central Research Instrumentation Facility and covered that entire mountain with solar panels so that solar power will be generated. There is a very wonderful cricket stadium, an international level cricket stadium, and that gave an extraordinary opportunity. The entire cricket stadium not only provides shade for the spectators, it simultaneously generates solar power. That is the power of intent. What I would like to highlight is that if there is a intention, things will happen. And what has happened is that in more than close to 70 different sites, the students will be happy to find their own campuses names mentioned here. So in 70 different sites, solar power is getting generated across multiple locations. And the impact has been tremendous. If we can see the cumulative carbon emission reduction in terms of tons per annum, the very last number I would just like to highlight is more than 6,000 tons, which itself is an extraordinary achievement. It's all already happening, currently happening. Several multiple sustainable development goals are being achieved, including 7, affordable energy, inclusivity, making cities inclusive, sustainable consumption and production, we know SDG 12, and most importantly, climate change. All these things are happening and currently being done. It is the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust did not wait for a policy. It did not wait for a government incentive. For it, the incentive was to provide benefit to the world. And that is the thing that I would like to highlight. It was selected by the United Nations as one of the best practices in sustainable development, the Sri Satya Sai Central Trust Solar Power Projects. In conclusion, what lessons we can learn? The lessons that we can learn are very simple but very profound. Sustainability is absolutely paramount. Every action of us must be guided by sustainability concerns. Second one, technology. We all know solar power involves a lot of technology. Yet, the technology must ultimately be beneficial to the society. That is being highlighted. Human-centered society. At the end of the day, whether it is artificial intelligence which is going to power the world or natural intelligence which is going to power the world, most importantly, all of us must know it is humans who are going to live in this world. So therefore, every technology must necessarily be human-centric, and as I just mentioned, we don't have to necessarily always wait for government support. If there is a proper intent, and in this case it was spiritually and divinely inspired, if there is a proper intent within us, every type of implementation is very much possible. The Sri Satya Sai Mitra project is indeed one such wonderful example in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Professor Narendra Babu, sir, to felicitate Dr. Shiv Kumar.
Okay, well, so we have finished this within our stipulated period by only 30 minutes. So I don't want to take much of your time. We have views of 4 panelists on sustainability, environment and SDGs, and they have provided us the economic perspectives related to these 3 issues. And Professor Navita Madam has given his speech on relating unsustainable development because of planetary pressures, and for that she has proposed planetary pressure adjusted human development index related, and so a detailed discussion related to the SDG goals of 2 and 12 by Professor Elumalai Kallan sir, and he spoke on food security and environment concerns related to SDG goals, and sir has related the trends in production of food products with food security, and as he was opined that so because of stagnation in productivity or almost a flat type of increase in food production, that might have a negative impact on security of food across the world, and also Sir has focused on some more issues like renewable freshwater resources and climate change and its impact on food security, and also he has shown some of the data related to crop area damaged due to the weather disasters across the various broad regions of the world. And also finally he was opined that so due to because of these climatic conditions or the impact, the income of the poor is much more decreased compared to their counterpart. So these were the views of Professor Kannan sir, and Kasturi Bhattacharya madam has given her views on the the debate between adaptation and mitigation to climate change, a developing country perspective, and she had related her views on SDG 1 and SDG 13, and she, much of her talk was on vulnerability of the households due to because of climate change, and also she has taken discussion related to mitigation of these problems by both developed and developed countries. And the last presentation was by Sikumar sir. It is an empirical work of a case study related to the contribution of Sai Institute for sustainable development related, and more specifically related to the clean energy related aspect of sustainable development. And so sir has given the work of the Sai Institute of implementation of the solar energy across the various institute, and also the contribution of reduction in carbon due to because of their work. So these were the views of the panelists. So with this, I thank the organizers for providing me an opportunity to chair this. Thank you, Ananda.
I think we are coming to the end of a very long day. That's something which keeps happening in the conferences. It's been great since the morning. We have had a lot of interesting sessions around. The opening remarks by the chief guest, Dr. Mahendra Dev, and later the guest of honor, Dr. Charan Singh, Dr. R.S. Deshpande, Dr. Ravindra Brahme, messages from Dr. Veerbhadrappa. Later in the developmental economics, we had a lot of different perspectives. Surana sir, of course, is here with his own witty, unique style. He literally captivated everybody, right? And then, of course, in the evening, we had a talk from Prabhakar Sahu. Before that, we had a talk from Dr. Shishir Jha. We had also had a session, winding up session on the sustainability and the special development goals. So tomorrow also, we have equally exciting sessions around. A lot of action-packed day, right from 9:30 around. So enjoy the night today, and then we'll again gather tomorrow at 9:30 in this auditorium